Lots of noise in politics. People hitting each other with great big sticks. But Nikki Haley stands above the rest. She's been fully put to the test. With Trump, the bully, who is afraid to fight against 5-inch heels with twice his might. And Biden, who's dying to drain our reserves. When voters come out, he'll get his deserves.
We need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, no doubt. Lead the conversation. We need you, Nikki, right now. 'Cause families are hurting. We need you, Nikki. We need more freedom, more jobs for certain. We need you, Nikki, to stop big pharma, to stop big banking, reverse the karma. We need you, Nikki, to balance the plates, to push big decisions back to the states. Oh, we need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, no doubt. Lead the conversation. We need you, Nikki, right now. 'Cause families are hurting. We need you, Nikki. We need more freedom, more jobs for certain. Nikki, we need Nikki right now. We need Nikki, we need Nikki. There's no doubt. We need Nikki.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we need Nikki. I'm live and alive. It's HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from kind of partially cloudy, formerly sunny. Earlier it was a little sunny in the beginning of the day. California, Los Angeles, folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Let me tell you one girl that is not having a fantastic one. Her name, Nikki Haley, also known as NIKKI SLAYLEY. She unfortunately is leaving democracy behind. That's right. She is dropping out of the race, folks, but we're going to be getting to that in a little bit. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and even before then, this is where I tell you it's Wednesday, March 6th, 2024, 11:14 a.m., and I'm actually right on time and ready to go, and I feel phenomenal right now, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I feel incredible. I feel phenomenal. I feel excellent, and that is partially because I worked out this morning, and honestly, there's nothing that gets me going than a good-ass workout. Panic at the DNC, we need you, Nikki. Oh my God. Okay, you just spoil. I'm gonna look at this in a second. Because it's phenomenal. It's actually phenomenal. Any reason why I can't use my Prime on you anymore? Been like this for a couple days. Twitch is silencing me, brother. I don't know what's going on with the Primes. I think it's supposed to be there. I don't know. Maybe someone else knows. I don't know. At the gym, saw that Nikki dropped and ran over there. Guess what? I was at the gym when I found out. Nikki dropped, and I dropped to my knees. Okay? I dropped to my knees and I started crying. Anyway, legit question. Why do you think she ran for so long? It was a lost cause. I'll tell you all about it in a second, guys. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, though, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. This is for the parasocialists out there. This is for my parasocialists, okay? Let me tell you, folks. Yakuza update time. Yeah, I'm back in Hawaii. I'm no longer playing as Kazuma Kiryu in Japan. I ended that chapter. I'm back in Hawaii as Kasuga, and it's a lot of fun. Yakuza is incredible. I didn't really have a lot of time to play Yakuza last night. What the hell did I do last night? I actually don't even know what did I do last night? I don't know. I watched Shogun. I finished Shogun. And then that's pretty much it. I just played Yakuza, I guess. I guess I did play Yakuza, and I'm not even thinking about it because guess what, dude? Yesterday was like a 11-hour fuck sesh of politics, so my brain was mush. You know what I mean? Found out that my dad voted Bernie 2016 primary, voted Nikki as his non-Biden vote yesterday to hurt Trump. Nice, but very cool. I hope he's not too upset that our baby cakes is no longer. You know what I mean? Anyway, before I get into that, again, we're doing it. We're doing the damn thing. We're fucking skipping. We're skipping. This is part of the podcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life. Oh, I did a long ass walk with Kaya. I think that was another thing that I did. And honestly, one of the things I've been doing is when I go on the walks, I just walk for much longer. I've realized when I play on my Steam Deck. So she gets to do a whole ass walk, just like, you know, at least a mile. And I get to play Yakuza on my Steam Deck while I'm, you know, walking around. Walking with the Steam Deck? What? Why not? I'm massive. I'm a big boy. I can do it. Don't worry about it. I'm an iPad kid. Are you still throwing her a birthday party? If I do that, I'm gonna do it on the weekend, but I have no one to help me. I need someone to help me. I can't do any of that stuff. I need QTCinderella to help me, and I feel like I don't want to ask her. You know what I mean? I need QTCinderella to help me, but honestly, I think she hates me, guys. Between you and me, I don't think Cutie likes me. You want to know why I feel that way? Because she freaking played basketball on stream yesterday and I wasn't invited. What are you drinking? It looks like cocktail syrup. Yeah, I'm drinking cocktail syrup, whatever that means. Anyway, this morning, did you see the new Boy Boy video? How could I have seen the new Boy Boy video? It came out 5 hours ago. Ya nut. Serious question. And I mean this with all sincerity. It is 11:21 a.m. How could I have seen the new Boy Boy video that came out 5 hours ago? I love you, but I love you all, but please think a little bit. Anyway, I will watch this, of course. I'm going to react to the shit out of this. Also, I'm fully fleshing out Australia dates right now, so this will be a good opportunity. I should hit them up too. Hold up. But yeah, this morning I worked out and I feel phenomenal because working out is good. Working out is great, and I highly recommend you do it as well. At your own speed, be safe. Don't do it if you have long COVID, but you should still do a little bit of exertion. It is very, very good. Yesterday, when I started the broadcast, I was in a much less happy mood because I didn't get to work out yesterday. I took Kai to the dog park and I was too busy trying to make a TikTok, which literally did better on Instagram than it did on TikTok. So yeah. Anyway, America Samoa standing on business. Oh, we'll talk about that. Yeah, regular exercise is one of the most powerful antidepressants. Yeah, but it also creates like regular exercise is phenomenal, but I am deeply and almost undesirably addicted to exercise and dieting. Hasan, you posted the worst audio ever of a video of your dog shitting. What did you expect? Hideo Kojima, offliner, whatever the fuck your name is, that's a day off for you. I got a much shorter fuse for you on a day like this when I'm feeling pretty good. I'm gonna be honest with you. I might even upgrade it to a week if I'm feeling like it. Okay? You just be excited that it's only 24 fucking hours. Where you have to go, bip, bip, bip. Bene Gesserit, pussy got me acting unwise. Dude, I feel that. But yeah, no, I worked out. I feel pretty good. I am working on a bunch of stuff. I'm a little bit lightheaded from all the shit that I have to do that's coming up, but new merch coming out soon. Shogun review from Hideo Kojima. Oh my fucking Lord, he did it. Dude, I didn't know this. I was talking to my dad. I have some family stuff going on. I was talking to my dad this morning. He fucking watches Shogun. He's watching Shogun because he watched it when he was young. Apparently in Turkey, Shogun banged back in the day because it's like an older TV show that they remade from or a movie, I guess. I don't know. But he's saying like it's so sick. He was like talking to me about how sick it is. It's an old book as well, obviously, but it turns out it was like a big deal back in the day when he was young. And yeah, he's watching it. Kojima, I'm learning the Kojima scale. Just watch blank, hated it. Positive review under 280 characters, liked it. Positive review long enough for show more, really liked it. Positive review with exclamation points and or emojis, loved it. Shogun, written comment, I recommend it. The Shogun, we were so crazy about 42 years ago. Anjin-san is back. The scale, details, cast, costumes, sets, props, and the VFX are all top notch. And it is no exaggeration to say that this is a Game of Thrones set in 17th century Japan. Oh, he's so right. He's so right. I love when my goat thrives, okay? I love when me and my goat are in agreement, okay? And it happens a lot because who is this person? Hideo Kojima, an auteur, okay? The esteemed premier Ameribu, the man, the myth, the legend, created one of the greatest story-focused stealth espionage anti-imperialist works of art, the Metal Gear Solid series. Oh my lord. Kojimbo! Kojima-san! Kojima-sama! What? Unpopular opinion, Shogun episode 3 fight scenes, and especially in the forest, was underwhelming as fuck. Great story so far, though. No, it wasn't. What? Bro, it's not a fucking... It's not like a Hong Kong production specifically for like the sick ass action. It is nothing to do with that at all. And the action is good enough. You're wrong. All right. Anyway, it is more faithful to the original story than to historical fact. But even those who do not know the original story, the original will be captivated by its charm. The presence of Hiroyuki Sanada as Toranaga, who replaces Toshiro Mifune, also plays a role. This is not an imported movie. This drama will be a black ship that will capture the future of the Japanese film industry, loaded with Hollywood's harmony. Sucks. It's a miniseries. Bro, apparently the guy who wrote this book wrote books well into like the Iran-Contra affair. So it will not stay a miniseries. FX is one of those it's one of those networks that will literally hold on to IP even if it doesn't bang, and this is banging. They dumped so much money into this. They dumped so much money into the marketing. There was more marketing for this than there was for Dune 2. It was all over, and it's because they knew what they had. What they had in their hands is a phenomenal work. It literally takes Game of Thrones and improves it because it adds weeb shit into it, okay? Come on, dog. Remember, FX has some of the best, and I would assume it's not like FX is not considered network television, right? It's like regular cable, right? FX has some of the best shows so consistently. You got Archer, okay? Always Sunny in Philadelphia. They always hold on. Atlanta, they always hold on to their IP. They're like, listen, even if this doesn't get critical acclaim, even if it doesn't actually hit the markers that it's supposed to hit, Fargo, What We Do in the Shadows, they are phenomenal. It is one of the, I would say, is one of the only TV networks, like on cable, not network television, on cable, that I've always been a fan of. I would say, like, I'm a fan of their IP. I'm a fan of a lot of the stuff that they put out, and I respect the fact that they also hold on to they also hold on to their work, and they don't let it go. Even as a movie buff, I was beginning to think it was time for me to start watching movies on my smartphone or tablet. However, when I watched Dune Part 2, my rigid ways of thinking crumbled like sand. It meticulously depicts the non-existent world of Arrakis, bringing it to life with unprecedented detail and realism, while portraying revolution and love and fear in awe of the same axis. It magnificently captivates destruction and aestheticism in beautiful layers. This film shouts, "This is cinema." He's so right, and provides the spice that we need to live. This masterpiece of Dennis will likely become a resistance that will significantly delay the spread of subscription services. What'd you say? Bye. Hi, bye. Bro hit him with the Dennis, like on a first name basis. Oh my God. FX has literally done shit different since day one. It's been weird to see a network dump money into adult animation dramas and sketch comedies all in the same season. Yeah, they're great. This is how I feel as well. What more can I say? I feel blessed, okay? I feel blessed. I am filled to the gills with good movie magic, with TV magic. I'm eating so good. I'm porking out like a piggy, okay? I'm oinking, I'm squealing, I'm on my fucking hands and knees every night. Oh, I got my stories. It's so fucking good. It's so good. And I still haven't even gotten a Zone of Interest. And I can't even watch fucking Tokyo Vice. There's Tokyo Vice there. The Boys is coming back. This is what a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. What a time to be alive. Fuck. God, I love movies and TV, and I love eating. Those are the things that I live for. I swear to God. It's just like content and eating. I'm basically the fucking Wall-E guys. Yeah. I've been meaning Masters of Air. I haven't even been able to fucking watch. Bears coming back too. Sheesh. 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 Sure. And dude, I think very cool things happen when movies like this come out and they become captivating. Right? When movies like this come out and it gets people excited, it has the capacity to change the aesthetics, which is very cool because like this implies weeb aesthetics is popping. I foresee weeb aesthetics popping, but more importantly than weeb aesthetics, I think like desert, like the desert vibes, the Bedouin desert aesthetic is going to be big. Okay? You got Mad Max coming out too. Have you seen Madam Web? No, man. No. You want to know why? No, because I ain't got no time for that shit, dude. Are you kidding me? Isn't that the one that everyone made fun of? Madame Web? That's the one that like all the people that were in the movie were like, don't watch this movie. It sucks ass. They lied to us and made it seem like it was actually a Marvel production when it wasn't. Like it wasn't even an MCU movie. Listen, as much as I love Sydney Sweeney, I am not sitting through that movie for Sydney Sweeney, okay? I'll go and rewatch the best parts of other stuff that she's appeared in, if you know what I'm saying. Web is peak mid. Yeah, I don't even fucking... I've never been like a big-time MCU person anyway. I also am not the type of person who's like, I like kino, I like cinema, I like film, and that people shouldn't watch MCU. I'm not like that at all, okay? Movies are for fun. I'm a movie guy, okay? I am not a film guy. I'm a movie guy. I need you to understand that, okay? I'm not going to sit here and be like, you have to watch The Lighthouse, okay? But if you do, I hear it's sick. That's fine. Not very kino-pilled of you. I'm not a kino-pilled guy at all. I want to go to the movies and I want to eat popcorn, okay, and I want to watch something that makes me go, God damn, that shit was fire. That's it. You are a film guy. You just mentioned The Zone of Interest. No. If you don't watch like Zone of Interest style movies, and there's literally nothing left to watch at this day and age, okay? The fuck do you mean? It's all Madam Web and shit. That's ridiculous. Also, Zone of Interest is directly in my wheelhouse. It's a fucking slice of life period piece about the banality of evil and how people are complacent with genocide. The fuck? There is not a movie that is made for me more than that. How many bags of popcorn did you rate Dune 2? All the bags, dude. A bucket. Like I will say this much. I'm not like a film snob or a film critic at all, but I will not watch like the Transformers. Like that is like a bridge too far. I'll watch the MCU stuff when I'm on a plane or whatever, right? Or I'll watch it to be in the know of what's going on. But I refuse to watch the Fast and the Furious franchise, and I refuse to watch the fucking Transformers shit. Like, I can't fucking stand those movies. I don't know why. If you like it, have fun. You know, go ahead, live your life. I despise it, and I can't fucking watch it. I don't know what it is. I tapped out of the Fast franchise. You literally said you love Fast X. No, I tapped out of the franchise after like the third one. That's it. I've never watched the Transformers movies, but I tapped out of the Fast and the Furious franchise after like I think I watched like Tokyo Drift and stuff, but I can't stand it. Like I just, for me in particular, I can't stand it. I'm not gonna yuck your yum. Go out, watch it, enjoy it, live your life, have fun. Okay, I'm saying for me, it makes me want to die. I don't know what it is. John Wick is a great example of like movie magic. Love John Wick. John Wick is fun. It's great. Anyway, you don't like Fast and the Furious? Fuck you, I'm a Republican now. All right, well. Anyway, let's blast off. I didn't even blast off yet. I love you with my entire heart, and I promise this criticism is fade. The way you've been talking about Sydney Sweeney and the way you talk about women in general makes me insanely uncomfortable sometimes. I know you advocate for feminism, and I appreciate that, but please stop making misogynistic statements and jokes. You focus way too much on appearance and it's objectifying. You know better than that. I mean, Sydney Sweeney makes those jokes about herself. I don't know what to say. Like, that is the whole meta. That was like literally 11 jokes in 11 different sketches on SNL. You don't talk about women any different than men. Respect. Yeah, I mean, I do say the same exact shit about men too, but I get it. Like, it's different when you objectify women. That is true, because men are not harmed by objectifying or being objectified in the same way that women are, because women are, you know, presented as objects of desire. Anyway, talk about Austin's ass all the time. Dude, speaking of Austin, I'm trying to get him to fucking keep his beard. He's like growing a beard right now. Low-key agree with the comment, don't shame me. I'm not. I understand it. John Wick is pure garbage law. I mean, it's not revolutionary movie making or anything. It's just fun. Anyway, you are not a Medicon, imbecile. Seems like you're not either. Actually, you probably are, because you're fucking not able to type and not able to spell, and that's very American, I think. Anyway, we have a lot to cover. A lot. So, let me blast off. Super Duper Tuesday analysis with EdingerMentum. NIKKI SLAYLEY drops out. I investigate what happened to Ryan Garcia. Trump links up with Elon Musk. There's so much to talk about. Goddamn, son. Trump links up with Elon. The nicotine gum drip has you sounding like Robert Kennedy. Wait, what? No, it doesn't. What I sound like? You think I sound like this? That's crazy. I don't think I sound like that at all. Pinoy gang activities. Pinoy versus Thai fights and more. Get in now. Alperen Şengün career high points against Wemby. I saw that. That shit looks fire. Shouts out to Turkey. Shouts out to my Turks. It's Wednesday, dog. Wait, what? What do you mean? Did I say something that isn't funny? How we needed NIKKI and you need nicotine gum? Yes. Uncommitted when gets momentum. Your title mentions Super Tuesday. Yeah, Super Tuesday. The fuck do you mean? That was yesterday. We're talking about Super Tuesday, which happened yesterday on this Wednesday. Shut up. Bricky 12. Thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. We are blasting off, ladies and gentlemen. We're on a goddamn rocket ship, okay? Let the people know, ladies and gentlemen, let the people know, let them in. I'm a little late on the blast off here, but gotta do it anyway. All right, here it is. WBD killed Rooster Teeth. That's not surprising. I will be watching the new Boy. Some don't know that Super Tuesday is how it's called. Oh, they think I mean like it's Tuesday today? No, we're doing Super Tuesday analysis. Okay, here, quick things I'm gonna go through real quick. POV, you are leftist watching One Piece before I get to the news.
I don't really like.
While we're blasting off and getting the people to come in.
You already know it's time to watch that One Piece. I don't really like how he broke Zoro out. He should have broken out the whole fucking jail. Oh shit, it's Fidel Castro. I mean Monkey D. Dragon. Oh shit, it's Che Guevara. I mean Sabo. No, bro, like I'm telling you, it's a communist show. He's liberating countries for the working class. You know, I don't really trust this Kobe guy. He got a picture of Che on his desk, bro. I'm telling you, he got the same.
Why is he? Why? I don't understand. Well, it was funny when he was making fun of liberals, okay? And making fun of conservatives watching One Piece. And now all of a sudden he's like out here, he's got some smoke. Like, what is this about? Sir? Excuse me, sir?
Same birthday as Karl Marx. I don't really know if I trust Garvey.
It's too much of a coincidence for it not to be a big deal, okay? That's all I'm saying. It's too much of a coincidence for it to just be casually a thing that keeps happening over and over again. I'm sorry. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Or are you crazy for not seeing it? That's all I'm saying.
Either you never know.
He is a HasanAbi head. This guy is.
If he gonna turn on you. Whoa. He just broke all those people out of jail using the help of a bunch of gay and trans people? Hell yeah! I don't know how I feel about Luffy just punching the Celestial Dragon. I feel like he didn't go far enough. Brother, I'm telling you, look up the name of Dragon's boat. Look that shit up right now. I think my favorite characters gotta be Monkey D. Dragon, Luffy, Fisher Tiger, and Sabo. Bro, Sanji is giving people free food, and Chopper is giving people free healthcare. Come on now. I'm also rocking with Ivankov and Bon Clay. Goats.
Dude, I watched 2 of this guy's videos. I was going to do an analysis on it, and now my entire fucking desktop thing is this dude's videos. We'll get to that in a little bit, though. This fucking guy who's always like, I have a big secret that you guys need to know about. And
you already know.
Why is it all they bored guy? I don't know why. TikTok goes, oh, you watched one of his TikToks. You must only want to watch him. That's all you want to watch. They bored. Desktop TikTok is so ass. Hating they bored. No. Montaigne makes a ton of videos about men. Mormon women love him. That's YouTube with Asmon vids also. Have you seen this Marjorie Titan Greene clip? No, probably not. All right. Look at this. This one is a fire meme today on today's blast off. Please take a look at Asmongold's Sweet Baby Inc. video and just take a small peek at the comments. What is a Sweet Baby Inc.? I have no idea what that means. Quick TikTok drama.
Garlic. This is not only going to add a ton of flavor, but it also adds a ton of volume and fiber to help keep you
400 degrees for 40 fucking minutes, huh, buddy? Fix the fucking video, man. You owe me $8 fucking. This thing came out like burnt little fucking crispy.
That is big drama. I like it. Big drama. Cover the real news. Yes, bro. I have the Thais and Filipinos queer war. The LGBT war is gonna happen. I will cover it. Okay? I will cover it. Do not fucking worry. What are you saying right now? You think I'm not gonna cover the fucking Thai-Filipino queer war? We're gonna get to it. Oh, here. This is from last night. Here, 2 other things I wanted to cover here before we get to the news. 1, QTCinderella played basketball yesterday and didn't invite me, which is kind of fucked up. Oh my God. But it's good that she's kind of cooking because we're going to need that on the court when we are destroying the yard. Sweet Baby is a dev pub company that goes to dev teams and makes sure it has friendly, open-minded, and more diversity in their games. Just so happens that their most reasons said all games all bomb. Right-wingers think they bomb because Sweet Baby is a woke liberal agenda company burning games. This is all you need to watch on the Sweet Baby Inc. thing. It's gamers doing Gamergate shit to get mad at diversity in games this time. Asmon is headlining the charge. The woke consulting firm that ruined all these games. If Samus was revealed today as a woman, they would have called it forced diversity. I don't understand. This whole Sweet Baby thing started as a schizophrenic thing on 4chan. Asmon is giving you so much fuel by talking about it. Yeah, Sweet Baby gang is literally what Matt Walsh calls his fan base. I talked to the creator of Sweet Baby Inc. Detected. I don't know what's going on. Do I want to cover this? I don't know what the fuck is happening. Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't do what some gamers think it does. No one company is enforcing diversity on your all favorite games. Sweet Baby Inc. is the largest narrative design company in the games industry, nor is it solely responsible for the characters and stories of recent high-profile releases like Alan Wake 2, God of War Ragnarok, Suicide Squad, Justice League. But good luck telling some gamers that. Late last month, one of the company's consultants discovered a Steam group dedicated to detecting games that Sweet Baby Inc. has worked on. The purpose, to encourage people to avoid those games because the group had deemed SBI was pushing a woke agenda by working towards greater diversity, equity, and inclusion. The Steam group has more than... Wait, do they not like Alan Wake 2? The Steam group now has more than 100,000 followers in its own Discord that boasts nearly 2,000 members. But this ire against Sweet Baby Inc. and DEI initiatives in general isn't new. October 2023 Keyboard post shares similar sentiments stating that the company's involvement in Remedy's award-winning 2023 action game Alan Wake 2, possibly one of the biggest scandals in gaming history. Wait, they're mad at Alan Wake 2? Alan Wake 2 was awesome. The fuck? What kind of brain aids these dumbasses have? They just like hate. Wait, why do they hate it? Black woman detective main character? That's why? This is literally a meme. Oh my God, they still are doing the meme. They're literally like, black woman. Oh, this game sucks. That's it? That's actually what's going on? Yo, wait, I thought gamers liked Alan Wake 2. What the fuck? It's like a good game. Excuse me? Listen, guys, in order to successfully launder the narrative that video games are too woke, you have to get mad at like shitty games and then slap them with the woke sticker, not like a good game and get mad at it. Because then people are gonna be like, dude, shut the fuck up. You're gonna come across like an idiot. My point always, when it comes to art, or when it comes to movies, when it comes to television, when it comes to video games, is make good fucking games. Make good movies, make good games. I do not give a fuck about anything else. Okay? If you got a diverse set of characters, wallet bangs, fucking awesome. Avatar, not the Netflix adaptation, but the original Avatar is a perfect example of this. Okay? You will never find nowadays, if it came out now, you'd have these fucking brain dead loser psychopaths probably fuming about how shitty Avatar is because it's fucking woke. They got a bald child. Oh my God, they're doing cancer visibility or whatever the fuck. But when it came out, it was a perfect example. It's woke. It's got great politics overall. It's teaching you not to be a fucking asshole. And simultaneously, it bangs. Okay? None of these dickheads even play games, or they just play WoW with a big frown on their fucking face. Scroll. These guys are only the most insufferable unfuckables are talking about this with any sincerity or importance. They're not alone because of woke, or they're alone because they care about things like this and they will remain alone. Like, the thing is, a lot of this like liberal DEI shit, it usually is just marketing. I don't know who the fuck they're marketing for, okay? But it's just like you're angry at the wrong thing. It's like a fraction of the fucking budget, okay? That's it. And sometimes it leads to positive results. But it's not the focus on like making sure that there is trans visibility in a fucking video game that makes the video game bad. The Yakuza franchise is a perfect example of this. One Piece is another great example of this. These are two different franchises with profoundly woke politics that are just bangers. They're fun. They're compelling. They're great. They're so great. People think they're right-wing, okay? Right-wingers love talking about how right-wing these franchises will be, right? The conversation around Sweet Baby Inc. has ignited a fundamentally misinformed Gamergate-esque firestorm. Its employees have faced rampant harassment as a direct result. Industry figures have had to deny allegations that SBI comes in and completely changes their games. I spoke with several employees of Sweet Baby Inc. to learn what the company actually does, and the misunderstanding of its role in the industry highlights a far broader problem. The games industry has had its fair share of struggles lately, for massive layoffs and wildly expensive games like Suicide Squad falling short of expectations. According to its loudest members of the Sweet Baby Inc. detected Discord, the company is directly responsible for those failures, not the studios that employ them in the first place, because of the content Sweet Baby allegedly forces into games. Dude, I swear to God, gamers, just like many other people, will literally see capitalism, take out its fucking cock and slap them in the face and go, you know what this is? It must be black people or trans people doing this to me. You will literally, you could have like the Monopoly man come out and be like, I'm doing this. Like, put the fucking monocle on, okay, and be like, I'm doing this. I'm ruining your favorite activity for money because you're fucking stupid and I will make more money. That's why I'm going to keep juggling IP over and over again. Oh, you want more loot boxes? Well, guess what? Our profit margins are looking better than ever. That's why we're going to keep doing mergers and acquisitions, baby. Nothing for the art itself. Money. I'm doing it for money. I love capitalism. And they'll be like, they'll look at that and they'll go, gay people did this. I'm so mad at gay people. I'm so fucking mad at the gay people that did this to me and my video games. Meanwhile, the executives literally are like, ha ha ha, we're making more money than ever. What a wonderful day today. I will ruin another franchise. Another beloved franchise I will recycle the IP on. And these fucking idiots will go and play it. How do you look at a fucking live service video game like Suicide Squad and go, it must be the homosexuals that made this bad? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Meanwhile, you got Helldivers. Everybody loves it. Literally the wokest motherfucking, the actual wokest devs out there. But when it's woke, they go, actually, these guys love fascism. It doesn't make any sense. Bro, just think about how many people got one can. Yes, we are getting progressively dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber, okay? That's what it is. Fuck. I honestly think like maybe some of the dumbasses will like understand that their politics are not being represented by these like video game creators that they love, like Hideo Kojima being a great example of this as well, right? Like, but they won't. They just shut off their eyes and close their ears and go la 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 la. Never mind. This guy's actually secretly a right winger, and they move on. You know. The year is 2016. Gamergate is ravaging online discourse. Donald Trump is about to get elected president. The year is 2024. Yep. So what the fuck this Sweet Baby game does anyway? What do they do? Embrace tradition, reject modernity. This is my favorite type of shit that these fucking losers do. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, they have cutie pie sexy Asian ladies on some of the games, and then the other games are not hot enough. I can't jerk off to the video game. You're jerking off to a video game! There was a point in time when you should have been embarrassed to admit this kind of thing, okay? What has happened? What has become of society? What has become of shame? Shame. Anyway, even games that are widely considered to be successes are not safe in these conspiracy theories. Alan Wake game director Kyle Rowley took to X to dispel rumors that Sweet Baby was the reason protagonist Saga Anderson was black, a rumor first traced back to the aforementioned October 2023 Kiwi Farm post. I love that this is like a fucking forum with like some of the most mentally ill people, okay, get to genuinely dictate conversations now. Like it is the worst thing you can do. It absolutely is not true, but Rowley's concise statement and similar ones made by other industry members have not silenced the conspiracy theories. This is the other thing that I see so frequently, which is that there is no charitability for the devs at all, where we basically look at, nowadays, we look at misinformation that aligns with our agenda and we go, that's the truth. And then what do? We go out and we harass the devs. Okay, the devs come back and say, I literally made this game. You are wrong. So in that situation, you're supposed to go, you know what? I'm going to take a step back. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe, although I have these biases, right? Although I have these biases personally, perhaps I was misled into believing that things were the way they are by these forums and by people championing the misinformation in the forums. Nope, nobody does that. Everybody just goes, ha, I'm right. The dev is wrong. He's lying to me. You're also gay. You're a gay black woman, actually, I've decided. And that's a bad thing, I've also decided. I'm doubling down. What the fuck? What are you doing? What happened to truth? What happened to like actually arriving at a conclusion after finding out more information? We've lost it. There's nothing. Holy shit. Here are some Discord screen grabs that didn't make it into the piece, but it's more exactly, there are 600 genders, but 2 political positions, mine and Nazi. The opinion of 10,000 men is of no value if none of them knows anything about the subject. Marcus Aurelius. Oh man, this is so perfect because it literally is just them. But in their fucking hug box, they think this is their enemies, which ironically also goes back to this. Everyone operates this way, okay? I'm sorry. Everyone operates this way. Anyone that acts like they're above this kind of shit is a liar, okay? There are 600 genders, but 2 political positions, mine and Nazi, is literally the reverse of the meme. This meme itself is doing the reverse of the meme. No nuance. No, nothing else. No nuance at all in the field of politics. It's my way or the fucking highway. That's what they are doing. Is that supposed to be you? Is it? That would be pretty funny. I would not be surprised if it is supposed to be me. One of my favorite things is like the most ugly, the ugliest people on the planet literally get together anonymously and keep drawing me as ugly. And it's like, okay, yeah, they have to imagine it because it's not true. It's pretty funny. But I don't think this is supposed to be me. I think, but I have seen other like dudes that do the me soy facing. Like they'll put a picture up, like it's traced of me going or whatever, and it still looks hot. I thought there was a point in time when I thought we had like moved past there's only 2 races, white and political. There's only 2 genders, man and political. Like I thought we had moved past it. Like everyone used to make fun of this shit. Like most of the apolitical gaming content creators would like joke about this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And nope, turns out these guys never went away. They just like got in their Discord servers and waited for the best opportunity. It's gonna happen. We have to recycle the same shit over and over again. Nothing new can happen. On March 5th, I managed to spend an hour or so in the Sweet Baby Inc. detective Discord before I was booted from the space, likely because I identify myself as a Kotaku journalist. In it, member shared post referencing feminist frequency founder Anita Sarkeesian. They're still crying about Anita Sarkeesian, bro. Let it go. It is 2024. Why does this woman occupy so much space in your mind, your soul, your heart? What is going on? That's some real freak shit, bro. It's been decades. Most people don't even know who the fuck she is. That's crazy. Dude, that is the most like 48 years old post I've ever heard. Okay. If you're in a Discord server posting Anita Sarkeesian takes, you're 48 years old. Okay. Straight up. You are now the official dad on 4chan. You were 38 when Gamergate happened and you never let it go. Okay. That's crazy. Let it go. Woman applies feminist philosophy to video games and the internet loses its mind for over 10 years. Yeah. And it's also, yeah, it's mid. Okay. It's mid. And who cares? That should be your take. Your take should be, who gives a fuck? Let people have takes. You don't have to obsess over it, okay? Like, Anita Sarkeesian did not play a role in the gaming industry at all, no matter how hard you try to fucking justify it. Weird news day, huh? Well, first of all, this is news and also politics in general. It's especially news and politics in general for our fucking little subsect of society. This is one of the only fucking spaces in the gaming world that at least like objectively has like a openly left-wing perspective. Hitler has been dead longer, yet you still call people Hitlerian. They pretty much had the same impact. Did you just compare Adolf fucking Hitler to Anita Sarkeesian? There is no way. This has to be a top of the hour ad break bait, right? No way. No way someone is that fucking brain broken. You cannot be serious. No, but I'm joking. Oh, thank God. Okay, well, I'm not joking about the top of the hour ad break. That is real. It's coming up right now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Have you seen this 74 video playlist all about Anita Sarkeesian? Didn't the guy who make this literally no longer fucking believe this shit? I thought this guy Thunderfoot who made this stuff actually is no longer even like mentally ill. Nice, giving him a way out. Who? Yeah, he was like there was a lot of people who were just like so severely mentally ill and also making money off of that mental illness because of other mentally ill people that were going, yes, King, keep making these videos. I love it. I mean, look at this. This has 1 million views. Feminism versus facts regarding damsel in distress. Incel culture has been a cancer on nerds. Nerds used to be the most accepting of everyone, and now it's all incel bullshit. He's a professional Elon hater now. Respect. He hopped out of the anti-SJW space when Sargon and some others were laughing about a murder that happened with some SJWs. Yeah, the entire narrative of like SJWs and woke culture has fucking ruined this or ruined that is really silly. Okay? You greatly overemphasize the impact that these people have ever had. It is simply just a marketing tool, and you're dumb enough to think marketing is everything. Okay? But of course you are, because you're dumb. And I am too. I understand. You're dumb and you're angry and you're loud and you think you're right. And there's a lot of other dumb bitches in the same fucking Discord groups alongside you that are going, no, you are right. It's society that's wrong. That's it. Marcus Aurelius quotes, pictures idealized female bodies in games. One image shows several pictures of protagonist Eve from Korean developer Shift Up's upcoming action game Stellar Blade, juxtaposed against female characters from Overwatch, Forspoken, Life is Strange. Oh, I can't jerk off to Life is Strange. Life is over. I'm going to kill myself. That's great, man. That's a great fucking take. If that's your worldview, holy fuck, dude. Embrace tradition, reject modernity is emblazoned on the collage. You are not even a real fascist. You are talking about masturbating to video game characters, okay? You would be euthanized in Nazi Germany for your moral degeneracy. Please. Why are these fucking people talking about how they need to masturbate to video game characters? Oh my God. What is going on? Reject modernity, embrace tradition. You're talking about masturbating to Korean women that are pixelated. What the fuck? What tradition? Where is the tradition? That's right. I'm embracing tradition by dropping sweet loads to this Korean pixelated lady as opposed to the butch one in the American video game. I hate it. Almost 2,000 members. There are already a bunch of infiltrated people here screenshotting everything sadly. So just keep it cool, brothers. We can't let the server or the Steam group get taken down. We're doing a holy jihad against woke. That's all I ask. Keep it cool. Read a post from March 4th, which was shared again on March 5th. Several people in the Discord expressed concerns about glowies, a term coined by members of the far right for those of suspected of being federal law enforcement. Yeah, dude. We got the FBI in my masturbation Discord server. You know what I mean? They're in here, guys. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to have EdingerMentum on soon to talk about Super Tuesday. I'll have him on at 1 p.m. How about that? That's a good time to do it. I swear there's HasanAbi heads at Kotaku. I think so, but it doesn't matter. This is still ridiculous, and people should make fun of this. I think that the greatest way to deal with servers and stuff like this and attitudes and behavior like this is to make fun of it. Because if you take it seriously and like actually get mad and talk about like how scary it is, right? You're kind of giving in to what they want. They want these fucking pasty little dipshits want you to be afraid of them. Okay. They want that. They get off on that. They're like, ooh, yeah, we got a journalist scared for their life. It's like, no, dude, you're a fucking loser. You're a loser and your opinions are so stupid. But you're surrounded by other losers with dumbass fucking opinions. So you guys get off on this shit. But you can change that. Okay. You can change that. I promise. And if you're like one of the younger people in these Discord servers and you see someone talk about any Sarkasian, get out. You don't know who that is? Get out. You're talking to a 40-year-old man who's grooming you, okay? You are getting groomed by the most sexless 40-year-old man on the planet. Please save yourself. You do not want to be like him. That dude has an entire crust, an outer shell of Cheeto dust from Cheeto that is no longer being released, okay? This man, if you fucking carbon dated his Cheeto crust, you would find Cheetos from 1997 that are no longer released. It's for like, you know, a special edition Cheeto that came out with a movie or some shit, okay? 1997 is the last year that Cheeto ever existed, and that motherfucker has it on his skin. You do not want that. You don't want that life. Get out. Motherfuckers out here, yeah, with a Dune shield armor of Cheeto dust. Two members that spoke to me via Discord DM shared similar sentiments about why they believe the Steam page and subsequent Discord are important, because they think they are engaging in what is a holy war. That's what's so funny. It's always the same shit with extremely online people. Liberals, rad libs, leftists, right-wingers, Nazis. It doesn't matter. If you are permanently online, you get into a fucking circle and you jerk each other off, okay? And you think you are doing accountability. You are not. Something that everyone needs to understand. This is exactly the same principle behind why like SJWs were perceived as really fucking annoying by normal people in general. This is the exact same shit, okay? If you're getting into a fucking Discord server and you're losing your mind over a video game and you're suspecting that the video game is like secretly putting black women in it or whatever because of another company, you've gone too far. Take a step back, take a breather, bail out. I promise you is bad for you. Yeah, the bus driver test comes to mind. They can identify games that were developed with support from Sweet Baby Inc. and make an informed decision when purchasing them. God forbid, bro. God forbid. Guys, I bought a video game the other day, and then I found out there's a black woman in it. And then I found out, oh God, Sweet Baby Inc. was responsible for it. Fucking pronouns! California shit! Oh, a 31-year-old member of the Discord told me this is the youngest guy they have in the Discord, okay? Sweet Baby Inc. is a symptom of their other ideological worldviews that I believe have taken hold of the Western world, media, and gaming as a whole, a 31-year-old member of the Discord told me. He also insisted without providing evidence that Sweet Baby Inc. adds race and identity group quotas to everything they're involved in. Sweet Baby Inc. is enforcing diversity. It's happening naturally. Though these kinds of social media posts argue that companies like Sweet Baby Inc. somehow force game studios to include diverse characters and storylines, the reality is vastly different. Sweet Baby Inc. is a narrative design company, meaning most of its workers focused on writing stories and dialogue. They are not a DEI consultancy firm. Yeah, okay, get mad at them for this, actually. Are they the reason why we get that fucking hot dog ass Marvel Cinematic Universe? That's a lightsaber, dude, ass fucking dialogue. That's what you should be mad at. Not like they put a secret black person here in the movie or show or video game. I hate that. That means the ensure game's plot points make logical sense and are satisfying the players, and characters speak and behave in consistent ways. Narrative designers may also provide a final round of polish like a Hollywood script doctor. For example, the team worked on Suicide Squad long after the story was written, and even then they joined just to write in game ads, audio logs, and NPC barks. CEO Kim Belair tells me over a video call. She continues, Sweet Baby at its core is a narrative development company. That means anything from script writing to narrative design to narrative direction to story reviews. One of the things we do is offer cultural consultations or authenticity consultations. Which games have they worked on? I'm going to now make an assessment on whether they are good or bad by looking at some of the work that they've done in some of the video games that they have that they've worked on. Let's take a look. Okay, this website looks fake as hell. What the hell? Narrative development, services, writing, narrative, representation, development, outreach, resources, Projects, Alan Wake 2, banger. Sable, Battle Shapers, I don't know enough. Okay, wait, what? These are good fucking games. Wait, so what are they mad at? How was Rockstar able to get away with their progressive messaging in Red Dead Redemption 2 without these anti-woke nerds freaking out? Because here's the thing. Anti-woke guys are fucking really stupid. Most people are stupid, but like anti-woke guys are especially stupid, right? So they don't really pay attention to a lot unless someone goes and jiggles some keys in front of their eyes. That's why they get like laser focused and honed in on like one company that they perceive as like doing all this like crazy stuff, okay? And not others that they enjoyed without realizing it. Alan Wake 2 has a black woman as a protagonist and they blame this company for it. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. If the game is good, then the game is fucking good. Same with Ragnarok. Same with God of War Ragnarok. Same with Alan Wake 2. These are good fucking games. You're upset at a good game because there's a black person in it? You're just a racist person then. What the fuck are you talking about? When did this happen? Like, if you're going to pick games to get mad at and say and make an argument, make a solid argument as to why, make a solid argument as to why this game sucks because of like woke culture, don't choose actual AAA titles and shit that are bangers, okay? These are games that at least still carry the torch of the old guard. God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2 is like consistent, right? Suicide Squad is a decent one that you can shit on, right? Is a decent one you can shit on. That one, it makes sense when you're like, oh, Suicide Squad sucked because woke. It's not. That's not the correct take, obviously, right? The correct take is it sucked because it was a fucking live service game made by a company that was juggling IP again and wanted to fucking, you know, soft serve that sloppy steak to a bunch of dumb fucking gamers who are going to eat it anyway. However, you can make a better argument there. But if you fucking shit on games that are like objectively successful, popular, beloved, you're just the sweatiest, neck-bearded, most Reddit loser I've ever fucking heard of. The real boogeyman of online gaming. Modern gaming 2024 has enough problems already. Throwing Sweet Baby Inc. into the mix does nothing but makes things worse. This might be one of the biggest reasons modern gaming writing, dialogue, UI, and UX are all bad. Yeah, dude, that's right. Sweet Baby Inc. is the reason why modern gaming UI user interface is bad. You're so right.
Gaming has finally been exposed. And unlike the fictional mythical...
That's really funny that he's posting Helldivers in here, which is insanely woke. Like, insanely woke in its politics, okay? Never will you ever be able to describe that to a person, though. Like this especially. There's no way. They will never get it. Because they're like, I enjoyed it, so it must not be woke.
Creature adults use to scare kids, Sweet Baby Inc. is real and is actively contributing to the downfall of modern gaming. Several claims have been made over the last few months regarding the consulting firm, Sweet Baby Inc., and how they've been affecting the gaming industry through its heavy involvement in Western game studios development. On paper, Sweet Baby Inc.'s mission is to bring inclusivity and diversity into the games that they work.
None of the words right-wingers use in the fake culture war even have meaning anymore. Yeah, it's just, dude, this is a great take. Look, Amy Ham, wokeness is no match for Sydney Sweeney's undeniable beauty. Because we have gotten progressively dumber and dumber as a society, woke doesn't even mean anything. It just means like, I like Sydney Sweeney's tits, which means that's not woke. That's it. That's literally what this article is. And that's a fucking actual publication that wrote the article. That's insane. You're an adult. You should maybe have those opinions in your mind. That's fine, but don't reveal them. Brie Larson stopped being woke after showing her massive tits unironically. Wait, what? None of those words are in the Bible. I do not know what you are talking about. This is not a thing, okay? Like, woke women have big breasts too. What the fuck? This has nothing to do with politics. I'm losing my mind. It's like so weird. People literally are... I mean, we saw this. We saw the negative polarization that Republicans brought upon themselves with the Super Bowl, where they were mad that a fucking white, hunky football guy from the fucking Midwest was dating a white Christian musician. And they were like, that shit sucks because they're doing gay autism vaccine promotions and they want Joe Brandon to win. I hate this now. It's like, what? They're woke? What's woke? What's not woke? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Wokeness is now finished. These two videos are the most viral across TikTok and X this week.
Thank you, everyone. Such an amazing week. Thank you.
Wokeness is now finished, dog. Turns out people love titties. What is happening? Damn, son. Really? I didn't realize wokeness was about like literally saying that like the boobs, I hate them. Tits, hate them. I'm the most woke. You understand? I fucking hate them. Tits, no thank you. Ian switched back to a profile pic from 2017 because all of his newer selfies are too face melty. He should go back to the 2017 era politics he had too. Okay, what's the other one? Wait, why is this? I'm sorry. What does this have to do with wokeness? Wait, hello? Wait, what? Neither of these videos have nothing. Neither of these videos have anything to do with wokeness unless he's saying like, fuck OSHA. I hate how woke OSHA is. But I'm pretty sure Ian Miles Chong, who has never stepped foot inside of the United States of America, knows what the fuck OSHA is. Okay? There is something really funny about this, though, is that like the ugliest, most worm-like, most Harkonnen-looking ass motherfuckers online look at these like sexy people and go, that's just like me for real. Okay? That person, that sexy ass person I'm watching right now looking fucking hot while doing construction in a funny way on TikTok, that's just like me. He believes the things I believe. He represents my movement. It's like, bro, look at the mirror, okay? This has nothing to do with anything. You're trying to do marketing for your, Harkonnen-looking ass side of politics, okay? With your Harkonnen values and your Harkonnen looks. Shut the fuck up! What is this? I'm blocked by this person, it seems, so I don't know what's going on there. What a fucking coward. Games Nosh. The co-founder of Sweet Baby Inc., Kim Belair, proudly explains the method she uses to force bosses at game studios to censor, alter, and diversify game projects that feels problematic, terrify them, aka threaten them with anger and a cancel culture mob.
Years.
Wait, what?
If you're a creative working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher-ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
So what's the problem here? This is from 2019, dog. This is from 2019. Literally right after this clip, she says the joke, I just don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I legitimately don't care. I don't care. If you care about this, you do not see the impact of it, okay? The whole talk provides a ton of context. I don't care. I don't care enough to learn about the context even, okay? This is a fucking video that you clipped out of context from 2019 to be like, these guys are going around and terrifying marketing executives. No, dumbass. There is no terrifying marketing executives. The woke mob is not an actual fucking tool. What you are trying to do is probably a little bit more successful than the woke mob being like, going around and being like, we have to have trans inclusion in this fucking video game. It doesn't work that way. Harry Potter was quote unquote canceled by the woke mob. Literally the most selling game of all fucking time. What are we talking about? It doesn't work that way. And guess what? Ironically, Harry Potter also was woke. There was literally a fucking trans character, a positive trans character in the game. So suck my dick. It doesn't work that way at all. It's so dumb. It is so lost in the fucking weeds. How sad is your life caring about this shit? Exactly. It's so sad. Anyway, what is this? Here's a new definition of woke for you. Woke. Being woke means not doing debates. Oh my. Well, I guess I'm not woke then because I fucking debate sometimes. But I'm really woke when I'm really woke when I'm not doing debates. It was their response to criticism that launched all this. One of their employees launched a Twitter harassment campaign against the creator of the Steam page. I think the reason this story took off isn't because of the company's impact on gaming, but the response to criticism. Really? Because everything I've seen so far is the fake impact that this company has supposedly had on video games and not what you're describing. What you're describing, I assume, okay, I haven't seen this part yet, but I'm willing to look at it in all honesty, but and look at it in the most charitable lens I can, even though I know this side of the fucking world is really shitty. They try to get a guy's Steam account banned. That's what set it off. Oh my God. I'm a very simple guy. Look, there's a genocide going on. I don't care either. Okay, good. Anyway, I'm a very simple guy. I like boobs. I like movies. I like video games. Okay? I want those things to keep existing and be fun. Right now, we are actually, you know, no disrespect to anything else, with the Brandon regime, we have gotten a shit ton of good movies and a shit ton of good video games, okay? And more to come. Shut the fuck up, gamers. Stop fucking crying. You do not enjoy games. If you are crying about Alan Wake, for example, you just don't like games. That's it. You don't like games, and you're trying to cope with that reality. And probably the reason why you don't like games is because either you've been playing World of Warcraft so long that like nothing comes near the joy that you arrive at from playing World of Warcraft, or because you're 40 years old and at a certain point you're not going to enjoy them. I am getting there myself. I'm 32 years old. I'm getting older. I still enjoy games, okay? Please stop fucking complaining about what you think the boogeymen that are in the corners secretly waiting, okay? I like gaming. I like games. I like story-driven games. I like narrative games, okay? These are things I enjoy. The idea that you stop liking games because you get older is bullshit law. I think so as well. But still, maybe these guys did. I don't know. I think that like online video games that are super compelling, like World of Warcraft. Why are you crying so much? Ignore him? Who am I ignoring? What am I crying about? I'm exaggerating my response as an entertainer here, okay? I hope you understand that. Like, I'm not actually that mad. As a 44-year-old WoW player who likes other games too, I'm taking some strays here. No, it's not just WoW. I think it's like League of Legends and a lot of online games in general rewire your brain in a way where you can never enjoy single-player games. Like you are just like so used to constantly fucking having the game change, the dynamic shift, and constantly serve you new shit in a way that you are familiar with, that I think it breaks your brain. You need that stimulation, and then you can't recognize that you're not getting that same stimulation from like single player games and stuff. And it happens without you recognizing it too. Like it's just a thing that happens. I am lucky because I suck at like online competitive games like that. And it makes me very angry because I suck ass at it, right? Which is why, while I still enjoy the Soulsborne games, I can still derive a shit ton of enjoyment from narrative-focused games like Infinite Wealth 8, right? It got me to play a turn-based game. I used to be a fucking anti-turn-based guy, and Infinite Wealth got me to play turn-based, and it's fucking awesome. Anyway.
Work on by handling things like how video game characters are written and overseeing in-game dialogue, how to properly convey a particular culture, and making sure that unintended racism doesn't accidentally happen in the portrayal. And again, on paper, that doesn't sound too bad, right? But if there's one thing we've learned about companies that are constructed for the purpose of ticking off diversity checkboxes, it's that oftentimes they end up having a net negative effect on everything they touch, even going so far as being blatantly racist and/or sexist.
It's pretty funny. I'm sorry. It's pretty funny to fucking put Helldivers as your background, which I assume he enjoys because it's a fucking great game, by the way, right? And he's literally showing Helldivers as a beacon of like not woke, which misses everything. Helldivers is infinitely more political. Helldivers as a video game, like its narrative, its story, its concept, it is anti-fascist. It is the most political video game you can play in comparison to a game like Alan Woke, okay? That is the fucking funniest thing you can get mad at while simultaneously missing the mark. It's just like you are demonstrating that you have no media literacy. You have no capacity to value or understand art, which I think video games are, by the way.
Sexist themselves. But if the correct checkboxes are ticked, this qualifies companies like Sweet Baby Inc. to receive ESG investment, or environmental, social, and governance funding. In the case of Sweet Baby Inc., companies like BlackRock are its biggest investor. So how does this investment actually work? Well, companies like BlackRock, who is the world's largest asset manager with $10 trillion in assets, allegedly have a scorecard.
How do you arrive at anti-capitalist critique and then miss the mark entirely? This is now what the right wing is. They also recognize corporations suck dick. They recognize capitalism sucks ass. And then they literally get so close to the fucking finish line And only at the finish line do they turn around and go, it's actually sucking dick because of gay people and black people. How did this happen? I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. Yeah, dog. People at BlackRock are getting together and being like, yeah, we got to make these games gay as fuck, dog. That's what they're doing. They're sitting in a fucking room, in a cigar-filled room going, profit margins? No, thank you. What I want to do is make these games woke. Like, think about it. A 57-year-old investment an analyst that has spent every single waking moment in 80-hour work weeks for the past 40 fucking years, okay, staring at a goddamn terminal, is sitting there now finally at the tippy top of that fucking Mount Everest of capital going, smoking a cigar going, that's right, make it gayer. Do you think that's what's going on? You are fucking hallucinating if you think that that's what's going on. This is marketing. It's just marketing. You're getting caught up in marketing. Oftentimes, this is marginal too. It's not even like serious amounts of investment at all. Oh, it's so funny. Guys, they do this shit because you might not enjoy it. You might not like it, but they do this shit because there are black people, gay people, women in general that purchase video games and play them. That's it. Okay. That's why this kind of marketing exists. That's number one. And number two, it's not a bad thing. Who gives a fuck? Why are you losing your mind over it? Are you that big a simpleton that you see like a woman that you can't jerk off to in a video game and you go, that's it, it's over. It's so broken. I love this guy saying, wait, there was a dude in here that said, why are you avoiding? Why are you dodging the main point though? Give me the main point right now, dude. Give it to me. Hard and fast. I need to understand what the main point is of this video beyond like, this company, I believe, is making video games super woke, and I fucking hate it. Video games suck now because they're woke. So go ahead, tell me what it is.
Card that factors in many different areas of diversity, LGBTQ allyship, BIPOC representation, and so on. And depending on the score a particular company receives, they will be eligible to receive investment from BlackRock. Publishers have been turning to companies like Sweet Baby Inc. or others in order to increase their ESG scores and secure extra funding. And I think the most important takeaway with that is to realize that video game companies aren't trying to be diverse because they want to.
Wait, did I misunderstand what he's saying? Hold on.
Publishers have been turning to companies like Sweet Baby Inc. or others in order to increase their ESG scores and secure extra funding.
These guys greatly overemphasize ESG scores and how important they are. They literally, I think they think this is like what moves the fucking needle in any of these places. No, dog. People want money, okay? People want to make money. They don't care about the actual fucking content. That's why so many indie devs or smaller shops make bangers, okay? That's also simultaneously why the industry, the gaming industry, is growing massively, rapidly, while simultaneously shrinking in the diversity of the many companies and developers that exist. They all get bought out by the same fucking corporations. And then, of course, picked apart for scraps. Have you thought about how hard it is for these gamers, though? They've never seen a black person before or a gay person, and seeing them even in pixels deals damage to them. Please understand. Yeah. It's all greenwashing nonsense, by the way. It's gay washing, it's green washing, it's rainbow washing, or pink washing, I think is the term. And it's the same principle. It's like British Petroleum coming out and being like, our green energy renewable initiatives are going crazy this year. It's like, bro, you literally profit off of sucking the earth dry of fossil fuels. What the fuck do you mean green energy initiatives? And these fucking basement dwellers literally look at that and go, see, they're doing green woke China virus shit. But, you know, but this time for gay stuff. It's crazy. I don't know how I can slap some sense at these fucking gamers, dude. I want to. You're so close at the point and yet so far away at the same exact time. How is this possible? You literally are calling out hedge funds. You're calling out VCs. You're calling out mergers. You're calling out all of that in principle, while not calling it out because you think the worst thing that happens in these fucking in these moves that are specifically made for increasing shareholder interests, okay, and not for a homosexual agenda, okay, you're looking at all of that and still going, the worst aspect of this is black people are in video games more prominently, and I hate that. I feel sad. I feel sad that they're so close to the truth, yet so far away at the same time.
And I think the most important takeaway with that is to realize that video game companies aren't trying to be diverse because they want to, they're doing it for monetary gain. If you pay any attention to online gaming discourse, for years now you've probably heard or noticed.
No, he's not even wrong on this point. He's not. He's right on this point, because there are, like, Spider-Man is a great example, okay? Spider-Man, banger. Yeah, he's right, but not in the way that he thinks he's right. They're doing it not so they can get ESG investments, dumbass. They're doing it because black people are playing video games, and, you know, a little bit of diversity goes a long way. People want to see themselves or cooler versions of themselves in video games. That's it. That's it. Okay, lol, sure, bud. Tracer been a lesbian since Overwatch came out. This guy needs to shut the fuck up. Also, Tracer being a lesbian doesn't even, like, do anything to the game at all. And if you're getting mad at that, you're just like insane person.
Yourself that video games have gone woke. I think most understand what is meant by that statement, but I think that the term woke has been a bit overused and lost a little bit of its meaning in the last couple years.
Okay, cool.
Having a female protagonist doesn't make a game woke. We've had female protagonists for decades. Having a gay character doesn't make a game woke.
Okay.
We've also had them for decades. And having a person of color as a protagonist or character also doesn't make a game woke.
Okay,
again,
fair.
We've had them for decades. This sort of proves that companies like Sweet Baby Inc. don't really have a reason to exist from a practicality standpoint. Gaming has always had natural diversity ever since its inception. The problem really comes down to companies like Sweet Baby Inc. replacing natural diversity with forced diversity.
Wait, dude, what are you saying? He's literally saying natural diversity when I like the game, forced diversity when I don't like it. And he's pointing to a fictional character that is black that has to be white in his mind. If it takes you out of the Nordic mythology to see a singular black person, if that like fucking ruins your day, you really got to go back to the drawing board. Okay? You really have to desperately take a shower, and then 2, take a cold hard look at yourself. What the fuck? You know what also doesn't exist? Ice giants, decapitated heads that talk in a Scottish accent. These are things that also don't exist, and yet they're in the game, and you like it. You like playing it, okay? You don't like this because you're like, oh, it takes me out of the immersion. It's like, really? The ice giants didn't do it for you? It's this that took you out? These people are fine with playing a raccoon character and don't complain about representation? Yeah, I don't understand it.
And deliberately radical socio-political themes. There is a very real difference between how diversity has historically been treated in gaming and how it's now being treated in recent years. Hence, all of the woke debates online. Taking a look.
The woke debates online only extend to video games that someone told you is bad, that you probably didn't even fucking play. I don't really understand this. What? Yeah, here's a fun little fact about Norse mythology. You know, black women don't exist in Nordic mythology. Yeah, neither does a fucking bald Greek guy, okay? Well, Turkish guy, technically. Kratos is a Turkish person, okay? Who fucking butchers all the gods. That doesn't exist either. I don't know if you knew that or not, but it's also fake. It's just you're picking and choosing what kind of fake shit you don't like. And it does seemingly land on the side of fake shit that happens to be black people. I don't get it. Well, I do get it, but come on.
Look at Sweet Baby Inc.'s client list, it's easy to see what woke versus naturally diverse looks like.
Dog, what do you mean? It's literally every fucking gaming studio. There ain't no way this guy's like, I hate all of these gaming studios.
Xbox Game Studios, Ubisoft, EA, Rocksteady, Santa Monica Studio, 2K, Square Enix, the list goes on.
2K, so woke. I hate the forced diversity in 2K games. I'm playing 2K. Where are all the white NBA players, man? What's going on, dude? That shit sucks. I hate it.
On and on. If you've played the games they've been hired on for consulting from these studios, then you've likely noticed the many aspects where Sweet Baby Inc. has displayed their influence.
Yeah, skipping Valve.
When companies like this are hired on by these publishers, they give them a lot of creative control over every aspect of the game. According to their own website, Sweet Baby Inc. works on the writing for cinematics, dialogue.
I like that a developer openly stating that no, they made the decision personally to have a black woman as like the leading role in Alan Wake 2 is not enough for these guys. They literally still think like, no, it's still a part of the conspiracy. Tomer says, in all my years in this industry, that the one thing I've learned with certainty is that the vast majority of gamers have no idea what they're talking about when they talk about the development of games, but talk about it with the confidence that I don't see coming from the people making the games is truly wild. Yeah, exactly. And guess what? They're literally doing that, where they go off on the developers themselves. The developers are forced to like answer and be like, dude, you're insane. This is not correct. Like, you just made this up. And they go, nope, still the conspiracy. Oh, just enjoy things, dude. I'm sorry. I'm literally turning into one of these like apolitical centrist people, like in real time. Just fucking enjoy shit. Just like stop looking for politics and everything. I yell at my community all the fucking time as well. When people come in here and they're like, Dune, white savior much? I'm like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. It's good. Okay. It doesn't matter. And you're wrong anyway, but it doesn't matter. Even if you were right, I don't care. Okay, just be fucking normal. Just enjoy things. What the fuck? But One Piece is political. It is, but it doesn't matter. Even if it wasn't, I would still probably enjoy it. I don't enjoy things because it's political. I enjoy things, and sometimes it's cool if the politics align with my worldview. Do you understand? I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit. Is everyone crazy or am I crazy? Just enjoy shit. That is normal, okay? I feel like that's the normal take. It's just like, you go, you get a bucket of popcorn, you watch a fucking movie, okay? Why is it that everything has to turn into like serious debates? Like, why are you trying to pick apart? Why are you trying to pick apart everything from the framework of like, it's politics have bastardized this work? When you're also wrong too. You're like super wrong on top of everything else.
Dialogue, UI, and UX. Barks, meaning the dialogue characters might say while you're walking down a street, and copywriting. I think I speak for many of us when I say that video games writing, dialogue, and both UI and UX design have been declining dramatically over the years, and we might have companies like this to thank for that. They also have large control within the overall narrative of games, including story pitches, world building, character creation.
Yeah, so why does he not have does he have the same smoke for Baldur's Gate? Does he not like Baldur's Gate either? Is that what he's saying? That's a video game with like great dialogue. Is that even true? I don't think so. I don't think it's true at all. The reason why a lot of there's a lot of animosity towards games in general from a lot of quote unquote fake fucking gamers is because there are a lot of shit AAA titles out there, quadruple A titles, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Okay. And they are juggling IP, recycling IP, and just like serving you the same sloppy steak every fucking damn season because it's cheap. It has a built-in audience, and these massive companies want to make more money. That's why they do these microtransactions. That's why they do live service games. Okay, but this company has worked with this company's basically worked with, it seems, every fucking major company, and there's a lot of bangers in that list that he conveniently fucking ignored. Yeah, why did they not call Baldur's Gate 3 woke and unplayable? Because it's a fucking good-ass game, okay? That's it. It's compelling. It's good. It's gay as hell. It's gay as fuck. It's trans as hell. Why are there no fucking gender ambiguity takes about Baldur's Gate? Why don't they have that take for Cyberpunk? These are great games, okay? It's all a matter, everything online, whether it be Reactgate, whether it be video games are woke or anti-woke, it's all about whether you personally like it or not. If I like it, it's not fucking woke. If I don't like it, it's woke, and that's why it was ruined. That's it. There is no better example of this than these Redditors literally writing for Helldivers. Helldivers is basically built as like the reverse Call of Duty. It has the opposite politics of Call of Duty, while giving you even more fun Call of Duty. More fun than Call of Duty, in my opinion, right? It is a direct rip of Starship Troopers, the movie, not the book. It is making fun of imperialism. It is making fun of fascism. And yet, because it's good, people don't want to fucking reckon with its politics. They don't want to recognize its politics, which is fine. I love when people enjoy shit, okay? I love that. It's great. But the reason why people don't see the actual politics of shit like that is because they enjoy it. And when they don't enjoy something, they go, oh, it's woke because it's black and gay. And that's why it was ruined.
Narrative design, story feedback tweaks, and more. Again, need I comment on the sad current state of video game narratives? And lastly, and probably most relevant, is their paragraph on representation. So let's just read the whole thing. We believe that representation is key to connecting players and audiences. And we offer a few ways to help your...
Kind of like you and Dune, though? What do you mean? Me and Dune? I like Dune as a standalone work. But beyond that, you do not understand the politics of Dune in general. That's why I yell at people when they come in and they just like watch Dune 1 and Dune 2 and don't understand the over-encompassing politics of both the movies and the books itself and go, no, this is fucked up.
Your team and project gain the perspective needed to make it happen. We're part of an inclusive and knowledgeable community of diverse consultants, able to cover a wide range of cultural and sensitivity topics. Our approach leads with the creation of joy in marginalized players, and seeks to be additive rather than strictly corrective. We do cultural consultation, sensitivity, and inclusivity reading, risk and opportunity assessment, and more. In these short paragraphs...
I'm not even kidding. I think these are the type of people who think like, well, it's called the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, so it's a beacon of democracy. Like, this is the same energy. You look at a mission statement for marketing materials, and you literally go, oh, that's it. They're doing it because it corresponds to my personal biases. Okay? Like, nothing that in this mission statement also was like, nothing in this mission statement, it was even remotely shitty or scary in general. You only look at this and think it's scary if you already have a lot of baggage, cultural baggage that causes you to react this way to the most basic ass fucking mission statement.
Risk and
like, look at this. We're a part of an inclusive and knowledgeable community of diverse consultants able to cover a wide range of cultural and sensitivity topics. Our approaches leads with the creation of joy in marginalized players. Here's the greatest lie anyone's ever fucking told, okay? That at the top of the hour, there isn't a 3-minute ad break. Inclusivity be damned. If you're not included in the subscriber category, you will see a 3-minute ad break right now at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to be a part of that, then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. The other thing I was going to say is that these guys have like genuine distaste for anything that says we're going to try to be more diverse, when in fact more diverse representation in the dev team and in the storytellers leads to better storytelling. Okay, that's it. I'm Turkish. I can tell a story about Turkey far better than a not Turkish person. That's it. That's all this is. So if you are writing about a culture and you have already chosen to include said culture and cultural references, it's probably going to be better for the storytelling for it to have some minor changes made by people who are from that background. That's it. That's all this is. Prime subs are not broken. It's just they're in a different place, I guess.
Opportunity assessment and more. Ways in which they will go paragraphs describing their mission statement. They've conveyed to me personally the ways in which they will go out of their way to overcorrect and overreact to any and all things that could possibly be offensive to anyone, leading to a heightened overfocus on how to solve problems that might not have even been there in the first place. They're at the point where they've been almost inventing problems to solve in order to be hired to solve them. It's a smart business move that leads to disastrous outcomes. The simple act of video
Denzel Washington described it perfectly here.
So why did he need a black director? Could a white director not have?
It's not color. It's culture.
Explain the difference, because I think we're
Steven Spielberg did.
I'm gonna go pee.
Martin Scorsese did Goodfellas, right? Steven Spielberg could direct Goodfellas. Martin Scorsese probably could have done a good job with Schindler's List, but they're cultural different. I know, you know, we all know what it is when a hot comb hits your hair on a Sunday morning, what it smells like. That's a cultural difference, not just a color difference.
Right.
So it's the culture.
You know about a hot comb scenario?
No, she don't know about no hot comb.
Because that's
you don't know. You don't know nothing about.
Dax.
See how everybody laugh? That's a cultural difference. That's not a race difference. That's just that motion. That's all I gotta say, right?
I know what a Hakum is.
Okay. All right. The space that we're in, culture versus race, and how important it is, you know, where we are right now as a culture, as an American family. You're producing a film that's culturally germane to a particular time and a particular people. You know, even the Martin Luther King, JFK, Jesus trilogy, you know, triumvirate that was on the wall. We didn't have that on our wall, but our next door neighbor did. And that's what you're talking about.
I put that in there.
You did that?
Yeah,
because
that
was on your wall.
Okay, and that wasn't in our house. You know, and there was that velvet kind of paint. You know, they put that below, whatever they call that velvet.
Yeah. Did you have it on your wall, Viola? Jesus?
I didn't have nothing on my wall when I was growing up, but that's something else.
Stephen, was Jesus on your wall with JFK?
Some of the family members, but you know, but not JFK. I didn't have that up there. No. Okay. But I went into houses where that was there. I really went into a lot of houses. I grew up in Kansas.
Anyway, so nice clip, Hasan. Thanks for clarifying. Do you not understand the point in this clip? It's that people have a better understanding and when they have lived experience. When they're writing shit, that's it. That's it. And if you have like this genuine negative reaction to someone from the particular background, like it's no different than motherfuckers being mad that like no Nordic mythology professors were consulted in God of War, in the making of God of War. You know what I mean? Because like you go to people that are knowledgeable when you're making a work of art. It's the same shit that you would be getting mad at, except no one would get mad at that, obviously, because that's a given. The other aspect of this is that we have a real problem with the same stories being told over and over and over again. So diversity in this regard literally fucking helps move away from the same old bullshit. Do you understand? Diversity breaks through the monotony of like playing the same fucking shit over and over again. He even pointed to like Assassin's Creed as a good example. Now, Assassin's Creed as a franchise has become bastardized, right? Because of the same reworking of the same concepts over and over again, beating them to fucking death, right? Having said that, overall, Assassin's Creed and the way and the reasons for why it was like very successful was because it actually broke through that monotony. It broke through that boring ass same old bullshit. They did a decent job of like showcasing different cultures, different historical events. That's why it was so poppin' originally.
Game publishers and developers hiring consultation firms to force diversity is again why so many people share the sentiment that gaming has gone woke. So I want to revisit what I said a bit earlier in the video. Why are video game studios and publishers hiring companies like Sweet Baby Inc? I said they're doing it for monetary investments from companies like BlackRock. And thankfully, because so much of this is public, we can look a bit further into how that works right now. So we've already established that BlackRock is one of the largest asset managers and investment firms in the world. But there's another important player in the scene who's almost at that same level. Vanguard, managing over $7.7 trillion versus BlackRock's $10 trillion. And like BlackRock, Vanguard also has a large focus on ESG investments. So if you remember that idea of the ESG scorecard I talked about earlier, this is where that comes in a bit more. So in order to seek investment from these two, gaming companies have been publishing what's known as an ESG report. Activision Blizzard, Ubisoft, and EA all post this annually. In the reports, they focus on discussing how they want to have more representation of everything you could imagine. The hopes is that BlackRock and Vanguard will take notice and reach out to them and offer them large sums of money to invest into them. And so
oh no, bro, do you see where this video is headed? I do, but I have to skip the rest of this, or rather, I will come back to this after I have EdingerMentum on, because he is supposed to be coming on to talk about Super Tuesday. Actually, I mean, I'll see before he comes on. I'll keep covering it until the moment.
So far, it's been working. For example, if we take a look at EA, we see that the two largest shareholders of the company are both BlackRock and Vanguard. Take-Two Interactive, again, largest shareholders, BlackRock and Vanguard. Microsoft and Warner Brothers, same exact story. All four of these companies are all clients of Sweet Baby Inc. I think you get the point. These companies all take heavy investment from trillion-dollar companies that emphasize ESG scores, so they will continue to prioritize ESG in their games so long as BlackRock and Vanguard keep bankrolling them. This again isn't being done because BlackRock, Vanguard, or any of these video game publishers are trying to be morally or ethically right. No, like all things in the business world, this is about money and control, nothing more. Looking good on paper and actually being good are two very, very different things. A lot of this Sweet Baby Inc., BlackRock, and Vanguard stuff has been going on behind the scenes for a while now, and while it's been public information, it hasn't been discussed more seriously until these last few months, maybe 6 months or so. And even then, it hasn't been super mainstream yet, until the most recent Sweet Baby Inc. incident.
Yeah. Vanguard and BlackRock are invested in literally every company in the market, and they want those companies to avoid HR lawsuits with the ESG score. That's it. But they think that like Vanguard and BlackRock are buying companies to like make them woke or something. It's so dumb. They own every company, dude. They invest in every fucking company. They don't own it directly, but like maybe in a couple years they'll start doing. Maybe in a couple years they'll basically start saying like no ethical consumption under capitalism, but this time for like wokeness. Okay, it's just like every company is owned by the same fucking companies, and therefore you can't avoid it. So there's gonna be some woke stuff in it. Sorry, guys. They'll arrive at that conclusion.
With the recent controversy surrounding Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League, more people have been taking notice of Sweet Baby Inc. and the detrimental effect they've been having on the games industry. Because yes, they had a hand in creating this monstrosity, which is why so many have noticed a complete tonal shift from the Batman Arkham games. Spider-Man 2 had a similar thing happen compared to Spider-Man 2018, with the most recent sequel having shoehorned in diversity at every turn, from Mary Sue moments to side quests filled with.
Wait, didn't the last Spider-Man absolutely fucking cumster though? Like, didn't they make a shit ton of a shit ton of revenue? What the fuck? I don't even understand. They sold 2.5 million lifetime units generated by Marvel Spider-Man 2 worldwide as of February 2024. Bro, also forced diversity. Dog, the main character is literally black. He's like, half the game is in Harlem. What the fuck do you mean forced diversity? This man's like, why did they gentrify Harlem more? Impressive how he manages to dismiss the source material of Miles Morales while trying to make this point. Yeah, I don't really understand. What do you want, like forced white versity? Do you want Miles Morales to be white? Is that what's going on? Very confusing stuff here.
Socio-political agendas. Starfield.
33 million Spider-Man video game series overall, I think, probably, right?
Need we even discuss the effect they had on this game's narrative and character design? The Saints Row reboot, Forspoken. Sweet Baby Inc. has certainly left their mark on the industry and leaves behind them a wake of disastrous and disappointing games. So these constant disappointments with games has led to more people learning about Sweet Baby.
There's no better representation of the fact that these guys are reacting to shapes and colors in the most like primitive, in the most primal lizard brain nonsense than the fact that everybody made fun of the fucking gender ambiguity guy, but like this is hailed as like really good investigative reporting. It's because he's not fucking yelling, but the energy is the exact same. The opinions are the exact same. It's just we can't see how ugly he is and how much he's hyperventilating. What the fuck did BattleBit do? No, he's showing games. I assume these are games he likes playing, unless he's like doing direct commentary over unless he's doing like direct commentary about the game that he's talking about, like with the forced diversity in Spider-Man 2. He's just showing games that he likes playing, non-political games.
Inc. Which then finally brings us to the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected group being created on Steam, which is essentially just a group that lists any and all games that have been involved with Sweet Baby Inc. It started off as a relatively small,
which is all games, pretty much, it seems,
group, but has now exploded into over 100,000 followers, all thanks to Sweet Baby.
Because gamers are fucking losers, dog. That's it. There's a lot of fucking losers in this beautiful space that we're all in, that we occupy, okay? That's it. That's the real reason.
Baby Inc. themselves. When people started sharing this group around online for those who might want to join, the people at Sweet Baby Inc. thought that the group's existence is harmful and are actively trying to get it removed, and even trying to strong-arm Steam into banning the user that created the group. A narrative designer at Sweet Baby Inc. made a few posts on Twitter targeting the group and its creator with hopes of him losing access to his account, which would also include his game library. Trying to make your followers...
Yeah, they should keep that energy for BlackRock, honestly. That, like, yeah, get mad at BlackRock. take down the financial system, okay? Take down finance capitalism. I'm with you, brother. Take it one step further. Fuck this Sweet Baby Inc. shit, okay? Go after BlackRock and Vanguard, you know?
Mass harass and report someone is against Twitter's TOS and YouTube's, which is why I'm reminding you right now, do not go and harass anyone at Sweet Baby Inc., because then you'd be stooping to their level, and you should have more self-respect than that.
Yeah, the gamers famously don't do that. Brother, the entire 100-person backed thing is literally about what this person did. Like, you're talking about this guy, Chris Kindred, saying that they're being bad for doing this, while simultaneously, that is what this fucking Steam community is doing. The fuck do you mean? You've already stooped to their level. You're at their level. This person thought that they could fight fire with fire.
Twitter targeting the group and its creator with hopes of him.
But you can't fucking say, I'm calling out this behavior while simultaneously making an entire video about it. The fuck?
Losing access to his account, which would also include his game library. Trying to make your followers mass harass and report someone is against Twitter.
Yeah, dude, it's a vector of harassment. That's what these groups are made for. What the fuck is Kiwi Farms if not to try to get trans people to kill themselves and to just like harass, dox, swat a bunch of fucking people around the planet that you have decided are like villains because they're streamers or because you just can't stop watching them, myself included. You just can't stop watching these fucking people and it just makes you so mad. You're like, oh, just stop watching.
Zoe Quinn have also been the topic of some more drama. Zoe Quinn, if you don't know, was a frenzied Gamergate feminist that made false accusations about a game developer that led to him ending himself over the false accusations. Meanwhile, Zoe profited off donations and pretended to be the victim. Well, in 2014...
I have no idea what this is about. What is happening? Is this is like, it's been 10 fucking years, get over Zoe Quinn. It's been 10 fucking years. I have no idea what the fuck the Zoe Quinn shit is. Even I don't know that. And oh my God, it's OG Gamergate shit. Oh my Lord. Oh, holy moly. Oh my God, dude. Dude, I want game devs to hire diverse devs instead of hiring Sweet Baby to make them seem diverse. Wait, what? No, they do already do that. Zoe Quinn is the inciting incident of Gamergate? I thought it was Anita Sarkeesian. Zoe Quinn was ground zero for original Gamergate. Valve is not a publicly traded company, yet they still work with them. How does this fit in his ESG narrative? It doesn't. That's why he didn't mention Valve. Also, he likes Valve, most likely. That's the whole point. It's ironic because it seems like Sweet Baby Inc., much like fucking BlackRock and Vanguard, invests in every company, literally every company. Sweet Baby Inc. seemingly works with every fucking game developer. So you're going to have a lot of games that they worked on that you enjoyed that you will never bring up because it is not convenient for your argument. That's it. I have no idea who that is, which is probably a good thing. Yeah, I know. The Zoe Quinn shit, even I don't know about. And I thought I was the lore master. Zoe Quinn was the ethics in game journalism path. Anita was the balding rage path. I only know the Anita one.
Zoe Quinn and this Sweet Baby Inc. employee, Lego Butts, DDoSed a website called the Fine Young Capitalists. But why? Well, the Fine Young Capitalists were running a game jam with the goals of encouraging women to join the gaming industry, producing a game, and donating it to charity. They had taken ideas from women about games they'd like to make, produced 5 pitches, and also produced concept art. The woman who had their idea selected would be given the role of producer and receive 8% of the proceeds. The Fine Young Capitalists' own production staff will then produce the game over 6 months with the female winner as the producer. And then, most of that money made on the game would go to charity. But on February 28th, 2014, the Fine Young Capitalists were then doxxed.
Is he talking about, is this Gamergate shit? I'm not, I don't care about any of this, okay? If you're relitigating Gamergate 10 years after the fact, please reconsider everything that has happened that led you to do that, okay? This is the type of shit that people act like they don't know about in an effort to save face because maybe they were really invested in it and now they look back at that time and go, oh my God, how fucking brain broken was I? Okay? You should not make that the forefront, the centerpiece of your commentary. Jesus Christ. It's crazy. It is so unimaginably embarrassing to relitigate this shit. Almost as unimaginably embarrassing as like making EdingerMentum wait in the fucking chat because I was too busy trying to, trying to get through this video. Okay, we are moving away from this. Maybe we might come back to it. Not the Gamergate shit, but like the video games being woke in a brief moment, but for now, we are going to go to Super Tuesday, a super duper Tuesday, with EdingerMentum. Hello. Wait, what? He joined and then he left the call. Hello, hello,
Okay.
hello.
But now.
What's good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I got you.
All right, perfect. EdingerMentum, what do you say to my suggestion that you come on with a balaclava or a shiesty or a VTuber avatar?
I want to do that. I'm not with my regular laptop right now. I'm like staying somewhere else, so I just have like my phone. So that's how I'm calling in. But I'll do that once I get to my actual computer.
Okay, yeah, we're in a. He's calling from an undisclosed location. Lock the fuck in. Ready to talk about Super Duper Tuesday, which very big, very big. So much.
Yeah, I'm in the elections bunker. I'm in the the election war room, the situation room.
Yeah, so much has happened. So much chaos, so much controversy, and such unpredictable events unfolded yesterday. I'm of course being sarcastic for those in the chat who don't understand. It was probably the most boring fucking Super Tuesday, at least in my lifetime.
It's in several lifetimes, in several generations. I think I probably brought this up before. The last election where the nominations were decided this early on was 1828. It's been nearly 200 years.
Well, I'm glad that we're going back in time and finally coming back to that. That to me spells stability. That's what that says to me. It seems like you hate stability. Okay, but
no, I'm saying it's good.
Speaking of stability, let's start off with the real winner of last night, Jason Palmer of American Samoa.
Yes, ceasefire candidate. He's the guy. He's going to clutch this. We won.
Palmer heads rise up is what I say.
Yeah, he's the guy.
For those of you who don't know, Jason Palmer ran on a campaign of being famous in the mainland.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Now he is.
And he secured, I think, 51 votes or something. I don't know. I think they have a caucus structure in American Samoa.
They have a caucus in American Samoa where 12 people vote every year. They always vote for the most bullshit candidates. In 2020, famously the race was between Michael Bloomberg and Tulsi Gabbard, which was an upset because Tulsi was expected to win there because she was actually born in American Samoa. But Big Mike went in there and he paid for everybody's votes. He did machine boss stuff. And he won that, and it was his one primary that he won.
Yeah, and as you guys know, Michael Bloomberg did go on to become president. So
yeah,
American Samoa, a lot of upsides to winning American Samoa. Can't see any downsides. So, for those of you who don't know, who's on the call with me right now, it's EdingerMentum. He's in the vote bunker. He's in the situation room. He's going to deliver some hot takes. So. It was a very predictable Super Tuesday overall. Trump won pretty much every state with the exception of Vermont. Big wins for NIKKI SLAYLEY there. NIKKI SLAYLEY.
She came just behind Alf Landon in 1936. She's got this 2028. She's going to win 2 states now. Eventually, she's going to win all 50 by 2060.
Yeah, if she keeps at it, if you vote for her, she will win. Which of course was also predictable. And NIKKI SLAYLEY has now come out and says is going to be suspending her campaign. Not sure if she already publicly came out and suspended it, but I think NPR scooped it.
She did, yeah.
Okay, I missed that part because I've been too busy talking about fucking the sweatiest, nerdiest gamers of all time getting mad at black women representation in video games or some shit. So NIKKI SLAYLEY, despite the fact that We Need You, Nikki, right now is an absolute unimaginable banger. Undisputed banger. She still ended up suspending her campaign for president.
Yeah, really the most baffling campaign I've seen in a while. I have no clue what her plan was. I was really high on her before the actual voting started. I thought she was kind of making real moves. She was setting herself up. She was walking the tightrope. She was going to be the guy in 2028. But no, she just she got tilted and she got pissed off, and now she's a persona non grata forever.
Yeah. I mean, it made sense. I think that she said a lot. She was an old school Republican. I think she wanted to preserve the party, saw the writing on the wall, and recognized that the Trumpism from within, or not even Trumpism, but just increasingly more conspiratorial thinking and whatnot, that can easily secure the most reactionary base of support from the Republican Party is going to create volatility for the Republican Party, which is a ever-present danger for the future prospects of the Republican Party, despite the fact that the Democratic Party does everything they can to ensure that the Republicans can still win elections.
Yeah, she's basically right about like politics in general. Her brand is very strong. Like people like in a general election, if she ever became the candidate against Biden, she would win very easily. But Republicans don't want to hear it. They're like, "Shut up, you're annoying."
Yeah,
Stop,
and a woman.
You're fucking with the vibes. Leave us alone.
And according to some that were interviewed by NBC, she has no balls to scratch, and that she should get back to the kitchen, which was a direct quote from a North Carolina primary voter. And also a North Carolina primary diner goer said that she has menopause.
Yeah. So yeah, that's just kind of what you have to deal with in the party. I hope I think she had a fun time.
Yeah. So I do think that like there is a level of genuine interest. I can't believe I'm saying this, from Nikki Haley. Like I do think that she genuinely was like, we have to change the narrative as best as we possibly can. But I think it was an overall failure. Like I don't even think it was like as big as a careerist opportunity for her to like stay in the race.
Career. She like totally. I like do not know what she was doing the past couple months. Like she was kind of like making a lane as like the hawkish kind of traditional Republican who still supported Trump and accepted where the party was going. And she was still liked within the party. She was one of the few people who like national politicians with a positive approval rating. And then she just totally went like anti-Trump, like John Kasich like style. Like just coming out against him in a way that like makes her like the enemy in their eyes. So like it's just weird to see her like actually kind of like play the game for a full year and then just totally lose her mind at the end of it. It's not that she was wrong or anything, or that like she wasn't justified in getting pissed off when he insulted her husband. But like, I mean, come on, like I thought you kind of knew what you were getting into.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a last ditch effort from the Koch brothers or Koch brother and some of the other party like institutionalists in the Republican Party to move away from Rhino Ron DeSantis to Nikki Haley, but obviously that didn't lead to any promising results because the Republican Party is totally captured by Donald Trump. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
He is a Republican through and through in his output. His legislative agenda is also very Republican, obviously, but his output is very captivating to Republican voters in general.
Yeah, they like him. He's the guy who won. He's the only guy, a lot of them, like I remember winning in the past 20 years. Like they are, the party establishment is forever marked by losing to Obama twice. While in their minds, Trump won twice and is going to win a third time. So like, what's the point of ever breaking from him?
Yeah. So Nikki Slaley is out, unfortunately. And some other things I wanted to talk about, like the Democrats wanting to lose, was actually an interesting move played by Adam Schiff in California.
Yeah, he went off. He popped his shussy.
So what ended up happening in the California primaries is that Adam Schiff was up against Katie Porter and Barbara Lee specifically as contenders for the Democratic Party to fill the seat of Dianne Feinstein that was evacuated when Dianne Feinstein went to heaven. And is serving cunt up there alongside Ruth Bader Ginsburg and maybe soon Nancy Pelosi.
Diva down.
Yeah. So Adam Schiff actually is most likely, I mean, obviously he's going to win because it's California.
Yeah, he's a lock now. Yeah, it sucks. California is going to have one of the most mid-Senate delegations in the country, right? Like for a blue state. Because you have Alex Padilla, who's like actually pretty good, but he's like very low profile. And Adam Schiff, who's just like a blue dog. Like he's like a straight up conservative, like big APAC guy.
Yeah, and basically what Adam Schiff ended up doing is fill the exact same role of Dianne Feinstein in a deep blue state that should have significantly more progressive senators.
Yeah, and I think Georgia has a more left-wing Senate delegation than California.
Yeah, 100%. But that is always the case, I feel like, now, especially nowadays, where like the Democratic Party utilizes California and New York as like as
piggy banks.
As headquarters for some of the worst fucking candidates you can get.
Yeah, the worst politicians imaginable. Yeah. It's insane. They haven't had a good politician out of California since like I don't know how long.
Since Ronald Reagan, brother.
Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah.
The last time California had some real Americans, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's a stronghold for establishment Democrats. They do use it like a piggy bank. God forbid they had someone actually a little bit more progressive. Katie Porter herself literally was terrified of AIPAC funding and genuinely maneuvered in a way to try to avoid saying, avoid being pro ceasefire. Barbara Lee, of course, was pro ceasefire. The only
she was probably one of the best people in Congress, but just the way she ran that, it was a very sad end to a very like long and storied career where she did a lot of brave things. Like famously, I think she was the only member of Congress to vote against the invasion of Afghanistan in either chamber. So like I was actually very excited when she started running. I was like, oh, she's pretty old, but like this could be pretty cool to like have someone like her kind of cap her career off this way. But it never got off the ground. She had huge issues with funding, and by the end, she thought gruesome Newsom would appoint her to the Senate after Feinstein died, but it didn't happen, and she was kind of DOA after that. So she came up with like some like funny policies, like trying to shift the conversation. I think at one point she endorsed a $50 minimum wage. Yeah, but yeah, that was a flop. She got like 7%. It was sad.
Yeah. So Barbara Lee and Catherine Moore Porter had to also, as far as I understand, they had to also like remove themselves from their House seats, right?
Yeah. All three of them had to retire from their seats to run in this race.
Yeah. So that's another interesting part of this story as well. They basically gave up their seats so they could run for this, and then Adam Schiff came in and spent like $10 million promoting the Republican. So that it wasn't a fucking, it wasn't a contested, it wasn't in the general, it wouldn't be between him and like an objectively more progressive Democrat.
Yeah, that's the jungle primary system there. It's very like kind of bizarre, but that's exactly what he did. He had his Republican opponent, or there were several Republican opponents who were just not getting off the ground. The party there just was not putting any effort. But he picked one guy, Steve Garvey, who was a first baseman for the Dodgers like 40 years ago. And he started advertising, quote unquote, against him. But it ended up just raising his profile with Republican voters so he would get ahead of Porter, which in the end, it was not actually all that close. Porter came very, very far from, I mean, we'll see, only half the votes are counted. We'll see what it looks like later on. But she only has
like
14% right now. Yeah, she's like 18 points behind. It wasn't even like a contest. But yeah, he like, really, it was very Machiavellian from his part.
Yeah,
so
very
but now
Machiavellian, but also simultaneously kind of dumb, because now you've like activated more Republicans in California that will pad the numbers of the popular vote in favor of the Republicans, because California has more Republicans overall than many Republican states.
Yeah, and there also are tons of swing House seats in the state. California is crucial for them taking back control of the House.
Yeah,
there are tons and tons. Yeah, if you had only 2 Democrats in the ballot, like Republicans still would have come out to vote for Trump probably, but there wouldn't have been like another race for them to pay attention to. There would have been that much less advertising for Republicans in the state.
Exactly.
Yeah. So like they're going to with the New York with the New York Democrats capitulating on redistricting and the Wisconsin seats not being redrawn, they lost like up to 8 seats they could have otherwise locked down. Their chances of getting the House, I think, have gone down a lot, like since that happened, like on the same day. And they're going to need to take out these Republicans in Southern California who represent these kind of like moderately blue districts. And with Garvey potentially, I mean, he hasn't campaigned much, but with him on the ballot, it'll just add that much more incentive for Republicans in the state to vote.
Even never Trump Republicans, which California has plenty of as well, that will now be like, well, this guy seems more moderate. Because, like, regardless of what Adam Schiff says,
in the exact seats where they need to win, that'll be exactly what happens.
Yep, which is, once again, Democrats maneuvering or moving in a way that harms them in the long run, absolutely destroys or makes their chances of, like, like you said, winning the House all that less likely by spending tens of millions of dollars specifically promoting a guy who literally did not campaign himself. Steve Garvey did not campaign at all, for the record. He did not campaign at all. And Schiff's campaign spent more than $12 million on ads, contrasting him with Garvey, which increased his profile.
Yeah. It's like the shitty version of when they like promote the really far right Republicans in competitive House seats, which actually does work and is pretty smart. But this only was for the benefit of one guy who's like a really terrible politician.
Well,
He's an impeachment merchant.
It works until Donald Trump.
Yeah. He's an impeachment merchant. He's a fraud. He's a blue dog. Like it's pretty lame. I don't think he'll be like a Manchin type, but it's certainly not like the best you would want because he's gonna have that seat for like 30 years now.
Yeah. Dude, Garvey has no chance. No, we're not talking about Garvey winning. We already said that Adam Schiff is a lock in California where like only a quarter of the electorate is Republican. We're saying that on the Senate, Adam Schiff is locked in 100%.
Yeah, he's senator-elect.
But he's going to create more. He objectively will bring in more down ballot voters that are Republican that will go out to vote for him that will then vote for Republicans in other districts.
Yeah, just to get a sense of how close these races can be. There was one race in 2020 in Southern California that was a seat in Los Angeles County, the California's 25th district. It was decided by 300 votes. Like the margins for these seats are extremely small. Like really anything can tip the balance. And for the past two Congresses, we've had majorities into like 5 seats large. They really cannot like afford to drop any of these seats because they've already done poorly in them for the past 2 cycles.
Yep. So that wasn't great for California's future. But one thing that I did want to talk about that I don't hear a lot of noise from mainstream media, at least up until, I mean, certainly a lot more noise was heard in the Michigan primaries, but not a lot, not as much now. The uncommitted vote.
Yeah, that's what I've thought about that a lot since last night. It's very kind of weird. There's a lot of stuff that like I didn't expect in both directions. But yeah, there were some states that were better than others. Just I could just kind of do a lightning round of some areas if you'd like.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, so generally I think Biden, like across the board, besides Minnesota, which is the huge exception, I like these results were not good for Biden. He didn't crack 90% in any states. I know he did in Tennessee and Alabama, but he cracked under 90% in most states, which is not good for him. That's like underrunning what Obama did. But geographically, it wasn't super clear. He did better in New England than I thought he would be. I kind of expected that to be a more kind of non-committed area, but he did pretty well, like in Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts. Like it wasn't terrible. He did better than in Michigan and all those states. I was surprised by how poorly he did in the South because in South Carolina, he got 95% of the vote, and I sort of expected that to be the case in Alabama, Arkansas, or even Virginia. But in Virginia and North Carolina, there were actually like pretty significant like numbers of people voting uncommitted. In North Carolina, it got 13%. In Virginia, which I would have thought would have been a very strong state for Biden because it's one of the states that's like Raytheon Acres, like very kind of centrist, like a lot of like Romney Biden voters. Biden got under like 90% of the vote, and Marianne Williamson hit 8%, which was like funny to me. Like they were just rocking with her hard over there. Texas there wasn't really much of a sign of like an anti-war vote in Texas, but he did terribly on the border. It validates a lot of the poor numbers with Hispanics that we've been seeing. Latinos for Trump are real. The West Coast and mountain states haven't finished counting yet, but he did do a bit better in Colorado than I thought. But the big story that really shocked me and was like really stood out from everything else was Minnesota.
Yep.
That was huge, completely like head and shoulders above everything else. Numbers I would not have expected. Biden nearly went under 70% there. That it's insane. Like I can't think of any precedent for this. And it was clearly about Gaza. Like you could see like the precincts, there was a direct correlation between how young a precinct was, how many young voters it had, and how uncommitted it was. So in a lot of states where things weren't very clear for whatever reasons, there wasn't a clear geographic pattern, the number of uncommitted votes were small. There was a very, very clear constituency here in Minnesota specifically, which is weird. Maybe like the protest vote here is localized entirely to the upper Midwest. Maybe like being around Muslims, because there's a lot of Somali immigrants in Minnesota, just like Arab immigrants in Michigan, makes voters there more sympathetic towards like Muslims overseas. But it really, really stood out. It was a very bad result for Biden. He looked like this is not numbers an incumbent should get.
Hennepin got 25.5% to Biden's 63.5%.
Yeah,
Hennepin County.
under 2/3 of the vote in like the most important county in the state for Democrats. That's where Minneapolis is. It's like the Ilhan Omar area.
Yeah.
I got to say, I need to fill out the Ilhan Omar apology form because like this does look like it's kind of her territory that was very strong here, more so than any other place we've seen so far. So like, I guess like they put in the work like in the Twin Cities, like that really like stood out more than anything else. Because even in Michigan, there wasn't a clear geographic pattern to where Uncommitted did the best. It kind of did the best in urban areas, but it wasn't a huge difference. Here, like you can clearly see that Uncommitted did the best in the Twin Cities. It was a very, very immediately noticeable. And like they did well enough to win statewide delegates. It's nuts.
I want to pause here for a brief moment and reiterate something very important in our analysis of these numbers. For those of you who simply do not understand the uncommitted voter percentages and why they are massively important. Actually, uncommitted people do not go out and vote in the Democratic primary. These are Democratic Party loyalists that want to go out and make a statement about the direction that the Biden campaign is heading in. Okay, so the numbers might look like it's just 20%, and you're like, well, Biden still wins, but that is actually massively consequential for the general election. Okay, this is something that you need to understand. These are voters who are basically saying, in a very obvious way, that they are willing to vote for the Democratic Party, and many of them would vote for the Democratic Party, and they are voting on the Democratic ticket. Okay, but they're not going to unless Biden changes course on its complete capitulation to Israel in its ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza.
Yeah, I think this is something I tried to really focus on here because people like when the Michigan votes came in, everybody was comparing it to the results in 2012 when Uncommitted also got around 10%. Then the environments are completely different. Back then, parties were less polarized. There was a big faction of conservative ancestral Democrats whose families have voted Democratic since the Civil War and continued like identifying as Democrats for basically racist reasons. And like just voted against Obama that year because they thought he was too liberal or because he was black. Those voters are gone now. Like those kinds of voters who could bring random like convicted felons to 40% of the vote in like West Virginia, those voters have either died or they just became Republicans. You should be expecting an incumbent Democratic president to be doing what every other incumbent Democrat does in incumbent primaries, winning over 95% of the vote like he did in South Carolina. Because these voters who are voting in these races are incredibly loyal. They're the kinds of voters who like have not moved away from him whatsoever in the polling. The whole like kind of analysis of the election right now is that Biden specifically does well among voters who are very engaged in politics and follow it closely, but is doing very badly compared to 2020 among voters who do not follow politics closely and are less likely to vote. There is supposed to be a big gap there. And for that reason, I was very skeptical of how well the Uncommitted campaign could do, even though I knew that there was a large constituency of people out there who were very upset about Biden's policy and wanted a ceasefire. Those were the types of voters who don't vote in these kinds of races. Like, I think the comparison that I made in an article I wrote about Michigan is like, it's like the political equivalent of Fort Knox suffering a massive breach to a group of people that had only been organizing for 3 weeks.
Yes.
Not only is it bad enough by itself, but it projects a terrible sign for Biden's ability to hold on to more lightly defended, i.e. less loyal voters. So if he's doing this badly,
that's the most significant part. Sorry, I was sorry to cut you off. Can you say the last part again?
Yeah, it's not only is this bad enough by itself, but it projects a terrible sign for Biden's ability to hold on to the more lightly defended, i.e. less loyal voters. This is what I mean in the subheading when I said this result was just the tip of the iceberg. If the party's most staunch loyalists are this discontented, I can only imagine how poorly Biden is doing with voters who are well and truly alienated. He should have killed it with this electorate. I expected him to kill with this electorate, but he didn't. It's not hard to think that his problems over Israel may go even deeper than we thought. And that was after Michigan. The results there were not nearly as bad as they were bad, but they're not nearly as bad what we had in Minnesota last night.
One thing you can't compare with the Obama second term in the incumbency is that Obama was black far before 2012. Okay.
Yeah.
Whereas the Uncommitted campaign, and people had made up their minds about him being black because of white supremacy far before this. So there was a lot more momentum to go out and like make a statement, right? Yeah. Whereas the Uncommitted voting campaign was put together in a matter of weeks, both in Michigan and then even a shorter time frame here in Minnesota.
Yeah, it's incredible. I put out that article like where I listed like the procedures for voting, for doing protest votes. Like this had started, so nobody even had a map of like what this was. Like everybody just ended up using the map that I made because nobody had done it before. This was like a completely kind of bolt from the blue thing. I can only really imagine what could have happened if they started organizing this a couple months earlier. I am a little kind of,
yeah,
it's a little rough. I mean, we have some states going up that like they have more like of a runway to do this. Wisconsin should be a really big one. Washington, they're also giving attention. Those are both states with uncommitted options and a lot of attention going towards them right now. So those are both worth keeping track of. But like this is you're right. This is the kind of result that is usually the result of like decades old political currents and discontent and like deep-seated things that like took centuries to develop. It is not like something you see over a conflict that started like 5 months ago and like people have been organizing around it for only like 3 weeks. It took people years, like decades, to organize around Vietnam. Like this is extremely rapid.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Even if you compare it to something like closer to home, like the Iraq War, like people started souring on Iraq. Like it took years for people to sour on Iraq. Obviously, there's other factors here at play here. For example, this is still technically perceived by the electorate as a foreign nation that is conducting its affairs, so it makes it easier for people to be like, oh, well, what the fuck? We're giving them money to go kill children. I don't like that. But
and we weren't the ones who were attacked.
Overall, I think that the Biden campaign is clearly paying close attention to these numbers. Internally, this is causing chaos. We've seen this yield marginally positive results in terms of communication. And the media is only covering it because it's an issue that they know how to cover. They love the drama, so they see like this is causing panic in the Biden camp, so they will cover it in a way that they would never cover like protests on the streets.
It's the only thing going on the Democratic side. You can quantify it. You can write like an analysis of it. Like it's kind of like a lifeline for people who write about elections. And honestly, I'm including myself in this. This is very, very, like, there's not a ton going on right now. The polls have been very stagnant. So to a degree, I think that, like, there might be some, like, kind of incentive to talk about this maybe more than they might have otherwise. But even in that case, like, these numbers are, like, very stunning. The Minnesota one specifically. The other ones you can kind of give or take, but, like, these are just very bad for Biden. He nearly got a lower percentage of the vote than Trump did, who was running in a contested primary.
Yeah. I think the calculation that some people are making is that like Uncommitted plus Dean Phillips plus Marianne Williamson doesn't come near like the anti-Trump voters in the Republican Party, and they should be worried about that.
Yeah,
not realizing that like a lot of those people are still going to vote for fucking Trump.
Trump isn't a good candidate either. That's the point.
Yeah.
Like the whole reason that you nominated Biden was because he was supposed to be a really good candidate. Saying that he's at the same level as Trump isn't a defense of him. It means that he's failing at like the one thing he was supposed to do, as we know that he is.
Yeah.
Like this was supposed to be, you're not supposed to be making those comparisons at all. This is supposed to be the advantage of incumbency. He is not an in-power president. He doesn't have he has the party behind him, but he's not like an incumbent. Like it's different races. It's apples to oranges. The fact that like it even merits a comparison in the first place is a sign of how poorly Biden is doing, like, and how much people are alienated by his like campaign and policies and tactics.
Yeah. I'm gonna share my screen with you so you can see what I'm looking at. Real quick, 1 sec. Okay. Here. Here's the, ladies and gentlemen, the median voter. This is the NIKKI voter that Biden is dropping some of the very important demographics that he needs to fucking win, that he used to win in 2020. Younger voters, Hispanic voters in states like Nevada, states like Arizona. Like, these are very important constituencies that definitely are already very sour on Biden's administration so far, hate how old he is, and also on top of that now definitely hate his either right-wing reactionary immigration policies that he's advancing, or the relentless bombing campaign that's happening with our tax dollars. Now, Biden has thrown those voters aside to win over this person. Mickey Stout, 80 from Richmond, voted for Trump in 2016 and 2020. I think Trump is so irrational and very, very frightening. I think that if he allowed this January 6th thing to take place, he could try to take over the next time if he doesn't win this one. I just think he's dishonest, and I don't want that. But I think Biden is too. I definitely won't vote for Biden. I will have to vote for Trump.
Yeah, this is part of a smaller thing that I've been thinking about lately, and it's like not nearly as big of a question as the other like things about Biden. But like, there's sort of this assumption that like Biden himself, beyond the age thing, is like this great politician, and like that if he can just break through the age thing, like people will naturally like him. I'm not really entirely sure of that, because even when like he was like totally lucid and like 20 years younger, he still really comes across as just like kind of like a smarmy like machine politician. Like people talk a lot of like I've seen a lot of these interviews mention him as just like being disingenuous and like just like I mean, and I can't really like.
Well, he was
it's
a
like
goof.
a weird kind of angle.
He was always a goof.
Yeah.
Like there was never a moment like the reason why he had to drop out the first time he ran for president was because of plagiarism. People called him an idiot, like openly in broad daylight. Like, he's always been kind of a goofy guy, but I think like American politics has become increasingly more goofy, so we don't really care about those sorts of things as much now. And as a matter of fact, that might even show what's up.
He looked statesman like in 2020. He looked like in comparison to stuff there, but like that was just an idea of Joe Biden. The actual guy himself, the more people have seen of him since 2019, generally the less they like of him.
Yeah. And the problem with age is that it's the one thing time won't change and will make worse. As time goes on, he is going to continue to age. So I don't know how they're going to fix that major issue.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I was just checking like the averages. His approval right now is the lowest it's been his entire presidency. It's minus 18.7. It has never been this low before. He is like each day he becomes like less and less politically viable, and it's just like they had this whole narrative about how he like was totally in like the dumps in the summer of 2022, and then he passed all those bills and he made a comeback. He's below what he was during like the dark ages when like inflation was at 9%. Like he has been ramping up his campaign. He's been public facing. He's been making himself more known. He's been spending a lot of money and raising a lot of money. But the more people see of him, the less they like him. And they didn't like him that much already.
Yeah. Do you think that in your assessment, do you think the calculation of trying to maintain Nikki Haley voters or try to make an argument for Nikki Haley voters that will genuinely piss off the I think it was originally like 17% of voters that were like younger in the demographics that he needs to win, according to the New York Times assessment a couple months back before October 7, like pushing them aside? Do you think this calculation can work in the general?
Yeah, well, the thing is that he needs both of them. He needs both the anti-Trump Republicans and the young voters. He can't really pick and choose. Like his campaign is doing like this sort of thing where they're trying to like reach out to the Haley supporters while not even saying uncommitted like in their press releases. But like Biden barely won in 2020. His winning margin was only a couple 10,000 votes across a couple states. Like he can't afford any slippage. Like he needs to build back his entire coalition, which was very broad and rickety, and it added up to a majority, but he's nowhere near that now. And the fact that like these kind of things, like the idea of appealing to young voters and appealing to moderate Republicans is like kind of like that, like it feels mutually exclusive now. It speaks to how much he's backed himself into a corner, because that wasn't the case back 4 years ago when Trump was the dominating issue. He's just not a candidate who is capable of really like making a clear appeal in this kind of election. I think he's fundamentally very ill-suited for it. There are a lot of candidates who would be suited for this very well, especially against Trump. But like in Senate races, I brought this up in the article that I wrote for The Nation that was published yesterday. Democrats are leading in nearly every single competitive Senate seat right now. And that includes states like Ohio and Montana, like very red states. And all of the swing states where Trump has been leading for the past 6 months, the Senate Democrats are ahead by substantial margins. Some people might say that's just name recognition or incumbency, but Arizona is a case there. Another girl boss went down yesterday or today. Kyrsten Sinema dropped out. That's a state where Biden is losing outside the margin of error. He's down by 5 or so points in Arizona. He doesn't look like he's on track to win it at all. At the same time, Ruben Gallego, a Democrat who's not an incumbent, he's just a congressman who's been around for about 10 years, hasn't run in statewide races before, isn't well known. He is consistently leading against Carrie Lake, who's basically a Trump clone. There is not a conservative bent to this country. People aren't voting for Trump or saying they want to vote for Trump because they like his policies or hate the left. They just think that Biden is uniquely ill-suited for the current moment. And I can't stress that enough. Because if he loses, people are going to say it's because of wokeness or whatever. It's the opposite case. People want wokeness. They don't want Biden.
Yeah, no, Biden's, if it was anyone but Biden, this administration, obviously with like, if the last 5 months of this administration didn't go down the way it did, right now, any other candidate that isn't like visibly 800 years old would be crushing, I think.
Yeah. And I
like
still think
even with negative real wage growth that people experience throughout the administration, there are a lot of positives that you could be promoting, whether it be a pro-labor stand, like a pro-labor attitude, whether it be Build Back Better, the IRA, you know what I mean? Like there are definitely achievements that you can point to that you don't have to present even as like bipartisan for the sake of bipartisanship.
It's just good. Like they passed some good laws. It's not like this is better than what Republicans would do. A lot of what they did was outright positive. I think that their economic policies were good. We do have the best recovery in the world of comparable economies in the world right now. That's not really up for dispute. The question, and people don't necessarily hate those laws or whatever. It's not like Obamacare where it's some huge divisive issue. The question in this election is leadership. I think people are extremely tired from the culture wars and the constant back and forth, like war and fighting. They are willing to accept pretty much any policies that sound good for them, like lower taxes. Sure, that's good. More social spending. Sure, why not try that? Let's see if it works. But they want to at least feel like there's a direction forward and someone capable at the wheel. I think the Biden people do understand the idea of creating a clear kind of philosophy. I don't hate that idea necessarily, but they should realize that the vessel they're trying to do for it is completely inadequate.
Yeah. There was a chatter in here that was talking about no incumbent ever winning re-election, being sub 40% approval rating.
Yeah.
And Biden has been there for the past 5 months.
Since October 7th.
Yeah, he's been there. Yeah, I mean, the situation looks dire, but it doesn't seem like the Democratic Party and the people that have Biden's ear are remotely interested in making assessments and changing course. And I'm not even talking about like literally swapping out Biden, which was definitely valid and maybe still could happen due to
I think it's still a good idea.
Yeah, I think nature playing out its course could be one reason why they have to swap Biden, or even I don't know, like a convention. This is the JankMentum, but a delegate race, a delegate war at convention potentially.
Yeah, that's how they used to do it. They did that for 150 years, and people have worked out fine. Like it's like everybody talks about like it's some imaginable catastrophe. I think people would be fine with that. They'd be like, oh, they listened to us. We didn't like Biden. Now they're getting a new person to see who they pick. Like it's not like people are like married. Like there are some states where that's still how candidates are selected, and it works out. Like in Virginia, the governor there, Glenn Youngkin, wasn't voted for in a primary. He was selected at a convention. People were fine with him, and he won. Like it's not like the end of the world to like have that kind of thing going on. Usually, like you could argue that it's worked out better. Like we've had open primaries to select nominees since 1972. I can't think of like really many good presidents we've had since then.
Yeah. So what are some more interesting things that you observed throughout Super Tuesday, both on the media coverage side or also in the races? Anything that we're missing?
Well, I think that generally the interesting thing here is that if you kind of squint, you can see that like Uncommitted did the best in urban areas. That's and like that was the case in Michigan. It was the case in Minnesota. It was sort of the case in Massachusetts. Like, I don't think No Preference did terribly well there, but it did do a bit better in Boston. So this is clearly like, if anybody was going to say it was just Arabs or conservatives, it was even North Carolina. It did better in like the Research Triangle. If anybody was going to say this was just conservatives or Arabs or whatever, this is like a thing that happens to all incumbents and it doesn't mean anybody's mad at Biden. That is clearly not true at this point. I don't think that like you can make a case for that at all. It was the Republican maps were interesting because of how it reminded me a lot of the, if you remember the Liz Cheney race when she lost by like 50 points. The only areas she won were the Democratic counties in Wyoming. And that's basically what's been happening in like all of the contests she's won. She's only won Democratic precincts and counties. It's interesting because she does terribly almost everywhere, but then there are some areas she does extremely well. Like she did very well in Northern Virginia, like where all the CIA workers are.
Yeah.
So they fell off. They don't do it like, they don't make them like they used to.
Yeah. No, absolutely. What else? There was some other stuff I wanted to talk about, but I do think, like I said, I do think that the uncommitted vote is definitely something that they're paying attention to, whether they admit it or not, whether the media covers it or not, because ultimately they are at least throwing out Kamala bangers left and right. Kamala Harris in front of Edmund Pettus Bridge, openly stating she wants a ceasefire, even though
it's the same policy, but it tricked a lot of people. Like a lot of people looked at that, they were like, oh wow. I don't blame anybody for that. It took a little while to realize that, she's not really changing anything in policy. But that is a dramatic kind of shift. Supposedly, she laid into Benny Gantz when he visited Washington. There's her team, and this is I'm planning.
Her team is leaking
article.
shit to NBC, being like she actually had way stronger words. Did you see that article?
Yeah. I see the articles all about her team is leaking shit constantly, and that's the one thing that actually makes me think she might do better than Biden because she actually gets the election. She polls worse than him. But if you read all the stuff that her people have been leaking, they're leaking like Exxon and Valdez recently. They're putting out stuff that constantly is trying to frame her in a way that she understands the election better than Biden. They released a thing about how she met with all these Democratic governors, and they all said this campaign sucks. And she was like, I know, I'm going to try to help you with that.
This is the Kamala Harris that the media presented as more progressive in her voting track record than Bernie Sanders. We're getting that Kamala back. We're talking 2018 Kamala Harris, baby.
Yeah, Medicare for all, Kamala. She's supporting Medicare for all again. She's supporting reparations. We won. She's a secret Marxist sleeper agent from her dad.
Her dad Donald Sterling Harris.
Yeah, his name is Donald Sterling.
His middle name is Sterling. Yeah.
Oh, that rocks.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it would look like if Kamala Harris was leading the charge here.
Yeah, she's gonna save us. She's gonna save trust, inshallah.
But I don't know. Maybe if we got more Kamala, maybe if she got off the downers and were put on uppers, if they gave her some of Joe Brandon's stock, she could be a very different Kamala Harris.
The idea of her locking in and suddenly being really compelling and smart and well spoken is so funny to me because she's been so terrible for 6 years.
Yeah. No, I mean it was obvious from the jump that she was put up there to be on the shittiest duties. She was doing side quests and fucking the Caribbean islands.
They told her to solve immigration and pass voting rights bills. It's like they were setting her up to fail.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even with Pete Buttigieg, everything tracks with Biden being an incredibly petty person.
He is. Oh my God. I think that's the core of understanding this race. Our kind of assumption is that he's 80 years old. He's totally out of it. Everybody else just running the administration. No, Biden is the most spiteful person alive. He's motivated this run entirely by bitterness. If you read any of the tell-all, kind of big pieces about him, he comes across as like the biggest baby on the planet. Yeah. He's oh, you said we would lose before. You said we would lose in 2022. I don't want to listen to you. You're wrong. Ha ha. I was right. It's what an actual child would say. It's hard to believe that he's ever got elected to the presidency. And
I think
if you read,
I think he hates Hillary Clinton, and I suspect he doesn't even like Obama as much for urging him not to run in 2016 when he could have objectively defeated Donald Trump.
He would have killed it. He would have won by 20 points.
Yeah.
With the Hillary thing is kind of funny because in 2020, right after Me Too, they were trying to figure out what to do with Bill during the convention. And all of the younger staffers were oh, we can't let him speak. We can't give him a spot or anything. He's problematic. And Biden agreed with them, but it wasn't because he thought Bill was problematic, but because he was pissed at Hillary for running in 2016.
Yeah, I think genuinely super petty, and super. I think both super petty and super spite driven. It's what's keeping him alive. He's
Nixonian. People don't realize it, but he's the most Nixonian president we've had.
This is the position that he wanted his whole fucking life, that he ran for multiple times unsuccessfully. finally he got it. His brain is not working in the way that it used to, even when it did. So now I think he's just like angrily holding on to this position and being as resentful as possible. It still doesn't make any sense to me why he is so unimaginably pro-Israel.
Oh, if I've tried to get into the lore about that, it's like it's the most insane shit. He like talks about how people who were born in like the 1800s like convinced him to be pro-Israel. Like he's like, I talked with Golda Meir and Scoop Jackson, and they're the ones who like made me woke on Israel. So that's like it's just another one of his like just spiteful tendencies. It's just something that he like believes in and he's going to stick with. And when it works, when Biden actually has a good opinion on something, it can be really cool. Like he left Afghanistan like the way he did, like entirely out of spite because he opposed the troop surge back in like 2010, and everybody else made fun of him. All the generals called him an idiot to reporters, and Obama didn't listen to him. So he was bitter about that. Like supposedly the reason why he kept all those documents in his garage was because he wanted to prove that he was right about the troop surge in 2010. Like he's just like this very like he's a complete diva. Like he's like an 81-year-old Irish Catholic like diva.
Yeah, it's not looking great. The one guy who can lose to the other guy who's the only guy who can lose is just a mid-off. I don't know how to describe
force versus a movable object.
Yeah, and I think it's hurting media ratings too. So like if the media is self-interested and like wants to get better ratings, I think like hoping that like Trump wins the presidency is not the best way to do this.
No, people would just get so depressed. I don't really think that'd be helpful for like if you're like a left of center media person. I'm not like looking forward to that prospect. Like I don't think people will be very interested in reading about politics. For like it's not like when he won the first time where it was this huge shock. It's like we kind of know who this guy is now. Like there's not much really interesting, and it's just like depressing. Like, oh, he just got away with it. Like that's how the story ends because this one old guy didn't want to like he had a massive ego. I guess the moral of the story is you don't run an 81-year-old for president. Very like interesting. We learned a lot. Very like valuable lesson.
Yeah. All right. I feel like we covered all the bases. Are you familiar with the one guy, Mando, in Texas?
Yes. Coolest guy ever.
Fucking insane. Like just the most insane candidate I've seen. Because I was looking at it because I was, I'm a part of the GANKmentum train, obviously, as his like press secretary. Even though I keep urging people to vote uncommitted instead of him, which is kind of fucked up.
No. He got like 1% of the vote in Vermont.
Yeah,
I think he did. He got 700 votes in Vermont. He got votes in Oklahoma. I think he did. I think he did well in like the really working class racist areas of Oklahoma.
Who, Mando or Jank?
Yeah, no, Sank.
Oh,
yeah, I think he did well in like Cole County.
Okay.
Like literally, there's a county.
He's the uniter of the white working class.
He is, yeah.
Clearly, racist people are like, I can't say his name, but I like it. I like what he said. Well, Oklahoma is like weirdly woke in the Democratic primary. Actually, remember that's a Bernie stronghold.
Yeah, it was a big Bernie state.
Oklahoma's always been like that. Very odd. Anyway, so yeah, Mando. I wanted to briefly touch on Armando Perez Serrato. Ran on the Democratic Party ticket in the primaries in Texas, and the only reason why I know who he is because he apparently was fucking doing better than Jank, and I was like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, he did well on the border.
Wait, did he delete all of his shit? Oh, okay.
No, it's over.
He was running, and originally I thought he's running on a campaign promise of like executing Donald Trump by charging him with treason, which I thought was like kind of cool. And then very quickly I found out that like he is the most virulent, openly anti-Semitic person that I've seen. Running.
He got like 30% of the vote in some counties on the border.
He is he's a straight up groiper. Talking about how he like wait, where is it? Oh, here's his takes on genocide. Joe Biden is uber old, 82, has Alzheimer's, will lose to Trump. Keep prices high on everything and continue his genocide in Palestine. A vote for Biden is like a vote for Hillary Clinton. Let's not make that mistake again. Okay, seems normal.
Yeah, go on.
Then I saw this. This guy was born in Turkey. The United States Constitution only allows natural-born American citizens to be president, so he has no chance. A vote for Jake is like a vote for the Taliban/ISIS.
No, he doesn't know. He has no idea. He doesn't know Turkey's secular.
Yeah. Then this part is where it starts to get a little bit more spicy. She dropped out of the presidential race a month ago. Now she says she's back to her publicity stunt to sell more books. Okay, valid, fine. She is another Jew that wants to control you.
No,
what
no,
the fuck? And then you look at like all of the people that he has tabs for here, like Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff is Jewish and responsible for genocide in Gaza.
No.
Like Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is responsible for genocide in Gaza.
Okay, true.
Chuck Schumer is Jewish and responsible for genocide in Gaza.
No, my problematic fave.
Bernie Sanders is Jewish and responsible for genocide in Gaza. Those are his policies. He's there's a point where he calls someone Adolf Hitler, and it literally it frustrated me because like it seems like he's pro Hitler.
Debbie Dingle, she's like a random ass member of the House of Representatives. She doesn't like do anything.
Yeah, Debbie Dingle. Why are you angry at Debbie Dingle? She's the one like ringing the alarm bells for the Brandon campaign.
Yeah,
about changing course in Michigan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't really understand why he has smoke for Debbie Dingle. I like that he put Hillary Clinton on there as well, which is like what? She's not running.
She's like walking around in the woods, man. Yeah. Anyways, I was looking at the Oklahoma results, and Sank's best county was Cole County.
Yeah, Oklahoma very woke. Oklahoma Democratic primary pretty woke. Look at the black community section. Oh God, I don't even want to know if I wait. He has an affirmative action plan. Wait, what?
Yo, but it's for gay people.
Wait, this is the median voter, dog. This guy.
He's gonna decide the election.
This is the most insane candidate I've ever encountered that has like actually gotten a decent percentage of votes.
He has a Spanish website. Bill Nelson didn't. He was a senator. He wants to increase Social Security by 50%. He wants to create a national monument. He wants to build renewable hydrogen plants. Image Pacho Villa Mexican Revolution. Thank you, Mando.
Yeah, Mando. He's just wilding out. Yeah, Mando for everyone except no Jews. He seems like
Trump, and he posted a picture. Oh, the Mandalorian. That's clever.
Yeah. Click the black community tab. I'm scared. Mando loves black people.
He will, will execute the mass shooter, just one of them. He will remove all migrants from black communities, provide $100 billion in black community-based reparations. Oh my God, he's woke. Let's go.
He's pro reparations.
Let's go.
But also wants to expel all migrants from black communities.
This is a type of ideology nobody's seen since like 1890.
Dude, it's fucking... This is awesome because he's actually the future of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is gonna run on this next election cycle after they hear it from like Marjorie Taylor Greene, like they did with the fucking border policy bill that they tried to present. Literally, Marjorie Taylor Greene, we were all laughing when she was like, why do we care about Ukraine's borders when we don't care about our borders? And everyone was laughing at that and we're like, oh yeah, shut up, dude. You're so stupid. And now like 6, 7, 8 months later, Brandon is saying the exact same thing in a border town in fucking Texas.
Yeah.
Anyway. Well,
we need this guy.
Where can people find
all
you?
of the people who voted for this guy are going to vote for Trump in November. Every single one of them.
Yeah. Absolutely. Where can people find you, EdingerMentum? Thank you so much for coming on.
EdingerMentum, www.edingermentum.news. I'm also on a Twitter. You've probably seen me there. I also have a Twitch channel under this name, so if you guys are interested, you can check that out.
Oh, Hitler quoting candidate won in North Carolina Republican gubernatorial primary, Mark Robinson.
Oh yeah, that guy's nuts.
And also Brandon Herrera. I forgot to mention. Fuck, that's one of ours. A YouTuber.
Who's that?
Brandon Herrera is a gun YouTuber, a gun tuber, who moderate Republican Tony Gonzalez fails to clinch GOP nomination and is forced into a runoff against gun tuber Brandon fucking Herrera.
Let's go. Did we just win?
Yeah. No, he's a psycho. He's an absolute psychopath.
No, he's one of our guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I ride for all the YouTubers. I don't care. I don't care what their politics are. If they're an influencer, I'm with you.
Exactly. Yeah.
He is most famous for making he loves the AK platform. So at least that's like a good take. But he made a 50 cal AK.
Was it good?
I don't know. I've never watched it. I've just heard the legends.
Yeah, he's creating Fallout New Vegas in real life.
Yeah. Another thing I wanted to talk about. Oh shit. Also, is that like Texas is insane. I guess before I forget.
Oh yeah, there are a bunch of like local feuds there going on, like with like their insane like psychotic attorney general.
Yes.
Who was nearly impeached.
Exactly what I want to talk about. So Ken Paxton, very controversial, very corrupt. There was a whole impeachment process that occurred in Texas. For those of you who don't remember, Ken Paxton, super pro-Trump attorney general. And literally, like, there is this incredibly vindictive, like, anyone who came after Paxton got basically shanked. As far as I understand, in the state of Texas.
Yeah, it's so cool because it wasn't even like an ideological thing. It was just him being like corrupt. Like it wasn't like he was too conservative and they kicked him out. He was just like he just like accepted bribes.
Yeah, and the Republicans that actually voted to impeach him got fucking cooked by people who are pro-Paxton and pro-Trump.
Yeah,
and voters
he wasn't
went out.
even like any more pro-Trump than any of the other guys. He was just a criminal.
Yeah.
They just assumed like, oh, he just did. They said he did crime, so he must be like one of us.
Yeah, that's what the Texas Republican Party is looking at right now. So, I think the Democrats probably look at things like that and salivate at the prospect of like, oh, thank God these like insanely reactionary Republicans are actually cooking each other, so that we can make an argument even more in the general to say, look, see, these are the Trump Republicans. They're crazy. Vote for us instead. But once again, I think this like
look, that does work. It worked in 2022. They won by landslide margins in tons of swing states. Like it does work. People don't like these guys. Like it's not like it's some sort of complicated thing. Like people are sick of them. They think that they're corrupt. They think that they're extreme. They think that they can't govern. But when you're putting up a guy they think is literally too old to function as president, it makes it more complicated than it otherwise should be.
No, absolutely. That's what I was going to say, is that like relying on the Republican Party's ineptitude or increasingly reactionary politics is still going against what voting is supposed to be for. There are at this stage, we've completely lost sight of like voting for someone or voting for something, anything. And
at
now
the national
we are
level, for sure.
Yeah, everyone just votes defensively. It's just defensive voting all the way down. Republicans also engage in their version of defensive voting as well, where they present the Democratic Party as like people who will come in and like bring Salvadoran immigrants to like rape your daughters, is what they're saying, like openly, right? And you can only put a stop to this if you vote for us. But there's still certain things that the Republican Party owns, right? Racism, Second Amendment, like gun rights. You can have all the coolest guns. You can have an entire arsenal. We will never take that away from you. These are the types of like wedge issues that create single issue voters and cause them to vote for something. Democratic Party is like losing sight of that entirely and simply
100%.
saying, look how bad the Republicans are, vote for us instead.
Yeah, and it's getting into their messaging too. And this is the thing that like I think was always very weird about like the Bidenomics messaging, because they were messaging the economy like they were a Republican administration, like like what they campaigned on, and their priorities were just to make the GDP higher. That's not why people vote for Democrats. People don't vote for Democrats because they want to like maximize growth. They vote for Democrats because they support social programs that they like. They vote for them because like they're gonna like keep Social Security and Medicaid. Like it's not necessarily that they think that they'll like create a 90s style economy again. They were so proud of themselves for doing that under Clinton that like they've been obsessed with that being their appeal. But that's a secondary thing. People would be happy if you could do that, but it's not like your main argument. So when you're coming into an election where you did pass a lot of, because of the nature of how Senate procedure works, you were able to pass a lot of big money spending programs that juiced the economy and made things generally like better than other countries. Still not actually good. There was negative wage growth that should have not been forgotten, but like that's the second thing. When you're running basically like how George W. Bush or Trump would run the economy, when you have a base that votes for you because they want you to expand welfare, you're not going to be speaking to your own constituents. You're speaking to a part like the voters in another party that don't like you for 1,000 other reasons. And like even like that would be the case if it even was compelling, which it isn't.
Well, it's a good thing that they're trying to get people to vote for them on another issue that they always lose on, immigration, instead of counter messaging around immigration and going along with the arguably more successful presentation saying like America is a nation of immigrants.
That killed. That worked.
That worked. It always worked.
That's what Trump, like, people hated the shit Trump did. They hated the wall. We are a unique, we're not like Europe. We have a different understanding of these kinds of things. And going down, like, and that was the one thing I think the Democratic Party actually did right compared to other left of center parties in Europe where they conceded on the issue like 20 years ago. Political scientists have studied this. They found that when, like it is not a new thing to try to siphon votes away from a dangerous far-right anti-democratic party who's running an immigration by taking their positions in immigration. European parties have done that since the 90s and the early 2000s.
And it,
but what happens
it always failed. It always failed.
Yeah.
It is
just
demonstrably failed.
Yeah.
Because all it,
yeah.
We talked about this last time you were on, but all it does is basically normalize the position that immigrants are a problem, actually. And you're giving that entire issue, you're delivering it gift wrap to the fucking fascist party that is always going to be the real owners of that issue. The analog here is patriotism and like military service, like the John Kerry dynamic all over again. I know it's one of your faves, but
the issue, it makes the issue environment better for Republicans. It's baffling. Like, if you look at the two big things the Biden campaign has done over the past year, and it's been about a year since they launched the campaign, it was to make a major campaign on the economy and make a major campaign on immigration. It's the exact opposite of how you should actually be utilizing the power of the presidency, which is you can't really convince people in the way politics works now. You can't really like change their minds to agree with you and become liberals. What you can do is that you can manipulate the media environment so people are thinking more about the issues that they side with you on. That would involve like campaigning more, like making abortion a larger issue in people's minds. It would involve making like Social Security or Medicare a larger question. The other, like the question of Trump's criminality, you could even probably be doing more on that. Just making that in the news more, using the bully pulpit to make that a more salient thing. But when you're asking people to judge you on the immigration and the economy, your two worst issues by far, you're asking to lose.
Yeah, 100%. So stupid. When the campaign should be hyper focusing on the campaign should be doing things like that happened on accident either or that like it was a Trump miscalculation when Trump came out, or it was leaked to the press, I guess, that Trump's new abortion bill at the federal level was going to be like either presented as like protecting abortion or further restricting it at the federal level a month ago, if you remember.
It was the 16-week ban. Yeah.
Yeah,
which
the
is a
16-week
ban.
ban is huge. That is basically a gift wrapped basket full of goodies for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, and the biggest issue for abortion in 2022 was that some states, people didn't see it as an issue because, it's been delegated to the states. I live in a liberal state like California or New York, so it's not my problem. I got my bag. This is doing this for you. You're saying, no, even if you live in a state like New York or California, Trump is coming after you with this. He's trying to change your laws. He's trying to dictate how things are done for you. And while this wouldn't like get rid of any abortion bans, it would get rid of abortion protection laws. It nationalized an issue that previously their best strategy could have been to localize it. Yeah. I mean, I don't think they had any good strategies on this at all, but this is the worst way they could have done it.
Yeah, that along with the IVF thing was like two major gifts to the Democratic Party. And I think that like their hyper focus on right wing, like capitulating to right wing framing on immigration, unironically just neutralized that talking point in the media immediately, because everyone's talking about the dueling border bills or whatever. Not bills, but like dueling border proposals.
They act like they don't believe in their own policies. They act like they don't think that they're actually right about the things that they support. Like they don't like get Biden out there and like they assume they treat Biden like the more people see of him, the more they'll hate him. They treat their own policies on the border like they can't even argue for them. They can't argue for the economy on the basis of what they campaigned on. They have to pretend that they're better at what Trump was trying to do than Trump. It's like this, like they like there's this idea that like moderates like are always more like adept and smarter at politics. But when you get to the point where like you're so lost in the sauce of appealing to people that you just start arguing against yourself, that's gonna hurt you more than just sticking to your beliefs and looking like a honest person.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, EdingerMentum, thank you so much. EdingerMentum, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, it's good to be on. I need to get to writing my Kamala article now, but
all right.
Yeah.
Kamala 2024, we're K-Hivers.
Yeah, the pivot, coconut tree gang, rise up.
Exactly. The K-Hivers need to take these old, antiquated, racist white men out of positions of power, and the only one who can do it is the charismatic figure Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Black Girl Magic 2024.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah, see you, man.
All right, bye. That was EdingerMentum, like the mods have posted. Twitter.com/EdingerMentum, EdingerMentum.news for his Substack. Yeah, Jordan Cooper did a good man on the street of Nikki Haley supporters. Love that. We can take a look at that in a second. What is this? Boomers when slightly inconvenienced.
Palestinian children need to be killed. How many Palestinian children need to be killed?
God damn, dude. He's like, this is his last push. This man is on the verge of death, dog. That's crazy that he's using his last ounce of juice on this young fucking potential Democratic Party voter. All right, let's get to the major issue here. Nikki SLAYLEY. I'm going to go take a little pee-pee, okay? I'm going to do a little tinkle while this runs. And
we start with Super Tuesday.
And it's not because I'm scared of seeing the truth that Nikki Haley has finally gone down.
The breaking news, Nikki Haley ending her 2024 run. The rematch now set, a race between a president and the former president he defeated. Donald Trump crushed Nikki Haley. He won 14 of 15 contests across the country. President Biden swept his races as well, but there were some surprises and big warning signs for both candidates. Let's go back to Rachel Scott in Mar-a-Lago. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning. Nikki Haley has made it official. She is suspending her bid for the White House in 2024, but no endorsement for the former president, Donald Trump. And she's making it clear he has a lot of work to do to earn the support of her voters.
This morning, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley is ending her 2024 campaign.
The time has now come to suspend my campaign. I said I wanted Americans to have their voices heard. I have done that. I have no regrets. It is now up to Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond it who did not support him.
It comes after Donald Trump swept nearly all 15 states on Super Tuesday. The former president, now the presumptive Republican nominee. The stage set for a long general election rematch with President Biden.
November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country.
Millions of voters casting their ballots, with more than a third of the GOP delegates up for grabs. Nikki Haley barely even made a dent, only winning Vermont and not even holding a campaign event. The former president didn't mention her once in his remarks.
And we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen.
The full video of those boomers screaming is even crazier. God damn, that number is devastating. Only 45% in New York? Jesus Christ, dude. Yikes.
When 53% of New Yorkers do not
Stop! Oh my God. Dude, Gillibrand heads are die hard, dude. This guy's like, listen, I'm just here to hear my fucking fave, okay? He's like, I'm here to listen to my fave girl, to my bestie.
Stop! Stop! You have the money to correct these historic wrongs. If you took the money that you had given to Israel, the $15 billion you gave.
Dude, this is awesome. This is fucking awesome. This is so funny. Look at all these fucking old ass monsters, dude. Let me tell you, those motherfuckers vote and they vote extra hard, okay?
To Israel of our taxpayer money.
I don't understand why these guys just don't fucking die. Like, I don't get it. Like, what are you alive for, man? To vote. That's it. They literally are like, they're taking it in fucking 4-year increments. They're like, nope, gotta stay alive for another one of these, okay? Gonna make sure I fuck everyone else's lives up, okay? Damn, dude. She tried to address them too. That's awesome. They're sending in the National Guard to help New York Police Department and saying they won't feed the homeless, but they'll arrest them. Yeah, I heard about that as well. Shit's really popping off in New York. New York is getting increasingly more right-wing. It's pretty crazy.
How need to be killed before you call for a ceasefire? You have blood.
Last night in Pittsburgh, 240 people came to speak about a ceasefire resolution, 2-1 pro ceasefire. County council voted no to their faces and then had cops bully them. Woo, that's crazy. The modern Democratic Party in one image. It's pretty good. Off topic. What else is your country lying about? Turkish coffee? Country of origin, Yemen? Yo, chill, dude. Fucking, dude, why are you... I'm moving away from this slander, okay? You know what this is? This is Iranian trickery, okay? I'll say it, okay? That's what this is Persian tricksters who are scared, like Seamus, scared of the Ottoman Empire's might, okay? Do not trust the Iranian tricks, my brothers. Persian tricksters sounds like something the English dude on Shogun would say. Yeah. Iranians are to Turks what Koreans are to the Chinese. While I applaud them for actually trying to do something and try and help, realistically, do things like this actually have an impact on policy? What can we do in situations like this? Aside from disturbing public events, is organizing something like a fundraiser a useful alternative? No. This is supposed to happen alongside the other thing. The fuck? No. It's all about pressure. Consistently fucking disrupting public events that our public servants are, where our public servants are engaging in like propaganda is a very good thing. This is supposed to be a full scale effort. Okay. This is supposed to work alongside the other thing that you mentioned, fundraisers, voting, uncommitted, disrupting public events, doing mass protests. All of that is good. All of that, especially because when you do this kind of thing, it does get media coverage. It forces the media's hand to go and cover the issues, cover the protests themselves, because there's a lot of drama surrounding it. But then those protests and the coverage of said protests end up causing people to basically pay attention to what the fuck's going on. Okay. Also, there's this. This is really good too. Here's Representative Chuck Fleischman.
You can tell the Palestinians I will never support the Anti.
Why do you support the genocide and all of the war crimes and collective punishment? Are you concerned about all the children?
Let me make it clear. Let me make it clear. Israel is our ally, will always be our ally.
Even if they commit war crimes?
And they are not guilty of genocide, and I will support Israel forever.
So
Israel will stay your ally, even though they commit genocide. Even though that's your term. Even when they kill kids, your term. Even when they kill 30,000 kids. What they did to the Israeli people on October. Let me tell you a statistic. Yeah, please. Israel will exist. The Jewish.
That's not a statistic. Also, why are you... Dude, oh my God, dude. Oh my God.
State will exist.
That's not a statistic.
That's not what we're... And that is...
Bro, bro is APAC dickmatized. Oh, Jesus. Listen, dude, this is some rabbit ass shit, okay? That's not a statistic, homie. What the fuck do you mean? Here's a statistic. Israel will always exist. The Jewish state will always exist. First of all, talking about Israel as a Jewish state, already a big no-no. The fuck are you doing? We're America, goddammit. You're an American. Act like it, dumb bitch. The fuck do you mean? We're supposed to be a secular nation. There's no there's no oh, this is a Muslim state and will exist to be a Muslim state. Like, what the fuck do you mean? The fuck are you talking about? Dude, hold on. Here. Here it is, dude. Where is the fucking clip? God damn it. Oh, god damn it. I can't find it. Shit. My favorite Trump clip.
Congresswoman and people died that Americans speak a foreign country, have an allegiance to a foreign country. Omar wrote that Israel has hypnotized the world. Omar.
Fuck, I can't clip it perfectly.
That Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel.
This is my favorite clip. It's so good.
The people.
Wait, like right here?
Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
It's so good.
Has hypnotized the...
Wait, hold on. Is it like right here?
Omar wrote...
Okay, 127.
That Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Inshallah, my friend. Inshallah, one day. Oh. Got to do the Dune version of Trump doing this.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. May Allah awaken.
This is the Mahdi. He's real.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Bro drank the worm juice. Dude, this is I retweeted it yesterday. Here, inshallah, brothers. Anyway, okay. Almost 40% of Boston GOP voters voted for a Nazi. Let's go, dude. Boston voters reject Mass GOP candidate called out for her hateful rhetoric. That's an interesting framing. Lori Kaufman got 37%. Heinz Ferrick got 59.27. It's worse than you think. Despite her frequently stated favorable regard for Nazism and her declaration that as of Super Tuesday she would likely get voted into office, whereupon she would set about banning same-sex marriage, making transgenderism illegal, and exile all Jews, Kaufman was still able to secure the support of 1,475 Republican voters, or 37.4% of the vote. Candidate for Massachusetts Republican State Committee, 1st Suffolk. It is in God's hands, always has been, always will be. If she said exile all Muslims, this would have gotten zero coverage. I mean, if she said exile all Muslims and Jews, she probably would have won the fucking Republican primary. Let's be real. That's what she missed out on. Another one. Oh my God. Oh, good to hear your steadfastness. Your enemy won't hesitate in killing you to prevent you from fighting them. You know what happened to him. Mood. Yeah, she's straight up Hitler posting. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my God. Dude, American politics is so nutty. Speaking of quoting Hitler quoting candidate wins North Carolina Republican gubernatorial primary. Mark Robinson, who has a history of making inflammatory comments, will face Democrat Josh Stein in what's expected to be a close race in November. Mark Robinson, North Carolina's lieutenant governor who has a history of making inflammatory comments, has said he would abolish abortion rights, has won state's Republican nomination for governor. Robinson, North Carolina's first black lieutenant governor, will face Democrat Josh Stein, the state's attorney general, in what's expected to be a close and hotly contested race in November. Robinson and Stein are attempting to succeed the current Democratic governor, Roy Cooper, who is term limited. Because Republicans already control North Carolina's legislature, a Robinson victory would give them a trifecta and unilateral control over policymaking in a critical battleground state. Issues like the right to abortion would be at stake. Robinson said last month that he would absolutely protect life from conception. We got it down to 12 weeks, he said. The next goal is to get it down to 6 and to just keep moving from down there. A former factory worker, Robinson launched his political career when his 2018 speech on gun laws to his hometown council went viral. During that speech, Robinson said he represented average Americans who feel targeted and whose safety feels threatened by attempts to restrict firearms access. The attention following the speech earned him a spot as a conservative commentator and a National Rifle Association board member, and he used his new fame to launch his successful bid for lieutenant governor. He has a history of controversial statements. He described COVID-19 as a globalist conspiracy to destroy Donald Trump. In 2021, he criticized efforts to teach LGBTQ issues and sex education, referring to transgender and homosexual people as filth. He also said people who are gay are equivalent to what the cows leave behind, as well as maggots and flies. This is my favorite type of person, who will be like, we have to kill every gay person, but won't say shit, like the word shit, okay? It's like, oh, that would be a bridge too far. Typical average Southerner, okay? He implied at a campaign event last month that transgender women should be arrested if they use women's restrooms. He once described the movie Black Panther as created by an agnostic Jew and put to film by a satanic Marxist. He then said it was only created to pull the shekels out of your... Okay, dude, that's Hitlerian. In 2014, he quoted Hitler on Facebook in a statement about racial pride. He defended the post in a speech last July, saying quoting the Nazi leader doesn't equate to supporting him. Because you quoted Hitler, you support Hitler, he said. I guess every history book in America supports Hitler now. They all quote him. I know the word is a Yiddish slur for black people. That's why I didn't read it. Which is wild. He said black people owe reparations to white people. I have to see what his takes are on That's awesome. This is just like this perfectly, this title, this headline perfectly captures Israel support in America, like almost entirely. Okay. When we talk about like Christian Zionism, which is the dominant Zionism in the United States of America. Okay. People that hyper focus on like Jewish people supporting Israel lose sight of the actual very valid and very sizable constituency of anti-Semitic Christian Zionists. Okay. Like it's so, because like as far as support for Israel goes in the American Jewish population, okay, the demographics work itself out in almost identical percentages to the rest of the demographics, like to the rest of the American public. Younger Jews, less in support of Israel than older Jews, in the same exact way that younger like Christians and younger Muslims, well, maybe with Muslims is a little bit higher, but overall, it is almost identical to the average. Okay. This is the reason why I think a lot of people lose sight of the conversation and think that this is like a Jewish issue. It is not. Okay. There are more Christian Zionists in America than there are Jewish people in the entire world. Abso-fucking-lutely. Moderate GOP opponent says Trump-backed frontrunner Mark Robinson is unelectable. Presumptive Democratic nominee Josh Stein, if elected, would be the state's first Jewish governor. North Carolina gubernatorial candidate accused of Holocaust denial touts Israel support. This race will be the embodiment of this meme. Bland normie dem. Adolf fucking Hitler. But it's so American. It's like Adolf Hitler, but black. And it's so sick. Now check out what the New York Times put for their initial subheadline on who is Mark Robinson. There needs to be a New York Times headline generator where you could plug in terms like Holocaust denier and it spits back phrases like fiery outsider eager to dive into the culture war. Who is Mark Robinson? The Republican nominee for North Carolina governor. Subtitle reads, Mr. Robinson formerly entered politics in 2019 when he began his run for lieutenant governor. He has since earned a reputation as a fiery outsider eager to dive into the culture war. What is the culture war? Oh, World War II, as a matter of fact, it seems. You know, not on the side of the Allied forces either, mind you, but on the side of the Nazis. He said, I'm doing World War II, but not on the side of America. Oh, my God. Yeah, he said, because you quoted Hitler, you support Hitler. He said, I guess every history book in America supports Hitler now. They all quote him. Oh, Mark Robinson running as a black politician who thinks black people owe white people reparations. This is also like basically at the heart of black conservatism and black Republicans in this country. This literally is the meme that defines black conservatism in this country specifically. He's just taking it to the next level. You know what I mean? Incredible stuff happening in the universe. Anyway, let's get back to this guy.
For God has absolutely nothing to do with what we're saying. And I will always support genocide, sir.
That's not a statistic.
That's not what we're, and that is for God has absolutely nothing to do with what we're saying. And I will always support genocide, sir. I will always support Israel, and you can tell the Palestinians I will never support them. I am a Palestinian myself. Then I will tell you, I will never support you. I will tell you to your face. And you want my cousins to die. Goodbye to Palestine.
This guy, like, bro, you are not in the Knesset. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Motherfucker, you're in DC. Like, what's happening? Like, this is the type of shit that, like, Ben Gvir is saying. You know what I mean? Like, he will get censured, right? Surely. He said he loves genocide, dude. Is just, you know.
Goodbye, Palestine. We will support Israel.
He said, goodbye, Palestine, bro. Treason. Where's that energy? You know what I mean? Arrest them, bro. Throw them in the brig. That's treason. What's happening? Like, it is indecent and unimaginably bigoted to, like, bring up dual loyalty, okay? This guy is like, no, you don't understand. I don't have dual loyalty. I have single loyalty. What the fuck are we doing? Okay, well, you're no longer eligible then. Like, what are you talking about? The fuck? He's telling an American citizen that he does not give a shit about the American citizen and his wants and interests because he rides for Israel? That's crazy.
Israel forever.
So you are comfortable with...
Just FYI, this guy just said goodbye to Palestine.
Support
Israel.
So you just said goodbye to Palestine. So You are saying you are comfortable with the murder of thousands of children.
The Jewish people will never
You are
suffer
not
again
answering the question.
under Palestinian.
Yeah, under the oppressive thumb of Palestinian babies. Okay, you understand me? We must slaughter them more.
Terrorism under Hamas, under Hezbollah.
What about
Israel will be secure
30,000
forever.
innocent
God
civilians?
bless Israel forever.
Thank you for
We
saying
wipe
Palestine off the earth. Yeah.
God bless Israel forever.
Holy fuck. Oh my god. Nuttiest moment from last night that we haven't covered. Oh, this is a nutty moment. You are correct. Where is the other? I mean, this guy's crazy. This is crazy. This is
You
madness.
tell the Palestinians.
Like how we censured. Surely he'll get censured for this, right? Will we watch the Johnny video? Yes, we will. American prostitute politicians acting tough is the cringiest thing on the planet. Yeah. Yes, we will watch Boy sneaking into the CIA facility. Don't you worry. Do not worry. All right. Here's Marjorie Taylor.
You to go talk about Jewish space lasers, and really, why don't you fuck off? How about that?
Thanks. Thank you very much. Marjorie, thank you so much. The news agents in from London. What do you think the message should be to Nikki Haley tonight?
Well, we've been encouraging her to drop out and support President Trump, and I think tonight is.
Oh, another one of these. Oh, dude. This is my favorite. This is my favorite biker jacket because it literally says "Born to Ride President Trump." Have you guys seen those jackets? It just straight up says "Born to Ride President Trump." Like they want to fuck Trump openly.
It's the clear message that President Trump is the clear front runner. He's the winner in our Republican primary, and it's time for Nikki Haley to drop out and support him.
Do you think President Trump, Mr. Trump, is closer to picking his VP, and should you be on that list?
Oh, that's the question everyone asks, and no, I don't think Nikki Haley should be on the list. But of course, President Trump will choose who he wants for VP.
Would you like to be on that list?
He's got a long list. I support President Trump in any way he'd ask me. But I can assure you it won't be Nikki Haley.
And can you tell me why so?
It's always funny because you said Emily Matlas is a Tory racist and a conspiracy theorist herself against Corbyn. Yeah, except I love when like English Tories encounter. I love when English Tories encounter like an American Republican, and then immediately they come across like mainstream liberals, and the American Republican outcompetes them in the fucking QAnon conspiracy category by wider margins than you've ever imagined.
So many people.
It happened with, it literally happened. It happens with Piers Morgan all the time. And it happened with Ben Shapiro against Andrew Neil. Like you have dudes who are monsters in England coming across our hogs and being like, you are out of your mind, sir.
That support Donald Trump love conspiracy theories, including yourself. He seems to attract lots of conspiracy theorists.
Well, let me tell you, you're a conspiracy theorist, and the left and the media spreads more conspiracy theories. We like the truth. We like supporting our Constitution, our freedoms, and America first. So,
what about Jewish space lasers? Tell us about Jewish space lasers.
No, why don't you go talk about Jewish space lasers? And really, why don't you fuck off? How about that?
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Why don't you talk about Jewish space lasers, which is a real thing, and no one's talking about it? That's what she meant. Here's a Haley voter calling Trump a lunatic in my new favorite series that I like to call Will Biden Win These Voters? Let's take a look.
What made you switch from Trump to Nikki Haley?
The man is a lunatic, and I think he's terrible for the country.
What are you thinking about when you say that?
Just that he lies, he cheats, he's bankrupted millions of businesses and people, and I don't see anything good about him.
Let me ask, if Donald Trump is the nominee in November, do you support Joe Biden over Donald Trump?
No.
Oh, it's so perfect. Statement from President Biden on Nikki Haley withdrawing from the Republican presidential primary. Takes a lot of courage to run for president. That's especially true in today's Republican Party, where so few dare to speak the truth about Donald Trump. Nikki Haley was willing to speak the truth about Trump and got fucking clobbered about the chaos that follows him, about his inability to see right from wrong, about his cowering before Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump made it clear he doesn't want Nikki Haley's supporters. I want to be clear. There's a place for them in my campaign. Fuck you! Fuck you, Biden! Fuck you! Fuck you, Biden! Fuck! I know there's a lot we don't agree on, but on the fundamental issues of preserving American democracy, on standing up for the rule of law, on treating each other with decency and dignity and respect, on preserving NATO, and standing up to America's adversaries. I hope and I believe we can find common ground. I promise I will kill all of the Guatemalan migrants if you vote for me, Jack. I'm building that wall, and I'm killing the Guatemalan migrants myself. Please, vote for me. I hate the left. I hate it so much more than I hate anybody else, really. I can't even think of anybody I hate. I love Mitch McConnell, who's a good guy, and I hate the fucking left. Oh, my God. You know what I don't hate? Serving you a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, though. That's right. And I don't want you to subscribe. I, Joe Biden, do not want you to subscribe. I want you to see the 3-minute ad break. I'm going to get in trouble if I keep speaking. But that's right. 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Don't subscribe to the HasanAbi broadcast. Oh, they found some Haley Biden
Thing
voters.
but Trump.
Thank God, dude. Thank God we got that. Oh, my God, the Biden momentum. We all know this is no ordinary election. It's the most important election of our lifetimes. And the stake of America couldn't be higher, Jack. I know that Democrats and Republicans and independents disagree on many issues and hold strong convictions, which is why I've capitulated to all the issues on the right-wing framing. That's a good thing. That's what America stands for. But I also know this. What unites Democrats and Republicans and independents is a love for America.
Anything but Trump.
That was your priority.
That's my priority.
Is that the biggest reason you supported Nikki Haley?
Yeah, I'd say.
Because of Donald Trump?
Yes, yeah.
I would vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump in a heartbeat.
Republican, right? I am. What do you do in that event if he is the nominee and it's he and Joe Biden? What do you do?
I vote for Joe Biden.
Hi, Nikki Haley.
I think Donald Trump is a threat to the well-being of our country.
She drops out. Would you be disappointed if she endorsed Trump?
She does. I'll vote Democrat.
No.
That's all there is to it.
It's important to me to keep Trump out of office again. Project 2025, I've read it. I've studied it. It's scary. It's frightening.
I've lived in a...
Wait, what? That's not even a... Okay, that's not a Nikki Haley voter. That's just a Democrat. Hello? No Republican is saying, I've studied Project 2025 and I'm terrified of it.
It's scary. It's frightening.
I've lived in a constitutional democracy all my life. I want to remain that way, and I want my grandchildren to grow up in one. Not a dictatorship.
And I'm curious, over the last 2 elections...
That's just a Democrat that voted for Nikki Haley, if they did.
Have you voted Trump in the past? Was it something where you voted for him, you trusted him, and you were disappointed?
Yes, I voted for him in 2016. I am a registered Republican, and I regretted that vote almost immediately.
It literally said Democrats voted the Republican primary in the headline. Oh, my God.
Project.
I didn't even see that. Oh, yeah. Nikki Haley is done. Trump goes after Haley as she drops out.
Is the message that the Trump campaign put out after his announcement. It said it was a hard-fought race, but now it's time for us to unite as a party and defeat Joe Biden. Donald Trump, the person, his own message was, shall we say, off. CNN's Kristen Holmes is in Palm Beach, Florida. Kristen, this is sort of rinse and repeat. There's the campaign, and then there's the candidate.
Wait, Brian Mast did even worse than the Republican we just saw? Oh, my God.
So I'm just saying, are the unborn innocent?
I'm not here to talk about abortion. You know there are thousands of innocent people being killed in Gaza every single day. You know that.
They're not.
And yet you don't care about them because you know what?
They're not. He's just going no deaths, actually. A position that I haven't even heard from the most aggressive ultra-Zionists in the Israeli Knesset. He's like, nah, 0 deaths in Gaza.
You don't care about Palestinians.
Pardon?
Do you think the IDF discriminating in who they kill?
No, they're very, very specific about who they try to kill.
Even Biden said indiscriminate.
It's why they warn people to get out of a building before they go there. It's why they warn people to leave. So you think combatants can't be at a mosque? They can't be at a hospital?
Right, wait.
You probably buy into the Al Aliyah hospital bombing that was somehow Israel. You guys were out there.
Dog, they've bombed every hospital, including Al Ahli. What are you saying? Reddit commenter starter pack responses. Yeah, he even has like the him and Crenshaw would make one hell of a pirate movie. Oh my God.
I have a question. Where is there a safe place to be? Where is there a safe place? Where can people go
When Israel takes a precision-guided munition and puts it into a specific place, when they put it into a specific place, that is, they're not dumb. They're specifically aimed.
Oh, fuck. I can't stand these motherfuckers. Neither can he, to be honest.
They're not dumb. A dumb bomb would be like carpet bombing from the sky.
You can't have killed 25,000. They've already killed 25,000 people. That is not precision bombing. Wait a minute. Are you saying there are not thousands of innocent people being killed?
What's it like going through life this naive?
I actually go through life caring about humanity everywhere in the world, and you don't.
Yeah, he's like, bro, all of those children that Israel fucking murdered, like massacred, slaughtered, that was actually deliberate, but also somehow simultaneously not a bad thing and a good thing. And also they're fake. They didn't die.
You know, you are naive because you think there is a military solution to this. The Israelis have been trying the military solution. There is none. You know why? Because there's 75 years of oppression, and you have to deal with the oppression because there will always be a resistance.
Ay, 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 ay. I don't know how you see this and don't like break your desk. Tell us how. Because what do you mean? I've heard this a million. That guy, Brian Mass, basically was like every gray name encounter that I have probably around 200 times a day. It's because I've heard every single thing that he has said thousands, hundreds of thousands of times since October 7th. That's the difference. That and also that I'm a terrorist, Islamist fundamentalist. Got him. Clip it. Yeah. All right. We're done with the margarine. Can you please unban my friend? So why are you deliberately inadvertently voting for Trump by supporting voting uncommitted? You are deluded. Why would HasanAbi learn a fucking thing in 2016 or 2020? Of course, you want to accelerate the death of America by sacrificing democracy to Trump of all people. Suck my dick, Islamist, communist piece of shit. Go the fuck back to Turkey. The modern Democratic Party. I'm posting that on Twitter. Wow, cultivating an echo chamber classic. Yeah, famously. Which the irony, of course, is that I'm simply saying that if Democrats want to win, I'm not in this conversation that I was having. I wasn't even saying like, don't vote for Joe Biden or anything. I was simply stating that if Democrats want to win, they have to do certain things. How are people so comfortable talking like this? What do you mean? There's no punishment. Why would anybody not talk like this? There's no fucking punishment for that kind of behavior. As a matter of fact, you get praised. It's like 50% of the criticism that I receive literally devolves into you're an Islamist fundamentalist terrorist piece of shit. That's literally where a lot of that anger and hate stems from.
Yeah, it's not surprising from the former president, particularly as Kylie just laid out. He had been attacked by Nikki Haley. He was on offense. And we were told going into this speech that Nikki Haley was not going to endorse him. And I was told by advisors that they believed she was going to go out there and trash him. But before she even got through her speech, in which she asked Donald Trump to earn the votes of Republicans that didn't support him.
Legit 20 to 30K people left due to you not being Zionist? Yes. Post October 7, this community like halved in size pretty much. Straight up. There's a decent amount of people who are like, I like his domestic politics. He's a terrorist and I don't like that.
He posted this on social media. He said, Nikki Haley got trounced last night in record-setting fashion, despite the fact that Democrats, for reasons unknown, are allowed to vote in Vermont and various other Republican primaries. Much of her money came from radical left Democrats, as did many of her voters, almost 50% according to the polls. At this point, I hope she stays in the race and fights it out until the end. I'd like to thank my family, friends, and the great Republican Party for helping me produce by far the most successful Super Tuesday in history, and would further like to invite all of the Haley supporters to join the greatest movement in the history of our nation. Biden is the enemy. He's destroying our country. Make America great again. So he starts by saying that Haley's supporters and donors are Democrats. He's also said that anybody who donates to Haley was not somebody who he wanted donating to him. And then he ends with saying if Nikki Haley's supporters want to support him, he welcomes them. This was then sent out by the campaign, and this is why I'm pointing this out, in a note that said Donald Trump's statement before Haley's speech, which indicates to me there might be something else coming, because this was not sent out before Haley's speech. This was sent out in the middle of his speech, and I am told that he was watching this speech, knew it was happening at the time. But I think we might see something else, another turn of the wheel here, because, Dana, as we have said time and time again, both Biden and Trump going into this, every single vote is going to count in a general election. And that includes those Nikki Haley supporters.
Yeah, the turn of the wheel will probably go about 180 degrees, is my sense. Kristen, thank you so much for that reporting. There is so much to discuss today. And here with me is an all-star panel, CNN and Bloomberg's Nia Malika Henderson, CNN's Jeff Zeleny, and Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report. I told you all, I want you to sort of just kind of open up your brains and spill out the most sort of the biggest takeaway. Our viewers have been listening to this, and we'll get into some of the nitty gritty in a second, but kind of the big picture of what this means in the body politic going forward.
Well, now we're serious. The rematch really is on starting today, and 244 some odd days until the final election day. The voting comes earlier. But look, I think the biggest sort of thing I'm struck by as you look at all the maps above the primaries are the coalitions. There's work to do on both sides in terms of rebuilding their fraying coalition. On the Biden side, that is clear as we see the uncommitted votes in Minnesota again last night, joining Michigan last week and other places. That's just one slice of the coalition he has to rebuild, but he has to do the same with progressives, young voters, Latino voters, black voters, others. But Donald Trump also has to rebuild his coalition, the Republican coalition. I talked to so many voters out there this year who voted for him once, twice. Some may do it a third time. Others simply don't know. So I think that is what we'll have our eye on going forward for the next 8 months. What about those people who don't know? We call them Nikki Haley voters now. They're not all Nikki Haley voters, and she doesn't own them. They'll do different things. But some said they're going to vote third party. Some said they're not going to vote. Others have to be sort of wooed in. So her comments are this morning. Now's a time for his choosing. The burden is on him. It's not her burden.
I thought that's a very, very good point. Look, you mentioned in the open, this is the third time Donald Trump now is a presumptive nominee, but he enters this race in stronger shape than he's ever been in his political career. You know, think back where he was in 2016. He didn't win a majority in any of those states in the primaries or in the caucuses. The party was deeply divided. 2020, he came into that race behind Joe Biden. And at this point in 2020, he was trailing by about 4 or 5 points. Today, he's got a party behind him, clearly. And yes, I do agree with Jeff that those Haley voters are going to be important. But there are far fewer of them than there were in 2016 who are really debating this. And Joe Biden is a much weaker candidate than he was in 2020. So this race starts in a very different place than the rematch, than it did in 2020. The rematch looks very different.
Yeah, and at this point, I think voters are really ready for this reality, right? It had been sort of...
Are they, though?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they got to be ready, right? At this point, they don't have a choice. Yeah. This is what has been presented over the last couple of months as the likelihood. So this is what's going to happen. They have seen these candidates. I mean, I was telling Amy in the...
Hasan, there's still hope. I've returned after October 7th and seen the flaws in my ways. I remember on January 6th, I was rooting on them, killing out reps. I know, crazy. Then a month later, I found out you had my doubts, and then you turned me liberal, hate Trump now. But then I stopped watching you. Now I'm back, and I realize every time I watch you, I go more and more left, and now I'm scared if I turn socialist, if I keep watching. Jesus Christ. God damn. Okay. Why is that scary? It shouldn't be scary. It's good. Be open-minded. This is why I do what I do. He's trolling you and being sarcastic. You can't tell, Lamau. There are a lot of people who have done that. So I'm inclined to believe it. Many people in this community are former Republicans, former alt-right people, people who believed in fucking Gamergate shit. It's not that far-fetched. You are quite literally surrounded by people in this chat that unironically, uncritically consumed right-wing content, or at the very least moved further left from their prior position.
the green room. It feels like we've been covering this, certainly Donald Trump, since 2015. So this is going to be one of the most expensive presidential campaign that we've ever seen. And I think one big question is, are we sort of in the middle of a great resorting of the parties, right? This great sort of realignment where more downscale sort of working class voters are more likely to vote Republican, and that's across demographics, and then a sort of sorting to the Democratic side of more upscale voters, suburban white voters, college-educated voters, and those are sort of, I think, the Nikki Haley voters, and we'll see what happens with that. But this is going to be a down and dirty race. So much money is going to be flooded. These, a handful of states, right? These swing states, and we'll see if Donald Trump can flip them or if Biden will keep them in his column.
One of the factors, one of the many factors, but maybe one of the most important factors that Donald Trump is facing this time around that he wasn't in the other two races is criminal charges.
Absolutely.
And court case after court case that he's facing. And it was striking in the exit polls that we saw last night. These are questions that were asked of Nikki Haley's voters, specifically about whether or not they're satisfied. They would be satisfied as Trump is the nominee. Only 19% said yes. Believe Trump is fit to serve if convicted. 17%. Now, that might look like a pretty low percentage, but if you think about what that could mean in, let's just take North Carolina and Virginia, particularly Virginia, for example. Well, I think North Carolina is probably the better example. If those people don't show up for Donald Trump, Joe Biden could win a state like North Carolina.
Sure, he could. I think a couple caveats in there. Could he be convicted? I mean, we have no idea if any of these court cases are ever going to get to that point. If I was a betting person as an old courthouse reporter, I would say no. I mean, that seems to be where it's going. But you mentioned wild cards. Boy, I cannot think of a presidential race with more wild cards, from the third party candidates to the individual health and sort of stature of both candidates to all of the criminal cases. So
that is them trying to make it more interesting. This is not interesting. That's it. They're like, oh, man, it's surely. Yeah, if Biden dies or if Trump goes to prison, then it is objectively going to be one of the most historically interesting elections. Absence of that, anything outside of that, it's not very interesting at all.
So we're going to reset, have to take our breath and see how this shapes out. But I do think it's an important opening here for the Biden campaign, and they're going to try and seize upon it. I mean, they have a lot of vulnerabilities, but their biggest task above all, of course, is to try and make this not about Joe Biden, but to make it about Donald Trump, about his negatives. And there's a lot that helps them in that respect. But again, the criminal charges has helped Donald Trump consolidate the Republican base, unlike we've ever seen in his two other races, as Amy was pointing out.
And it's a very different frame in a general.
No, it hasn't. Not even remotely. No, what consolidates the base for Trump is that he was the president. What are they saying? It objectively has not consolidated the base for Trump. What accompanied Donald Trump's arrest, or not arrest, but like his indictments, was that people started seeing Trump more on television. Wouldn't you say, as a political commentator, it is interesting because the rematch is so close according to the polls? No, fuck no. No, it is incredibly uninteresting. People are completely checked out for those reasons, because it's a fucking rematch. Who wants to watch a rerun, dog? Nobody. People don't want to watch a rerun. Both of the candidates are worse versions of themselves 4 years ago. One significantly worse version of himself. The other also a worse version of himself. It's literally part two, but shittier. Think about it from the perspective of like a movie. There is nothing motivating people to go out and pay attention to politics or even go out and vote. Nothing.
Election.
Right.
There's consolidating the base, and then there's getting people who don't like that and other things about Donald Trump, which is why the Biden campaign, I mean, they had basically their finger on the send button the minute she started to speak. This is a statement. Donald Trump made it clear he doesn't want Nikki Haley supporters. I want to be clear. There is a place for them in my campaign. I know that Democrats and Republicans and independents disagree on many issues and hold strong convictions. That's a good thing. That's what America stands for. And then he went on to say, this is what makes me love America. Vote Biden.
The end. You know, Nia put her finger on it, talking about the sort of realignment of the coalitions, but it doesn't take a big realignment. It literally takes like 5,000 voters and a handful of state kind of realignment. And so every single one of these voters who fits into that category in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Arizona matters a lot, and a lot more than what we'll see maybe at the national level. Look, this has been Donald Trump's challenge as a candidate, and it still looks, even as I said, he's coming in better shape than ever, like his continued challenge, which is his hard ceiling. Even in the swing state polls where he's ahead, he is getting basically the exact same percent of the vote he got in 2020 or he got in 2016. He has never been interested in expanding his coalition. But again, if you're going to win,
but they're
in some of
trying.
these states,
This time around, they say they're trying. African American votes.
Yeah,
Latino
listen, well,
votes.
that's right. It won't be the Haley type voters.
Right.
It will be a different type voter.
And I think part of Donald Trump's problem is the way he treats Nikki Haley reminds these Haley voters of why they don't like Donald Trump. It's about his character. And that's one of the reasons why she said, listen, it's a time of your choosing Donald Trump. Are you going to choose to behave differently going forward? Doubtful.
We are inching closer to a general election rematch between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Now, in terms of fundraising, the Democrats currently have a financial advantage over the Republicans. Joe Biden started the year with $46 million on hand compared to Trump's $33 million. Here's some news, though. Perhaps that imbalance will not last for long. Check out this scoop from the New York Times tonight. You see the headline there. Donald Trump seeking cash infusion meets with Elon Musk.
Fucking
New York Times
awesome. First of all, one of the funniest people to go to for cash is Elon Musk, who is famously devoid of it, as he is operating the sinking ship of Twitter. So that's like, I guess a lot of people mistake net worth for like liquid cash. But I guess like he will get, the best thing he could do from Elon Musk, is this illegal in America? What? No, if you don't do this, you don't win elections. Hello? What do you mean? First of all, nothing is illegal if we're talking about Donald Trump. That's number one. Number two, Chowder, I don't know if you know this, but there is currently literally a Supreme Court case that's looking at whether anything Trump can do as president or when he was president can be considered illegal, okay? As there are active court cases on his many dealings as president. Donald Trump is personally going out to billionaires and being like, come on, support me, support me. But it's the funniest one to go to. It's the funniest one to go to considering how little cash Elon has, I suspect.
Reporting that Donald Trump met with Elon Musk and also a few other wealthy Republican donors seeking a cash infusion to support his campaign. That was within the last few days. That was reportedly over the weekend.
By the way, directly going into legal funds. Like, this would just straight up almost entirely be spent on his many legal proceedings, lawyers, court fees, trial awards. Awesome.
According to the Times, Trump is now hoping to have a one-on-one meeting just with Elon Musk, who reportedly has been saying that he believes it is, quote, essential to defeat Joe Biden in November, quoting the New York Times there. Elon Musk, of course, is one of the 2 richest people on earth. He could single-handedly erase any financial advantage Democrats might have heading into the general election in November if he decided to, and if he wanted to play it that way. What would that mean for what happens to the world and the republic?
And we're sure that money is not to pay Donald Trump's legal bills.
Guess what? It can. And when we all sit here and go, oh my gosh, Donald Trump owes $83 million on E. Jean Carroll, he owes $400 million here, and we say he doesn't have that money, guess what? Whether it's Elon Musk or all sorts of other supremely wealthy forces out there, they would be happy to pay the bills for someone who could be the next president.
Yeah,
Elon Musk
owns the president
FTC.
of the United States.
He hates the FTC. And how much would he like it if he then owned the president?
Trump. Yes, I mean, this is, let's go back to Citizens United and Mitch McConnell and John Roberts, who have crafted the universe in which we operate, who have brought us to a position where the richest billionaire out of it's like an 1890s Gilded Age cartoon in a newspaper, and the corrupt president desperately in need of cash have a meeting, and what is either the explicit or implied quid pro quo in that interaction? Musk has tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of government contracts with the Pentagon through SpaceX. He has unbelievable amounts of interest in regulatory affairs. He's currently suing to get rid of the National Labor Relations Act of the New Deal to destroy unions across the board and render them unconstitutional. That is a current lawsuit he has filed onto. Think about the sheer ROI, return on investment, of an investment, and it is so shocks the conscience that this would even be possible. And it's only possible, again, because of Mitch McConnell, because of the Roberts Court and the MAGA Court, that you could even be in a position where you have such an obviously corrupt setup.
Chris, Tesla is the only car manufacturer that is allowed to sell directly to consumer, because one of the biggest, strongest lobbies in this country is car dealership owners, right? So the fact that he could back Donald Trump, the fact that he could pay his bills and then be able to push Donald Trump around, giddy up. That's an easy one for him.
And by the way, he controls Starlink, which is critical to the defense of Ukraine and to the U.S. defense establishment. This guy could be the J.P. Morgan of the current era. He would literally...
This is the most solid panel you're going to have on MSNBC. Joanne Reed is basically pro-Hamas by media standards. And Chris Hayes is a HasanAbi head.
Literally own a desperate, fearful man. I sat and watched 7 minutes of Donald Trump speaking from what looked like his basement the other day. Donald Trump is afraid. He's afraid of going to prison. He's afraid of losing everything that he built in New York, well, that his dad built, and that he borrowed money from the Russians or whatever after he failed at business. But he could be saved right now. All he needs is a billionaire like Elon Musk who wants to own him.
And that's a mute.
And then he gets to be president and he gets to dismiss all his cases. Boom. He's basically, that is his MBS.
He's running for his life.
He's running for his life.
It also, does assume that Trump is inevitably going to win once he has Elon's money behind him. And though I believe that money in politics is a colossal problem.
Oh, yeah, no.
There is, he is
but you'd rather be even than outgunned.
Yes, but he is reliant on government contracts. Yeah. And, if Joe Biden's reelected and Elon Musk has bankrolled Donald Trump,
that's a great
point. Then what do you do?
Tesla wasn't invited to the last EV summit at the White House, and they won't be invited in 2025.
What you're supposed to do with that money is to fund ground campaigns, mail campaigns, etc. They're already saying they're not going to do mail. Most of that money,
Tesla won't be invited to the EV summit in 2025 because there will be no EV summit in 2025 because Donald Trump will be the president in 2025. I cleared that up for everyone who was confused as to what she was saying. She's right, but not in the way that she thinks is going to happen.
Be clear, is going to go to cure Donald Trump's personal financial issues, not to the ground campaign.
Can I just say one more thing about this? Because I actually find it very usefully clarifying, is that so much of the way that Donald Trump talks, so much of the way that our politics talk about are these sort of cultural signifiers, these points of intense sort of ideological, rhetorical, demographic conflict in the country, the invaders coming over the border, the sort of Marxists that run the Democratic Party, they're trying to destroy the future. When in power, what Republican governments do is do policy that helps people like Elon Musk. They cut corporate taxes. It's the only domestic policy bill that they passed the last time around when they didn't build the wall. They had all three.
They did make it easier for people adjudicated to be mentally ill to buy firearms.
They also got that. But to me, it's just there's this whole you're sort of watching Elon Musk self-radicalize and online every day. His brain gets mushier and mushier and mushier. And there's part of this radicalization is social media and his own ego. But again, when you look at what governments do, local governments, state governments, federal governments, when they're Republican and conservative governments with power.
HasanAbi head dominating the panel. Love to see it. Chris Hayes shouts out. There's two HasanAbi heads. Well, technically not even a HasanAbi head, but my uncle, Sam Cedar, and Chris Hayes.
They deregulate, they go after unions, they cut taxes for rich people. And so there's something very clarifying about Elon Musk and Donald Trump together in the same room, because it cuts through a lot of the faux populism and culture war nonsense that masks fundamentally the material interests that are being pursued by this man.
And that is also why people often falsely say Republicans are good for the economy, because in terms of deregulation, in terms of big business, that set will say a Republican is a safer bet for me.
For us, yes.
For us. And that's where that narrative comes from. You've even heard people say, well, if it's good for my boss, maybe it'll trickle down to me. It won't. But that's where the mindset comes from.
And by the way, what makes it perfect chef's kiss perfect is that the Supreme Court sits atop it all, trying to ensure the longevity of Republican government, because that is how they get their wonderful vacays. And they're going to do whatever they can to make sure that Donald Trump comes in so that those two grifters on the court, if I might say, can retire and have 30-year-old versions of themselves to replicate the grift.
I should just say, though, that in terms of the whole logic around there being, like, legal policing of this, like, you shouldn't, ideally, in a democracy, have a multi-billionaire be able to come in and say, here are multiple billions of dollars to cover all your legal fees, to cover all your campaigning fees, and to set you up in a way that you can't lose. We technically shouldn't have that. But how do we police it? We police.
Damn, bro, MSNBC's popping off. Just don't listen to them when Bernie Sanders is in the running. They've already changed their rhetoric to, like, anti-Trump time coverage. Because remember, Democrats turn into little revolutionaries when they got no power. This is telling. MSNBC is like, nope, we're doing coverage like it's 2017.
Police it by shame, right? Because it's speech. Money is speech, and therefore it's transparency. And so if all we can do is force disclosure of the funding, that will take care of itself, because people will be repulsed by this.
But Rachel,
and of course
shamelessness is Donald Trump's superpower.
Yes.
Remember,
It
back when we were
renders
saying this guy doesn't pay his taxes, and he said, you're right, I don't, because I'm smart. But not to Democrats. When Joe Biden was running, he said, I'm going to close so many loopholes so it won't just be shameful for Republicans to violate emoluments and so on and so forth. And they haven't. And if we end up with a Donald Trump again, like, it's no holds barred. MBS, come on over for a barbecue.
I'm just going to say that there is this idea when you study countries that used to be democracies that slid out of democracy and became authoritarian instead. One of the things that everybody who studies that in every country tells you is that the institutions cannot defend themselves. That's right. And we have set up our institutions so that their defense against authoritarian rule and anti-democratic tactics is shame, and is transparency, and is people knowing the...
MSNBC is so much better than CNN. Holy fuck. Like, it's actually alarming, the differences between CNN and MSNBC right now. It is shocking. As someone who is a major media watcher, I consume this stuff every single day, and so do you, by way of me consuming it on stream. And, like, CNN's deliberate right-wing heel turn has been awful for their ratings. Like, their right-wing shift is so bad. You don't watch MSNBC? Yes, I do. That's because you're not watching Morning Joe. I mean, I do watch Morning Joe a lot, and they're awful. But this kind of commentary does not exist on any CNN panel. First of all, there's only like one fucking former Republican on this panel. CNN is all former Republicans with one like lifelong Democrat. In the 10 p.m. Eastern hour, when all major networks aired Super Tuesday coverage, Fox News scored the highest ratings. Its hold on the pro-Trump audience is as strong as ever. ABC at 343,000, totaling 1.8. CNN at 900,000 total, worst across the board. Out of all of the major networks, look at this. That's because Fox is for boomers. Bro, these are, I don't know if you see this, but in the 25 to 54 demographic, Fox is doubling CNN's numbers. So it's not just boomers. Obviously, it's mostly boomers that keep TV alive, and that's why the major number here is 3.5 million to CNN's 900,000. The MSNBC's 1.9 million. That is really interesting because people want biased coverage. People want biased coverage. CNN is literally leaning on the bias side. Every coverage is biased, obviously, but CNN is now openly leaning on the right-wing bias, thinking that they can take some of the Trump supporters when the entirety of the news-watching audience, whether they like it or not, know CNN is the Clinton News Network, the fake news, like that they're against the Republican Party. CNN has the lowest numbers on this list. I didn't know MSNBC was popping like that. I'm going to quote tweet this. This shows me you have outlets that are offering quote unquote objective news coverage like ABC, CBS, NBC doing better than CNN trying to do objective but center right leaning news coverage. MSNBC, on the other hand, is higher than everybody else's because there's no one is touching Fox News, obviously, because they're openly liberal. I bet even OAN and Newsmax beating CNN? No.
The information and being able to react accordingly. That, if that is all we've got, then our institutions will not defend our democracy. If we let things play out along these lines, our democracy will fall and we will become a country that doesn't have elections anymore. And so we're in a situation right now where we can't count on the existing structures to just do this on autopilot. There's only one way out of this. You have to pick one. You have to pick Donald Trump or you have to pick Joe Biden.
Yes.
There isn't a magic other answer.
Nope.
There's no institution, there's no court, there's no criminal prosecution.
There's also
there
no
is no
truth right now,
institution.
because
There
people
is
don't
no,
hear it.
There's no magic in the media. There's people having to figure out which one of those candidates they want and what it means for the future of this country.
Yeah.
And then going out and doing the work to make sure that that candidate wins. It means not only voting, it means literally doing what you can to make one of those two candidates win. And if you're not working for one...
You think CNN would prefer a Trump win or a coverage pivot to regain viewership on TV? I think all of the media is looking, perhaps falsely, at a Trump victory for improved ratings, and they're wrong. Especially in the lead up, they're going to get fucking cleaned on the election because it's so boring. And there is no indication that CNN will see a major boost in their ratings when Trump is the president. I'm sure they'll see a boost. She just described democracy, then talked about the choice between only two people. Yeah.
One of them, you are by default working for the
And
other
by the way,
one.
you know
that's
what?
It's all we've got.
What the Biden campaign folks said, they're sending out two words tonight: cementing reality. And what you just said is what they're saying. They're saying what tonight was about was cementing the reality that it's Biden or Trump.
Oh, by the way, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell has officially endorsed Donald Trump in the presidential race. Wait, what is this? Have you covered this insane subplot? Olivia Dalton, a longtime Biden aide, still serving in the White House. She's leaving for Apple. White House agrees to a budget cut for the regulator investigating Apple. What are we doing here, people? That's incredible. Yeah, she got her job done. Dude, we have this is some Pinkerton shit, honestly. It's great. This is straight up corporate espionage. The fact that the White House Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton is still working at the White House despite announcing that she's leaving for Apple right when this comes down, a DOJ antitrust investigating Apple, is very curious. DOJ number 2 and ex-Apple lawyer Lisa Monaco absurd slush fund got a boost of $2 million from 6 months ago. The antitrust division got gutted. Here's the White House press secretary reading out talking points denying the 20% cut to the antitrust division budget. It would be nice if more than 5 people in the administration knew anything about the administration's policies. That's crazy. The FTC, specifically in terms of antitrust, like Lena Khan and the NLRB, are 2 of the saving graces of this goddamn administration. To cut their fucking budget is insane. Biden, once again, proving, no, I am the evil. Lesser evil. Well, I didn't say vote for Donald Trump. I am the evil, Jack. That's awesome. Cool stuff happening, dude, in the world, in the universe. All right. We're going to skip a lot of this stuff, and we're going to move on to friend of the show, Jonathan Harold Harris. Shouts out to Jason Palmer one more time. And then we have the Boy video. And then we're going to talk about, we're going to talk about Thais and Filipinos too. And we're going to talk about Ryan Garcia before I forget. I think I'm going to table the DORITO thing. What's this person's political leaning? Dude, I don't fucking know. Do you think Trump's lasting influence / legacy in the Republican Party will be similar to Reagan's? Yes. One of our faces going down. Oh, this too. Daniel Rodimer, the disgraced GOP congressional candidate who was endorsed by Trump, despite a previous arrest for a Waffle House assault, is being sought by Las Vegas police in connection to a murder. That's right. They found a body in a Resorts World hotel room last October, and the former professional wrestler and Nevada congressional candidate Daniel Rodimer is wanted for said murder. Rodimer is wanted in connection with the death of Christopher Tapp, a man who served 20 years in prison for a murder he didn't commit, and who became the first person in the world to be proven innocent with genetic genealogy. Detectives learned that Tapp was involved in a fight inside of a hotel room. The Clark County Coroner's Office ruled his death a homicide, saying the cause was blunt force trauma to the head. No, the guy whose shirt says innocent was found innocent. The first person, as a matter of fact, who was found innocent, proven innocent with genetic genealogy. They fucking framed him, or they threw him in jail, threw him in prison for 20 fucking years for a murder he didn't commit. Only he killed 2 people. No, he didn't, dude. What the fuck? What is happening? This is the person. It was for a rape and murder. On the morning of June 13th, 1996, Angie Dodge was raped and stabbed to death in her apartment in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She was 18 years old, and her body was found after she didn't show up for work. They investigated the killing, but the summer and fall came without arrest. That changed in early 1997. After a man from Idaho Falls named Benjamin Hawes was arrested on January 5th in Ely, Nevada and charged with sexual assault. After learning of the arrest, Idaho Falls police interviewed Hobbs and then began interviewing his friends, trying to build a case against him. One friend was 20-year-old Christopher Tapp. He and Dodge were part of a sprawling group of young people called River Rats who hung out by the trails along the Snake River, not far from Dodge's apartment. Tapp had also been seen with Dodge at a gathering the night before she died. Tapp was first interviewed by Idaho Falls police on January 7th and then released. He was interviewed again on January 10th, and the police scheduled another interview with him the following day. Before that third interview took place, his parents hired an attorney. Tapp didn't show up for the scheduled interview. The police went to his house, where Tapp's mother told him that her son would come to the station on January 13th with his attorney to answer questions. Rather than wait, the police returned with an arrest warrant and charged Tapp with being an accessory to a felony. In the first interview, Tapp said neither he nor Hobbs were involved in Dodge's death and that he knew nothing about it. Then at the interview on January 10th, Tapp said Hobbs had killed Dodge and asked him to provide an alibi. On January 15th, his story changed again, and he said he'd been with Hobbs when Hobbs killed Dodge. He said Hobbs was angry at Dodge for trying to break up his marriage. Tapp's attorney watched on a monitor from a separate room. One of the officers questioned Tapp was Jared Fierman, who had been a school resource officer and was seen as a person Tapp trusted. He entered a series of immunity agreements with prosecutors and then basically fucking gave them, had to provide truthful information about the crime, and in return he would be charged with and only allowed to plead guilty to aiding and abetting an aggravated battery. Tapp was interviewed on January 18th, but now there was a problem. DNA test came back and excluded Hobbs and Tapp as a source of semen found on Dodge's body and clothes. The police suggested a fix, offering up the idea that a friend of theirs named Jeremy Sargis was also involved. Tapp changed the story again, and now he said Hobbs and Sargis raped and killed Dodge. They were just looking to pin the crime on anybody. So yeah, he served a prison sentence for 20 fucking years for a crime he didn't commit, only to get out, proven innocent through genetic genealogy, only to be proven innocent, and then get murdered in a fucking Resorts World hotel room by this fucking asshole, allegedly. I worked at the Innocence Project. He was a leader in the exoneree community and a kind man. Yeah. So, wait, what? ADC, murder suspect in Gaza. Did you see the murder suspect who fled to Israel and has shown up as leading the blockade on humanitarian aid to Gaza? Alex Ode, murder suspect, leads blockade of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Oh, isn't he a Jewish power guy? The guy who is Alex Ode's murder suspect. Andy Greene, also known as Baruch Ben Yosef, a U.S. citizen and a suspect in the 1985 assassination of ADC's West Coast Regional Director Alex Ode, is leading Israeli protests blocking humanitarian aid into Gaza. Yeah. There's a reason why a lot of pedophiles flee to Israel and seemingly this one alleged murderer. It's because Israel, despite being a U.S. state, has no extradition policy to the United States of America. Just another example of the one-sided allegiance that we have. That's what I always say. It's like literally the most important. It's not just like a regular old state, because like you can't pull this shit off in like North Dakota, but you can pull this shit off as the nation state of Israel. Cool stuff. Anyway, I don't know if there's anything else to cover on the fucking Sweet Baby shit. Seems like they just do narrative, and people are just fucking getting real sweaty and real angry over that. Do your tax dollars pay for Israeli healthcare? No. Your tax dollars do pay for Israeli weapons, though, so that Israel doesn't have to fund their own weapons. And I think the argument that people make is that because Israel doesn't have to fund their own defense, because we're paying for it, we're paying for a decent chunk of it, that it inadvertently opens up more allocations in their own budget to give to pay their health care. You know what I mean? Like if you get a gifted sub, for example, you've basically paid for a coffee or something. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. And if you don't pay for a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, you're going to have to see the 3-minute ad breaks, and nobody wants to do that. So then sometimes people gift subs. And when people gift subs at the top of the hour, you're basically getting one for free, just as you would if you subscribe with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. That's just how it works. Thank you, anonymous gifter. And thank you, Yorokobi 81 for the 5 get the subs. Jank suspended his campaign. No. Jank just suspended his campaign on TYT law. No, one after the other, dude. What the fuck? Say it ain't so. D-Pipes, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Don't care, still voting Jank. Okay, so apparently Thais and Filipinos are actually engaging in a gay war. I'm too busy to cover it. Come back to my account later tonight because I will be providing full coverage on this. The Pinay trans community has been buzzing with this news. They were shook, and most isn't siding with the Pinays. I love my Filipino trans girlies and gay boys, but they deserve the public ass beating, says Yanmi. Okay? So, Gay war, more like slay war, is right. Turns out, allegedly in Bangkok, a fight between Thai and Filipino transgenders allegedly broke out. Transgender people. Fight looks fucking massive. This is just a sneak preview of what some other shit you're about to see. Okay? Let me tell you something, okay? As much as I love my Swagapinos, I don't know. What are they fighting for? Who's gayer? Like, who's more queer? And honestly, I don't know, but Thailand is the most queer motherfucking place on the planet. So it's like, you're joking? Oh, yeah, I am joking when I say the fight is not about who's more queer. Like, they are beating the shit out of the fucking cops and everything, like, who got smushed up in the middle of it all. All right, so here's how it works. Let me establish some context. And by the way, English is my first language, so please expect proper pronunciation. I'm tweeting from my hotel room and I'm jet lagged. So on 04/03/2024, police were called into Soi 11 Sukhumvit at 5 a.m. because a fight had broken out. 20 Filipino trans women allegedly ganged up on 4 Thai trans women, with one Thai woman being physically assaulted and robbed. So it was the Filipinas that originally started it, it seems. Words quickly spread as the Filipino group had uploaded content of themselves mocking and assaulting a Thai trans woman. This sparked outrage on Thai social media. By 3:30 a.m. the next day, a mob of 100 mostly Thai trans women were at the Filipino group's hotel, and they were pissed. In this video, a woman from the mob explains how 20 Filipino individuals had jumped a well-known Thai woman who had been working in the Sukhumvit area for many years. She explained that people are angry because these new Filipino girls are basically moving mad. Let's take a look. Bro, you can't say Swagapinos if you take up sides against them. Listen, Pinoy gang till I die, okay? You know this. But sometimes, you know, even Pinoy gang is going to take a step too far, okay? By the time the police showed up, the Thai mob outside the hotel had doubled inside. The crowd was heard shouting Thailand and get out at the Filipino group. People were pissed. A crowd of couple hundred quickly grew to 2,000 over a span of a few hours. It was pure chaos, and the police had no way of controlling the tension despite their best efforts. Here's a video of the crowds. As soon as the police tried escorting the Filipino group into their cars in the hotel in order to take them to the station for questioning, the Thai crowd broke the police formation and immediately began their assault. God damn, son. Bro, you got... Oh, look at this, bro. Look at these tactics. They got like marauder tactics. I'm telling you, that is like... That's not something I've seen since like the medieval era. That is a fucking siege tower, bro. That's crazy. Look at the form. Woo! Everyone in the LGBT community knows not to pick a fight with doll, but this is doll warfare. As far as I understand, this is doll warfare. This is doll on doll violence. Actually, you know what I mean? There's dolls on both sides of this war. IRL discourse settling. The video that sparked it all, the Thai woman in the red was seen in this video outnumbered. She was forced to put up with mocking and verbal assault before the fight broke out. This is important context. Pay attention to the faces in this video.
Meet my friend. Hey.
It's a doll world out there. Yeah. At this point, police had accepted that it was either now or never. Very quickly, people were jumping over one another to get a punch in. Multiple officers were caught catching strays. Shoes were being thrown, and people were getting scalped. Not actually, literally though. Like their wigs getting snatched. That's what they're meaning. Like, look at that! Oh my god! Whew! One of the Filipino assaulters was caught and subsequently had her ass beat. Cops had to do a PSA after because someone took their body cam and a gun mag. Oh my god. Damn, she got the shoe off. God damn. Bro, bro, she's using those sambas like she's used them before, okay? This is not her first interaction, her first altercation where she busted out the sambas and started whooping ass, okay? God damn, son, what the fuck? It went from being hit by 2 people to the whole crowd? Yes. Moral of the story is don't fuck with the Thai dolls. Don't do it. Okay? Don't fucking do it. You beat one of their asses, they're gonna come back in numbers. 2,000 of them specifically. She got the Samba expertise skill unlocked. Yeah, this reads like a fucking Yakuza subplot. I swear to God. In Thailand, they said it was 3,500. Yeah, no, it's fucking nutty. All right, let's do the regular old fight analysis, fight commentary, okay? Let me tell you, what you are seeing right now is a marauder, okay? Up front, close, and personal. What she's doing is actually a very common technique, okay? Marauders love utilizing forced leverage, okay? Notice how vicious these kicks are directly to the fucking head. One person holding her head down with one hand while also gripping onto the elevator with the other hand in order to basically create 2 different points of pressure. What you must understand is this is not her first rodeo, okay? Absolutely going nutty mode with it. Here you have one of the dudes playing loose versions of defense, okay? Trying, at first he looks like he's actually slapping her to be like, listen, ladies, I'm with you. Just kidding, I'm actually trying to defend her, okay? Now, this should not be taken lightly because obviously a lot of these ladies are experts in Muay Thai, okay? They are. And automatically, it's a class passive that comes along with being from Thailand, okay? You have +3 proficiency in Muay Thai automatically. That's how it works. That's your spawn point. That's one of the class passives that you get, okay? If you actually end up leaning in the Muay Thai as the skill proficiency, that leads to much larger returns down the line, especially in late game, if you have at least an extended period of focusing on Muay Thai as a class skill, your class proficiency goes 10x, okay? 10x. Think about that. And you really see that here. You really see it. You're noticing that, like, lady in the orange, the marauder, all the way from the back, still going super hard. There's obviously many different classes here at play, okay? You have skill users, weapons proficiency, handbag, unlocked. That's another skill. That comes with the territory. If you're a doll, you get the handbag proficiency. One of the actually unique class passives I hadn't seen before, and this is genuinely different, okay, is the Samba. You'll see it in a second when it comes out. That's right. All right, so he's trying to do this weak-ass fucking area of... He has, like... This is a paladin. He has a shield up. It's not working, obviously, because you can't tank too much damage, right? There's no way you can get this level of damage and basically try to maintain crowd control. It's not going to happen, okay? You have no healer in the pocket. You're screwed. You need a healer desperately, okay? He's basically out at that point, and now he's putting his body in the direction of the hits, but unfortunately, he's taking a lot of critical hits to the back and also to the head, okay? As you can hear, he's desperately going, where's the healer? Where's the healer? I'm getting too much DPS. Please, someone kite these guys, okay? Classic. He's looking for someone to pull aggro. It's not going to work out for him because they're overwhelmed. This is a raid he could not fucking deal with, okay? Notice how the Marauder's back. Still interested in doing DPS. Still has more smoke. Big kicks coming in. And here it is. This is a weapons proficiency that I had not seen in a very long time. This is someone who's dual wielding Adidas Sambas, okay? These are all crit hits here. Look at that. Boom, right to the fucking head. Locks it back, cocks it again, boom, right to the head. That's crit damage. That's crit damage 3 times in a fucking row. Very precise. This is a hunter, okay? Hunter class utilizing, normally hunter classes go for like a taser or go for something with like range, right? That's what your expectation is. But the real trick here is that the hunter class actually, a dex build like this will actually, if you focus on hand-to-hand combat or short-range weaponry in the form of Adidas Sambas, you are going to get phenomenal crit hits off of that. And she's doing it. That's a triple time critical hit directly to the fucking face, okay? This person is tapped out. They're like at 10% health at this point, okay? Oh, there you go. There's another, there's a mage right there. Do you see that? Right on the other side of the, camera, there's a mage. A mage spawn chain lightning right there. You saw that? You only see the, it's only for a brief moment. You'll see it in a second here. Just pay attention right here. There you go. You see that little stuff like falling on top of her? That was someone casting lightning. Okay? Very, very difficult to get out of. Okay? You're done. You're so done. You're so cooked. She's still coming for it. Look, see? Dex build is not using long-range weaponry as you would normally expect a hunter to do so, but therefore, a lot more agility, lot more stamina, okay? She's preserving a lot of stamina by not utilizing these like big bows that you normally would need a lot of stamina for. Therefore, she can keep pumping those crits. Look, another one. That's a straight to the back. There is no counter to that. That's a back attack, even in Yakuza, okay? You're getting like 2x, 3x returns. And she can be persistent. And as you know, the more she crit hits, the more she backstabs, and the more she fucking has critical damage, the greater that damage elevates. It keeps growing on top of one another. She has the 4x backstab multiplier as well. It's pretty good. But here's the other problem. He thinks he got out of the raid. Turns out, much larger raid. He's cooked, okay? The NPC that is in this escort mission is done, okay? This is where you lose the NPC because you got to the phase 2 of the boss fight when you couldn't even clear phase 1, okay? You have all that aggro that you drew from inside of the hotel lobby, and now you're in a fucking area where so many spawns are just converging on you. There it is. There it is. No health left. NPC's on the ground. Picks up the NPC thinking like maybe we can. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my God, I didn't realize. This might be a unique priest class that has the capacity to use charm or different. It might be a bard class. I can't really tell here, but he's trying to use whatever he has left in his. Whatever resources he has left here, he's trying to de-escalate the conflict. Oh, but doesn't work. There you go. Look, you got to watch out for those assassins, dude. You think you're actually spawning. You think you're spamming your fucking cleric skills, but guess what? Before that skill check comes in, even if you don't roll a nat 1, the assassin always has one extra rogue classes. Always have one extra hit. Look. Boom. That's another crit, dude. Too much damage. The NPC has tanked way too much damage. They're coming in for more. He's still trying to cast. It's not going to work. Yeah. You can't do it, man. You can't do it. And there you have it. That's one aspect of the Thai-Filipino Swagapina war that we just watched. Now, Thai Girl 1 says, I don't have any weapons on me. I don't have anything. Thai Girl 2 says, we only brought our fists out. We only brought out fists and cocks. That's so fire. Apparently, the Filipino group in Sukhumvit were known to be particularly nasty and unpleasant. This uncle tells us that when they would walk past Thai trans women, they would stick up their feet at the Thai women, equivalent of raising a middle finger at someone. That's crazy. That's kind of wild because, like, that's a much harder thing to do, bro. That's a much harder thing to do than just, like, fucking flipping someone off, okay? Police is seen escorting one of the Filipino into a police station. Some Thais were already there to scold this person. One person is heard saying, you have some nerve to bow like this at us, bitch. Why are you running? Why are you running? Bro, these ladies have no fear. It's kind of crazy. Democrat run cities, folks. Let me tell you, all right? The Thai ladies, they have no respect for the police, no respect for law and order. These Thai dolls, they don't want Pinoy gang to thrive. Many people are saying Pinoy ladies are coming into Bangkok and also trying to partake in the sex work. But the Thai ladies are not allowing it. That's crazy. They had to bring like the Thai SWAT team. Oh my gosh, she is so busted up. God damn, she got an ass whooping, dude. That's 1 HP. God damn, this dude's fucking hot. What's happening here? Oh, they arrested him too because he was defending. He was defending the dolls, the Thai dolls. They hit him with the little column A, little column B. You see that? A little bit of both sides are in the wrong here type shit. Yeah, he was arrested for being a chaser. Just kidding. We're talking about Thailand. Okay, let me tell you something. Okay, it's illegal not to be. All right. Least attractive trans ally. A Thai man was going viral for defending the dignity of Thai trans women. He was the only one in the crowd who was arrested and made to pay bail. Despite netizens offering to pay for him, he refused and paid for it himself. Swag. What a fucking Chad, dude. After the Samba attack, can we safely say that Thai people are Latinos? A part of the global worldwide Latina belt? Respect. This dude's about to get the most gawk you've ever seen in your entire fucking life, okay? Primo. Thai people are calling him younger brother champ. He was seen being celebrated upon his release some hours later. Bro, they let him take it. They didn't even give him a shirt. Sources on the ground are telling me that they offered him a shirt and he said, fuck no, look at me. That's crazy. If you can't tell at this point, Thai people are a very unserious group of people. I'm sad for non-Thai speakers because this event has generated some of the most truly amazing LGBTQ moments. I call her white leggings because she wore white leggings like those skinny, long-legged white cranes, but her face resembled a dog. That's what she's saying here. Thai people do not play when it comes to our trans people. They are not fair play for anyone, especially not non-Thais. It is the only country on earth where even straight men will defend trans women. I have seen Thai men knock out foreigners for attacking trans women. When drunk foreigners visit Thailand and start acting rowdy and violent to Thai people within clubbing scene, other Thais don't care if the victim is trans or not trans. Being Thai comes first. This is why so many visitors are shocked when they get beat up or scolded at. That's crazy. The Queens of Succumvit 11. Dude, that's insane. The way she ran up and took her trainers off. Here's another angle. Here's another angle of the hunter class that I was talking about. Look. Dude, that's crazy. Yo, she was ready, dude. She was like, oh, I got one on me. Don't worry. For those of you who are just tuning in and are genuinely confused as to what happened, a group of PINOY-THAI women, or not Thai women, sorry. A group of PINOY, Swagapina, trans women beat up on a Thai trans woman. Okay, it was an instance of doll on doll violence. You hate to see it. Okay, so then like a couple hours later, the next day, basically they fucking surrounded the Thai defenders, Thailand's very own defenders of other Thai trans women. They went to the hotel where these Filipina ladies were staying at. There were apparently 3,000 people, according to some on the ground reporters, waiting outside. Cops tried to fucking take them out and arrest them, the Filipina ladies, okay? And they fucking failed. Interviewer, they sell services, right? Girlie, sell shit, perhaps. Interviewer, oh, you're just as harsh as them. It's my turn now, I guess. Interviewer, it's your turn now. What about while you were there? Whoa, uncle.
Wow.
That's funny. This is quite literally a 360 ass beating. Yeah, it's wild. So when you are saying the Filipino trans women were moving mad, you meant they were doing sex work in BKK or just acting out in general? Both. There's no community for us. We're going to kill each other off at this point. Why even make anti-trans laws? Wait, what? What are you talking about? There objectively is a community in Thailand. Like, that's the whole point of this, is like Thailand is like one of the gays. This is why I said yesterday, even before I found out about like the minutia of the story, I told you that like if there was a gay off if there's a suck off, if there's a fucking queer off, whatever you want to call it, okay, Thailand clears. Straight up. Thailand gaps and gapes, but gaps, Pinoy gang, on this matter. One of the only places that was not as severely impacted by the ridiculous homophobia of colonial occupation. Yeah. It is not gay to like trans women. That's not what I'm implying even remotely. When I say gay, I'm talking about like the umbrella terminology as a substitute for queer, okay? Thailand in general is very queer positive, very pro-queer. I even gave you the historical reasons for it as well. Anyway, but yeah, fun little story. There is the transphobic shitty jokes that Bangkok is filled with chicks with dicks. I mean, that in and of itself is entirely dependent on your energy. You know what I mean? Because like, I'm pretty sure the ladies there would call themselves chicks with dicks. Yeah. Like that's not, I said it. I just said gawk. What do you think gawk is? Girl cock. There's a difference between saying that in a transphobic way versus like, you know, trans people themselves saying it in Thailand. It seems ridiculous to me to view this in any other lens than ethnic violence, Haas. So it was Thai trans women beating up Thai trans women? No. It was Thai trans women beating up Filipino trans women. Chat, does Hasan support trans people? Sometimes. No, I don't support all women. I don't know. I haven't made my stance on supporting trans people clear after I said gawk. What fucking normal transphobic straight guy knows what a fucking gawk is? Big dog, what do you think? I'm a trans-inclusive misogynist. Yes, a trans-inclusive radical misogynist. Bad take on women's history. Anyway, just wanted to cover the most important news happening in the world. We're going to talk about Ryan Garcia as well. But before we do that, here is Panic at the DNC. We need you, Nikki.
We need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. We need you, Nikki, no doubt.
That's right.
Lead the conversation.
So sad today.
Nikki Haley, I wanna close my eyes and only see Nikki Haley. She'll be by my side as we defund the police. Rata Haley will take billionaires away from all their money. Nimrata Slayley will defend democracy. I need you, Nikki, right now. Now I need you, Nikki, no doubt. Forever and ever. Nikki Haley, I know you will be the one who fucks up Big Pharma. And Nikki Haley will all bend the knee if she ends our military-industrial complex. I need you, Nikki, right now. I need you, Nikki, no doubt. Forever and ever. We need you, Nikki. We need you, Nikki. We need you, Nikki, right now.
Sorry, both Kaya and I were peeing separately. What in the hell was that? That was
Haley.
the promise that never happened.
Well, I'm so.
The promise that never came. It pisses me off you still look hot as an emo. Wait, this is so niche. We are all so weird. No, it's awesome. I disagree. This is where this community thrives, okay? We find like random esoteric memes and then we literally fucking turn it into something even larger. Will Neff said I get it, man. What the fuck? Will said you look like shit as an emo. Will Neff said he looks uggo as emo. I got it. I know he said it. He said it to my face too. Are you okay? All right. Before the new boy video is on the docket, don't fucking worry, okay? What is this? There is this Aiden Ross drama. Aiden Ross viewer drives his car into a lake and police show up.
What the fuck? Keep going. Bro, what the fuck? No.
Why did he do this? I do not know.
No.
Get out! Get out! The fuck? Get out!
He's already out. He's already out.
Oh, bro.
It's gone. Oh my god. Should I go in the water? It's gone.
Hey, grab the car.
It's sinking down, bro.
Y'all go pick up.
I've never been more owned than this, dude. It really owns me pretty fucking hard. It really owns me pretty hard when Aiden and his fans do
Your
stuff
fucking
like
car.
this.
What the fuck?
Get the car. Just try it. It's ice cold water, bro.
They can't go into the water.
All right, so you guys gotta call BCA and call the company.
Call them. Call BCA.
Hey, how many fucking feet is that, bro?
How many what?
How many feet is that?
I don't know, like. Oh, fuck.
Who's involved with this? You are? Your vehicle? Is anyone in the vehicle?
No, we got out safely.
This is how you combat woke liberalism, okay? This is one car at a time. I'm telling you. Anyway, speaking of combating woke liberalism, Ryan Garcia. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Garcia, for those of you who don't know, is a boxer with, as far as I understand, a promising future and promising career, somewhat promising career, who I guess is going through a manic episode. And during the some of the Ryan Garcia stuff, during yesterday's manic episode, he posted a sequence of wild stuff. Here, let's take a look at this.
Like Ryan Garcia's CTE is set in a little bit early. Early onset CTE from Gervonta Davis punching his goddamn fucking head off, punching his fucking lights out.
He said, I know pain is sadness, betrayal and sickness, death, hurt, confusion, and just you feeling you can't imagine that God is real and he is, and he loves you, and glory to the Most High, the King of King Jesus, Yeshua. And yeah, I mean, he was like speaking in tongues and stuff.
Praise Yeshua, speaking in tongues. Those who are prophets, no priests, no.
Imagine you fucking punch somebody's face off and then like 3 months later they're posting shit like this. I'd feel kind of bad almost, like damn. Now I got bro in schizophrenia mode. You gonna flame me in schizo mode? That wasn't funny. Real shit though, somebody needs to help him. Like I don't understand how this happens. How do people get so fucking rich, so fucking famous and have...
Well, it's because they're surrounded by sycophants. And not only that, but also there's a lot of insane people. Like, obviously, Ryan Garcia is like, shit is fake. He's just promoting his fight. He posted a bunch of insane stuff. This text from a deleted tweet, March 3rd, Sunday, 2024. We slit RG throat and threw him in a basket. Nobody will find him. Blah, 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 blah. Satan sitting at the top now, 666. Now, he posted like a sequence of unhinged shit. Okay? He posted a sequence of unhinged stuff, including that they auction off kids, that he was kidnapped by the Illuminati, and that the Illuminati were showing him like, you know, the Illuminati were like molesting children and basically showing him the molestation. And the crazy part is this. The crazy part isn't just that like this dude went on like this, the most insane right-wing, like very obvious manic episode. And I don't know why so many motherfucking people that go manic also go right-wing manic. But of course, everybody was eating good immediately. As soon as this happens, Andrew Tate and every goddamn grifter on Twitter jumps on this and is like, on God, King, tell us more. Where the fuck is it?
Fuck anymore.
Hey, bro. All right, talk to us.
Bro, I don't give a fuck, bro. They held me down and they made me watch little kids get raped. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Where?
Just a real who's who of some of the best people out there. You know what I mean? Just a real fuck fest of some of the greatest people that you can find online. Why would he lie about this? Bro, do we have to have a conversation about mental illness in this broadcast, in this community of all fucking communities? Like, is the meta here just to like make a lie so fucking massive that like instead of normal people going, yeah, that's definitely not real, what the fuck, this dude is going through an episode, you just turn around and say like, oh, it must be real, because after all, who would tell a lie this big? What has happened to our collective consciousness? I feel like as a society, we've gotten dumber and dumber, more right-wing, and increasingly more willing and able to believe the most unhinged shit.
Bro, they fucking took me to the fucking woods, bro, and they fucking tied. I'm not fucking joking, bro. I have fucking proof, bro. I don't give a fuck. Bro, I fucking will show you every fucking video you could ever fucking believe. Bohemian Grove is real. They fucking tied me down and they made me fucking watch, dog. I absolutely don't give a fuck anymore. Yes, I fucking lost it. They're raping little kids.
He doesn't want to take us all, so let's go. Come on, Ryan. He doesn't want to take us.
Come on, fuck this guy. Bro, fuck this dude, dude.
Who?
Bro,
you do know
you know. You know the higher elites, bro. You already know who they are, bro.
You know the path
Andrew,
you're going down is dangerous, my friend. That's
I
what
don't
I'm
give
worried
a
about.
fuck. I don't give a fuck. They can't touch me. I'm with God.
Well, that's the first point of contention because I care about you a lot, and I can assure you from.
Yeah, I care about you a lot, which is why I immediately hosted a session titled Tate X Ryan Garcia, as you are very clearly going through a mental health episode to win as much clout as possible off of this. It's wild that he's like talking about how they're trafficking children to a dude who's currently, you know, in a heated legal battle for trafficking people.
My own personal experience that they can touch you, which is the
Bro,
worst
no,
part
they
about it.
can't, bro. All right, so come touch me, you fucking bitch.
You have
I
proof
don't
of these
give-
things. You have proof of this on your phone?
Yes, of course I do.
Hassan, you're literally witnessing the great filter for civilizations in action we're done for. Yeah, no, server wipe incoming is what this feels
Fuck
like.
you talking about? Of course, if Alex could get a fucking video from the Bohemian Grove.
He said, they can't touch me. Oh my God. Immediately, okay? If you know anyone who's bipolar, like this isn't, you know, just a very common telltale sign that someone is having a manic episode, okay?
Of course I could.
At least I can say from my own personal experiences.
Well, I have to be careful what I say because I'm in the middle of a judicial process right now.
You want me to get you out of it? I can help
Well,
you.
bro, my door gets kicked in if I say what I'm thinking.
Okay, well, I can.
It's like so fucking gross. This dude is literally like openly using this other dude's very public mania for his own devices, for his own gross personal interest. So basically, it didn't end there though, because every single dumb motherfucker with a Twitter Blue account, a Twitter Blue subscription, is like, yeah, this is real actually. This is so real. This is so real. It happens all the time. Now, the thing is, the Bohemian Grove is real, okay? That's a real place. It's a real country club for, like, conservatives and liberals alike, wealthy people, to go and do gay shit, okay? It's theater camp for dudes who are repressed. It's not like baby killing or whatever the fuck these dumbasses claim is happening there. It's you know, it's a place that exists. You're just protecting the podophilic elite, Hassan. Yes, famously. Anyway. Yeah, it's Burning Man for like theater kids that have a trust fund. Oh, here we go. Homophobic Hassan. Okay, shut the fuck up. It's just like really odd that everybody just eats good off of this shit. Like they see a dude having a legitimate mental health episode, like obviously in the throes of mania, having a manic attack, and they go, yes, King, you're right. There's a reason abortion is such a big deal to the elites. It has nothing to do with women's rights. You must be protected at all costs, King. I was kidnapped and illegally adopted as a baby. I got a paper trail. Let's talk. The movie Taken is a good example of how this starts. Brother, tell me Twitter is not the dumbest platform. Tell me Twitter in general is a place for healthy discourse. Twitter has it's gotten worse than Facebook. It's basically 4chan with no safeguards. Oh, it's out of fucking control, dude. Anyway, Mike knows Ryan and has talked to Ryan. Here's what he had to say. Ryan has come to me multiple times in the past to discuss his mental health. I believe some of it is even on video. Do we not find it strange that people with history of mental illness are the ones who start parroting these insane stories in their times of need? Stop enabling this behavior. Ryan Garcia needs help. Read the comments on this tweet for the rest of the day. There is an undercurrent of these people, forgotten souls who have gone too far down the path of conspiracy to ever return to actual life. They cannot accept real life, so they create a fantasy life that becomes their new reality. It's extremely sad to see. Someone responded to him saying, nah, bro, your buddy's with Logan Paul, who seems to be right with these people. He literally gets promoted everywhere and somehow gets loads of major roles come his way. Seems that you're in with the cult and you're doing your best to protect yourself. Judgment Day is coming. You are mentally ill until you get your mind right. You will forever fail. Find a way out. And it's crazy because this dude who actually knows Ryan Garcia and has talked to Ryan Garcia, who also has a history of like dealing with mental health issues very publicly, having crippling addiction, all this stuff. I'm talking about Mike, right? Who has not only firsthand information about Ryan, but also on top of that, like his own personal experiences dealing with demons, okay? His own internal demons, is over here trying to be a fucking good person and trying to speak a little bit of goddamn sanity into the fucking discourse, and everyone is fucking yelling at him over it. one of those responders said, or it could be just the truth and he isn't crazy, to which he responded with, yeah, bro, Ryan Garcia, the fucking influencer boxer, isn't manic. He actually has the secrets of Vatican and the entire universe in his fucking iPhone right now and is waking us all up. Are you people for fucking real, for serious? Are you fucking serious? To which someone responded, bro, if you're working for the elites, just say that. You're getting exposed and you're trying to save face and call Ryan crazy so you, Logan, and all of Hollywood don't go to jail. I think that we are getting increasingly more mentally ill as a society. This entire project was inevitably going to fail at some point, okay? The dam is breaking. The dam is breaking. You can't have this many motherfuckers who can't have access to health care, who can't make meaningful wages in their lives and constantly get fucked over and actually strayed away from the truth of the matter on what the structural hurdles actually are, inevitably come up with convincing reasons on their own. And those convincing reasons are always going to be this shit. Conspiratorial thinking is the way to basically create a neatly wrapped story for all of the failures of capitalism. You either look to materialist understanding of the world and why it works, why things are the way that they are, or you inevitably look for answers, and those answers are going to, lead you to this kind of thinking. Straight up. You can't expect society to function normally after this many years of inequality. You just can't. I'm willing to bet these guys are also in that same vein of like hating big pharma and hating mega corporations while simultaneously thinking that it's actually run by a bunch of fucking elite pedophilic cabal people and not actually just capital owners acting out on their interests. The main thing that irks me about all the conspiracies, the election steal, Pizzagate, Hillary Clinton murder squad, Michelle Obama a man, Wayfair clauses, Miami Mall aliens, secret Matrix agents, and most recent, the Bohemian Grove child sacrifices. No videos. In a time where you can't even take a piss in your own house without having someone having video of it, there's just nothing. Even if Hillary Clinton murder squad was murdering anyone with a single shred of proof, nothing slips through the cracks. Okay, the Hillary Clinton murder squad, I'm inclined not to believe, okay? Yeah, some of these are real. I'm just saying. Maybe one of these. Every single person in the world is politically divided right now and hell-bent on giving evidence to destroy their opponent, and there's just nothing. Even our government themselves sucks at keeping secrets, but on these things, they're just bulletproof. And whenever someone claims they have proof for a video, they're going to kill me if I release this. Nobody ever like hacks them or sees it, gets a button cam or anything. That always bothered me. So at the end of the day, you end up having to ask yourself, am I being shilled? Maybe not always, but at least sometimes. Is it more likely that the government officials are actually eating kids or someone is selling us fantasies for monetary gain? What if the real psyop is the psyop themselves? So close to the truth, Mike. I don't know. Just the questions I ask sometimes, being a sheep and all. How many videos of Epstein Island have you seen? Epstein Island happened years before every person had 2 phones, a GoPro, button cam, a MacBook, and a drone. Times have changed. Now, having said that, there are Epstein Island style fucking things that happen on a regular basis without cameras and whatnot. And there are very real atrocities happening to children that happen in broad daylight and people do not care about it. Look at Gaza. 30,000 people murdered in cold blood. Almost all of it is on camera, is all on record. We know it. The motherfuckers who are doing it are posting it on TikTok. And yet the broad majority of Americans either don't give a shit, completely oblivious, or they champion it. So just remember, tons of children. Yes, there are deaths and destruction happening all around the world. It's just a matter of, whether there's enough energy to even care. And a lot of the very real atrocities that people experience never have like a genuine, all the very real atrocities that people experience, like very public events like 9/11, JFK's assassination, things like that, oftentimes by mainstream media are just kind of cast aside. So it makes people even crazier. Hasan, you are only saying that because you're a part of it too. Yes, famously, the deep state pedophile cabal is always people like myself talking about the motherfucking actual deep state pedophile cabal of capital owners and not just like a specific group of people acting out on evil interests. Jeffrey Epstein's murder, which still is presented as a suicide. Okay, that's another one. That's another great example of something that is like super high profile that people saw, people paid attention to, that was just cast aside. So My point is, when you have situations like that, world-shaking events, or even big things that people pay attention to that have no real answers for it, it only makes people feel like they are more reaffirmed in their commitment to finding the conspiratorial underpinnings. Okay? There's also a point to make here. Even if they got mental health treatment, they might not get better. Psychology is supposed to make you okay with reality, bring you to homostasis status. If reality is still shit, people will still have anxiety, depression, and the rest of those with more severe illness can't be helped if their material conditions do not change. Yes, I'm not stating that mental health care and access to mental health care is going to automatically be a catch-all solution. There's still plenty of fucking issues that are unsolved and plenty of people who will still lose their minds. Okay? Continue to lose their minds. Cancel the Ryan Garcia fight and actually get him some help. Is sad watching him have a mental breakdown publicly like this. It's not a breakdown. He's telling the truth. KSI's been to the forest, confirmed. Are you one of them? KSI is one of them. Logan also. And I don't know if these people are just like making jokes or if they're being for real. At this point, it does feel like a lot of people legitimately believe that there is like anyone and everyone that says, anyone and everyone that says like, hey, shit is fucked up. But no, I don't think the super wealthy are getting together a Bohemian Grove and like kidnapping a fucking influencer boxer to show him the truth. Here's the latest and greatest from Happy Punch. Ryan Garcia says he will limit his post to sport-related content and assures the Devin Haney fight is still on.
Some pretty intense things. I understand what they are and I don't understand what they look like. But I'm coming back to announce I'm not going to speak on any other topic.
What the fuck's this dude wearing in his head?
Other than boxing, sports, and my fight. That's the only thing I'm going to be talking about. And I'm training for this fight. I want everybody to know this fight's still on. 420, 5 weeks of super focus. I have PBD helping me in this camp and many other.
Patrick Bet David? Patrick Bet David? No, right? No. There's a different PBD, right? Like, I just simply don't know. I simply don't know. That's like a fighter, right? Please. No, he said PBD like a different person, right? Please, guys, tell me there's a different PBD and he's not being value-tained. Bro, please. Oh my God, is it actually?
Okay, I'm gonna let you do that. I grab his ball and I throw it across the fence. I said, you go get your ball, I'll go get my ball. We call it even. He said, nope, we need it now. I said,
oh my God, it's Patrick Bet David. He's actually talking about Patrick. Oh my God. No, bro, you don't need valuetainment. You need healthcare, dog. That's what you need. You need like actual, it is him.
Garcia's ex-wife says boxer may seem fine, but he's not. Vinny, you were showing a few different videos. What was which video was it?
There was one.
Oh, the video that he reacted. Can you show the video of him reacting? If you go on Twitter, he posted a video. Just go to his account on Twitter. He posted a video of they took this from me, they took that from me.
Does it not? And before you.
By far the best decision you have made recently. Remember what Alexander the Great once said. I have met the enemy. It is I. See you at the fight on 420. Oh my God. I will not be speaking or tweeting or writing anything other than my fight, boxing, and sports. All topics of discussion will be after my fight. You have my word. I'm locked in. See you on 420. Bro, why are people saying this is a good decision? It's not about him not tweeting, man. He needs help. What the fuck are these people saying? Yo, this is actually crazy. How can he say he was forced to watch that stuff and then say it's okay now, bro? Yeah, what am I supposed to assume here? Okay? Am I supposed to assume that this man both simultaneously saw deep state pedophile cabal kidnap him, force him to watch like child sexual abuse that was occurring in front of his eyes, and then he's just going to go back to fighting? Like what? Hello? Like what's happening here? Yeah, they also let him record it too.
You see it, doesn't it? Guys, I've seen him, like you've seen Ryan Garcia. He's, he's vocal, he's energetic. He looks, first of all, I don't know, did he take it down, Rob?
Gola Lore. Are you on his account?
I am. He's been tweeting a lot the past.
You'll see him. He's in a jacket, right?
Yeah. And by the way, I don't know where he's sitting, but look how off this is. He just came back online, basically.
Go back, play it.
Look at him.
Possession of my phone. Can't get access to my Instagram. My cards are locked. I'm just being real.
Yeah, he don't need PBD. He needs BPD meds. Absolutely.
I'm being real taken advantage. I personally wanted just to send out a video to the people that love me and my fans and family that's concerned that I'm okay. I'm not dead. I believe in Jesus. All those are lies. And You know, I've
not BPD. Sorry, you're right.
jail.
BP.
They're blocking my cards. I can't access my money. Nobody's hitting me back. I don't know what's going on, but just know I'm okay. Look.
Okay. First of all, let's address. He looks like he's under duress. He looks like he. By the way, they. Here comes the word they. They locked his accounts. He can't get. He doesn't have access to his phone. What's really going on with this guy?
Kind of looked like a hostage video.
It looks like a hostage. And Adam, is he in the airport? Where, dude?
Or it kind of looks like someone who is bipolar. Okay, basically being forced to fight in this fight when he very clearly is not capable of making decisions for himself at this moment. This video is before the space with Andrew Tate. Dude, why would you assume he's bipolar? What he's doing is extremely rational. It's just a publicity stunt before his fight. I don't know, man. I think there's publicity stunts like what what's his fucking face did with Logan Paul, which took it way too far. And then there's this. This goes far beyond. I think like people are so brain broken by Kanye too, where you think like Kanye did it for publicity. No, man. Kanye West did not do it for publicity. What the fuck are you talking about? Kanye West is also very clearly mentally ill. What the fuck are you guys saying? What is this desperate attempt for people to just like constantly be like, oh, no, I know the secret. You're doing what they're doing, but just in the other direction. You're like, no, I know something no one else understands. Sometimes the truth is much more simpler than just the underlying 5D chess narratives that you want to arrive at. No, dude, Kanye West is diagnosed bipolar. He was very clearly in the throes of a manic episode. Obviously, being manic doesn't simply mean that you're also going to fucking like be anti-Semitic and shit. There's other underlying circumstances. Definitely was like manipulated, had a lot of like fucked up people in his circle, pushed away anyone that would, ground him, right? Developed a circle of sycophants. And then you arrive at Kanye West. Or you maybe believe that, yeah, he got autism from the car crash that he was in. Jesus Christ, dude. The Mania does sell PPV tickets. W Oscar. Yeah, dude. Everyone is always like, everyone always acts like there's got to be another underlying like sane reason. And sometimes you have to remember like insanity is a very real thing. Okay. People do have genuine mental health issues. I think you're looking for a neat narrative of normalcy in a situation that is not normal. And the worst part about it is so many people are basically leaning into it. There's probably nothing worse for someone who is having a manic episode than hearing a bunch of fucking people hype them up. You are a god. You are a king. You are actually defending the children. I knew it. Is probably one of the worst things you can hear when you're manic. Just fucking straight up leaning into it. No pushback whatsoever. Especially when you are surrounded in your immediate circle by charlatans, sycophants, people who have a genuine material interest in you actually fighting, but don't actually care about your well-being. A perfect shitstorm. It's crazy, man. It's actually nuts. How can you tell a grifter is doing something for attention or when they're genuinely mentally ill? Brother, there are certain warning signs. Like there are certain lines like that people cross. It's not an exact science, okay? But like obviously there are plenty of instances where someone can be an objectively bad person, for example, like Too Mad, okay? And also legitimately fucking mentally ill. Too Mad is another very recent example of someone who was like very clearly someone in the throes of mental illness that for material interest kept leaning into it and people kept fanning that flame. And that let him down, drug abuse and an eventual overdose. The internet makes this so much worse too. It just makes it so much worse because there's other people who under the guise of anonymity can present themselves as sane people and say a whole bunch of insane shit. So when you get there and you see a bunch of other dumb motherfuckers hyping this shit up, you go, okay, well, this many people can't be wrong. This many people can't be wrong. They're all saying it. I said this years ago, okay? I said this years ago where back in the day, okay, this type of stuff still existed in society. You would just see the dude on a soapbox outside of the fucking train station screaming about this exact same shit that Ryan Garcia is talking about or what Alex Jones is talking about. But when you take out the contextual analysis, because you can't do that online, you can't immediately see the markers of someone being that person. You can't see their clothes. You don't know how they smell. You don't see the vibes at all. You just see an anonymous account posting a text. You just take out one of the defense mechanisms, okay? You can't understand that the person that is typing that shit has the same energy as the dude on the soapbox. Now, take that guy on the soapbox times 10,000. Give him a fucking $8 a month subscription to Twitter instead of a $5 a month subscription to the HasanAbi broadcast, where they can avoid the top of the hour, where there's a 3-minute ad break. And you got the situation unfolding right in front of our fucking eyes. However, at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But do you get what I'm saying? Online, we do not have the same level of assessment that we normally would in public. So all of a sudden, yeah, the Eric Andre sketch screaming El Ron Hoya Bembe on the streets, like all of a sudden that guy, maybe he's not acting. Maybe he is for real. After all, there's a lot of other people that also are saying the same shit. We're social animals. I love pretending like I know how this whole internet community works. What do you mean? Oh, Speed Razor, thank you for the 20 community gifted subs.
I have PBD helping me in this camp and many other warriors. So I thank you guys for the support, and I'll see you guys on 420.
On online, we encourage destructive behaviors because of the degree of separation between the audience and the creator or celebrity. That's one part of it too. But seriously, if he was actually bipolar, he wouldn't go in with the fight like he did right now. You have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean? Ultimately, we do not know if he's bipolar or he's acting unhinged, and in the end, the result is the same. I don't remember a history of him being unhinged, but I do know that he has the fight coming up and is expected for a boxer to act outlandish on purpose to sell tickets. That's why Logan Paul and the Irish fucker was really popular. That's why influencer boxing pops off too. HasanAbi, what if some of what Kanye says is true? I mean, no one has info. Maybe Kanye's using that to their advantage, but the truth can also be stranger than fiction. What are you talking about, dude? What do you think they fucking made the Snickers bars actually bigger to make people fat? Is that what you think is true? Or that like when he said he loves Adolf Hitler? Like what are we talking about? Not Snickers, sorry, Twix bars. They made him fatter, which they objectively didn't. They actually did shrinkflation, but that's a whole different story. It is weird that you keep running defense for billionaires. Man, shut up. Dude. Come on. Like, look, see, one context here for me is that this is a 20-month subscriber, okay? I already ran the top of the hour ad break. I know this person is joking because at least like in this community, I can tell when someone is a 20-month subscriber, either A, I'm led to believe two things. Either A, this person was like having a fucking off his med moment, or B, trying to do a fucking ad break debate. He's too late to do that. But the point is, like, the reason why I can figure that out is because he's no longer just writing a text out as a random person, right? Because there's at least a little bit of context here that he's been following since 2019. He's been subscribed for 20 months. Like, there's extra context. This is important. This is a very important part of human interaction. But online, we do not have that very important part of human interaction. So anyone and everyone can present themselves as like a normal, clear-headed individual when they're not, right? I think that feeds into the spiral of madness. Do you understand? I mean, look, it doesn't matter. You could be a perfectly normal person who's like super capable and great at social interactions and empathetic, right? You can have all that. But online, you might not be able to figure out when someone's being sarcastic. Like, I know where this person came from. I know what this person's worldview is. I know all of it, okay? Immediately, as soon as I see it. Why? Because I've been doing this for years and years and years. My point is, if you can't even figure out what that person's background is, like the person that's like replying to your tweets, the person that you're engaging with online, socially, then there is a automatic neutralization that happens where every single person comes across as sane. And if there's a sea of insane people, then insanity becomes the norm. And that's how we arrive at Twitter, the social media platform Elon Musk bought and renamed as X. Once the moderation was unshackled and let loose, you arrive at the right-wing shithole of X.
He looks shook as hell. I mean, Tate talks about the Matrix and stuff. Has he been speaking about the Matrix or the system or what is going? And besides drugs, and I've heard rumors about all that stuff, but something's odd because the first video that we showed
It's a mass hysteria machine.
In the podcast prep, and we showed up with Sean O'Malley. He's in a room, cryptic, running. Oh my god! And then he went dark for 24 hours, and nobody was getting back. This is the video right here, the last post that he did, and it's somebody going, "We got him, boy. R.I.P. Ryan Garcia."
What the fuck? No, hold on. I don't know nothing. Yeah, it is, bro. Fucking start hitting, bro. Dip.
He's running, and then it goes and it cuts out.
I don't know about that.
And then,
so Rob, can you play the other clip with Devin Haney? Check your text, Rob. If you can play the other clip with Devin Haney in the press conference with De La Hoya.
I think there's something really funny about a bunch of like 50-year-old dudes sitting around in a fucking podcast studio analyzing this in the funniest way possible. All right, roll the clip. Roll the clip, please. We need to be value attained.
Standing behind him.
What do you think? And you've, by the way, he was sitting here. You've spoken to him.
When did you, like, bro, you got a vest on. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck's happening here? Like, you got the tightest dress shirt I've ever done seen. Talking about Ryan fucking Garcia, an influencer boxer, having a fucking obvious manic episode. And you're just like seriously leaning into what he's saying in said manic episode as though there's any sort of like reality to the claims being made. Let's address the veracity of the statements. Is Ryan Garcia actually God? He said it after all. That's crazy, man. What the fuck are we doing? There's one thing I know. It is that no matter if there is an audience for a genuine mental illness, people will fucking fill that role and make content for it. Okay? And by God, there's an audience for fucking mentally ill people. It's called the entirety of conservative media. Okay? It's crazy.
You interviewed him how long ago, Pat? How long ago was that?
A couple weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Something's off, Adam. Something's not right.
What was your take, good, bad, ugly, of Garcia?
I mean, look, give a 23, 24, 25-year-old $40 million. Give him the incredible genes to be extremely handsome. Okay? Women love him.
Yes. Yes, Patrick. Yes, Patrick. Patrick's going to arrive. Patrick's going to arrive at the truth, dude. Let's go. Dissect this shit. Ryan Garcia, very hot. Women want to fuck him. He has $40 million.
Okay. And, you know, you're famous. 10, 11 million followers on Instagram. Okay. Everywhere you go, people want you to, you know.
You can kick anyone's ass and run into for the most part.
I messaged him. I'm like, I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with what's going on with him. But watch this one here with, this is a press conference. Go ahead and play this.
Is it Mario
Lopez? At the end of the day, you know, I want to clarify some things.
Stop the coke, nigga. It's fucking up your voice.
I want to clarify some things. I want to clarify some things. I don't do cocaine. I would do a live drug test.
What do you do?
I would do a live drug test.
What do you do?
I drink and I smoke weed, and so has the majority of this room. At the end of the day,
it's something. By the way, for him to say in that room, "I am not dead."
Okay, that dude should not be smoking weed either.
Obviously, I love Jesus Christ. Something is going on that's deeper than just him in that video. He doesn't look right, bro.
And I think his wife or his ex-wife just came out and she made a public statement saying that
he's out of it.
Just she used a specific word, but
I wouldn't.
I don't know, but she made a statement basically.
No, you simply cannot ever truly know who a person is IRL, let alone anything they put out on the internet. It is ignorance and personal biases to base any assumption of person who, from their likes, views, followers, any type of statistical fallacy. Nothing on the internet is even okay. Yeah, I no. You can't know a person in real life either just by, you know, having a minor interaction with them. The point I'm trying to make, however, is that in real life, at least when you have an interaction with someone, there's a whole bunch of other context cues that that come into play that help you make an assessment on whether or not this is a fucking normal person or just out of their fucking minds, beyond just the text that you hear, beyond just the transcript of what they're saying. Yeah, you can tell when someone is fucking insane. You can't really tell online, especially when it's like in a sea of other insane people hyping him up.
I don't know.
I mean, dude, like all we could do is hope and pray for this dude, but it doesn't look like he's going down the right path.
I saw this past weekend he did a FaceTime with
believe you can please
Jake Paul after his fight, I guess. He's like, well, fuck you, I'm gonna kick your ass, whatever. He's just, it seems like he's getting fire from all sides right now.
2 months ago, him and his wife got a divorce. Okay.
Yeah.
So he has twins, I believe. And his wife says, who divorced him, eased some concerns late Sunday. As she assured fans she had been in contact with him, but claimed that the fighter was not okay.
What's up?
But the coach says yes, Ryan is okay. He's just
Dude, honestly, I think, yeah, I'm invested in the coach here who has a vested interest in him fighting, the coach does, as opposed to his wife who knows him better than random Twitter users, okay? They are doing what you're doing with the PINOY-THAI fight. Yeah, except I was fucking memeing. These guys are dead serious.
trolling the wrong way.
Bro got printouts for this, okay? He got literal printouts for this. These are like 50-year-old men with like real estate licenses sitting around wearing skin tight shirts, talking about an influencer boxer who may or may not have arrived at the truth of like an international sex trafficking conspiracy. Okay? Fuck me, dude. I've been institutionalized. I think you're spot on with a mass hysteria machine take. When you compare certain talking points to certain events during the Western feudal era, it becomes obvious that people are not different than serfs being hand-fed religious propaganda, since the church is the only rich and influential institutions that would ever tell them they care for them.
The coach wrote on a response to the fan asking if Garcia was okay. So, look, a part of this is everything with what's going on here, 80% of it's on him. But the 20% that's not on him, it's the people that are around him. You know, my friend Steve, Afo, these guys, when we would go out to dinner, you've met these guys.
Yeah.
And Armand, one of the things
Those are the guys.
One of the things that, specifically Steve, one of the things that they had is Steve would call out all his friends. Very natural state that it was. And then, but they would also call him out when things were off. And, you know, you're kind of going through that mode. And what eventually happens to a man is when you know you're making a bad decision and you know it's not good, the people that you used to call out, that want to call you out and have a private conversation with you, you don't want to talk to them because you know you're doing something wrong.
Like, what is this guy? What is this thing? What the fuck's going on? This dude looks like a former pastor or some shit. What's he doing? Shaking his head. Who is this fucking guy? Is that Steve? Motherfucking accountant ass over here? What the hell?
Go in this spiral of self-sabotage and you're just destroying yourself. What you need the most is to be around the people that are not afraid to tell you the truth, to say, hey, what the hell are you doing? And I said this yesterday with Sean O'Malley. A part of this, if Mayweather is claiming that he's in his ear, this behavior's changed the closer you got to Mayweather. So Mayweather almost needs to come out publicly and say something and say, hey, this is not what I support. Because this is not Mayweather. Mayweather didn't do stuff like this.
No way.
De La Hoya, different story.
Yeah.
Mayweather, no. So, you know, it's whoever's in your ear, whatever example you got, whoever's giving you the feedback, whatever direction you're being fed, those people have to have a come to Jesus type of a meeting here, because this fight with Devin Haney that's on 420, that's what, 5 weeks from now or 6 weeks from now? Do you know there's a high likelihood that that fight may not even happen?
I agree.
If this keeps going this way, don't be surprised if anytime this week or next week the fight's been canceled.
I'm going even deeper, but God forbid something bad happens to him just in general, bro. Like that, something is really, really off.
I had a friend that behaved like this, and it's very hard what you have to do with that friend. When a friend's going through something like this, you have to take him to rehab.
Okay, they're at least seeing it, except, okay, that's fine. But he tweeted out like, thank God you are fighting. Stop tweeting and get back to work type shit. So what is it? Does he have like untreated mental illness? Or does he have untreated mental illness? Or he's ready to go and he's just doing it for hype?
Non-negotiable list for camp. Number 1, train 6 days a week. Number 2, 1 form of recovery every day. Number 3, no smoking at all and no edibles. Number 4, drinking wine only.
I don't even take edibles though.
3 glasses on Wednesday, 4 glasses on Sunday. And remember, this is like
non-negotiable. I know.
But you don't have to do it. Just because it's there, don't mean you have to do it.
Right. Maybe I decide I won't do it.
Exactly. Number 5, strict diet. No eating out, no fried stuff like that. 6, sleep. Number 7, Bible study. Number 8, love everyone. Number 9, your daily meditations. Number 10, everyone in camp must abide by this list. Number 11, accountability partners. And number 12, the best one, knock Devin Haney the fuck out, baby.
Let's go.
All right, RG. Once you sign, hey, hold on, let me write right up top.
Non-negotiables. Okay, come on, bro. Let me just sign it. I know what it means.
No, Mo, I'm putting it there. Sign it right here, RG. This is a contract right here on the Bible.
Oh man, okay. This is powerful.
This is powerful. This is for sure.
What did I just do?
We're locked in. We're locked in, brother.
We're locked in. Let's
We're locked
get back
in.
to
Let's
work.
go.
Let's get
Knock
back
your
to
Devin
work.
out.
Fuck you, Devin Haney.
I'm not the crazy one. It's the people that know what I'm saying but are silent. Those are the cowards and lazy ones. Sound of the trumpet is those who had an ear understand. One of them were sounded off in 2021 early. June 6th, earthquake, bad. Real talk that I got so many investments that I'm good. Play worse comes to worse. I create my own brands, etc. Why do you think I'm losing and gaining followers at a super fast rate? Because both sides of the war and raging. Before I go, remember, love God with all your heart, mind, and soul. Love one another. Who's going to stand with me till the wheels fall off? Ryan, life matters. Yo, people are leaving me because of the hate and the pain of a long history of hurt. I'm calling for peace in the Middle East. Prayers for Jerusalem, please, as the Bible requires you to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Although it is wrong, the killing, everyone on both sides, I'm calling for peace. What about Gaza? Kids being killed. I hear the cries. I'm sorry it took me so long to stand up for y'all. Imagine you exposing the world and the people closest want you to stop while there's still kids being killed every second, innocent babies, lives lost. Dude, it took a manic episode for this dude to recognize Gaza. They actually have files of Jesus, the Ark of the Covenant, the giants, the clones, the aliens, files on everything. They are the ones that let me in. Played they ass. He put crying emojis. Just normal stuff. Why are you reading backwards chronologically? I mean, who cares? It doesn't matter. You think it makes more sense if I read it from bottom up? It's not going to make sense in order either, dummy. Chatter's like, bro, you are... Chatter's like, bro, you are taking him out of context. Bohemian Grove, a short discussion on X between Ryan Garcia and Andrew Tate is going viral. Garcia claims to be held captive, forced to watch sick exploitation of children. I can't take this shit no more. What the fuck is going on with you? Why do you say these things? If I was lying, then okay, I'm tripping. You'd be balling out too if you were making billions of dollars. Big story coming out in regards to how I acquired this wealth, even if I didn't include my fight with Devin. He cleared things up. Have I said one lie though? I'm gonna prove I'm not tripping. Ryan, life matters. Can we get that trending? It just keeps rolling in. Y'all don't have to believe they took me here, but I don't have to prove anything to you. You aren't the one that their whole family been threatened. I love God and my kids. I love Jesus. I'm healthy and I don't want to have no medical issues with the record. I'm with my wife, Drea. All the other stuff is cap. Made me almost lose my family. But with Jesus, you will power through all that. Say cheese.
Of any of these settlements.
Nope. When you're a poor kid from a poor family, and when a priest pays attention to you, it's a big deal.
Bro, oh my God. Oh my God. Bro is like this is the problem because there are real fucking systematic issues of child sexual abuse, okay? This motherfucker is like pointing to Spotlight, which is phenomenal, by the way. Highly recommended. A real story that happened in the real world, a movie of something that happened in the real world where journalists openly uncovered mass sexual abuse, okay, in the Catholic fucking church. But Big Homie is like thinking that is real, by the way, that real thing is the same as the other thing that is not real. Problem is, when a lot of like real hurt occurs in the real world and it goes unaddressed, a lot of people can't make the distinction between what is real and what's fake. I changing the Pope name to Poop. How many more kids will y'all allow this to happen? Why do you think that in all scary movies, because they always use priests from Catholic churches, because they're molesters and they allow you to disrespect God? Wait, I'm the bad guy for calling out an institution that has unbelievable number of rape and molestation, and I'm the bad guy, I'm the crazy one? Sometimes I crack jokes, but nah, what the fuck? I'm dead serious. Look it up. Everyone getting real quiet now. And then he just fucking fell apart. Wait, hasn't people said worse things and nothing happened? Why y'all tripping on me? As long as I don't create a lie, I will be okay. They actually have files of the Jesus of the Ark of Covenant. How slick I was going in and coming out with the files. Slowly, you guys will understand who I actually am. Imagine you exposing the world and the people closest want you to stop while there is kids being killed every second, innocent babies. Like literally, just this is why conspiracy theories work so well, because there's a nugget of truth in the middle of it, in the heart of it. He went from children being molested in the Catholic Church to children being murdered by Israel and Gaza to the Bohemian Grove is real, and I stole the fucking files that show that Jesus is real and the Ark of the Covenant is real. Naomi Klein's doppelganger does a good job of breaking down that conflation of conspiracy and truth you're speaking of. You mean Naomi Klein does a good job. Unless you mean Naomi Wolf, who is a conspiracy theorist. Ryan, life matters. Before I go, and then the rest of it, you know, we saw the crazy stuff. Stop scrolling.
That I'm not part of the club. And a lot of you listening to me right here, right now, you're not part of the club either. And what I realized with the club is...
Stop scrolling. Ice Cube, I'm not in the H-Wood Club, but I ain't going anywhere.
What makes them so mad is when you don't want to be a part of their fucking club. that pisses them off. What club am I talking about? I'm talking about the club.
Oh, Naomi Klein's book is called Doppelganger. Sorry, you're right. I forgot. I thought you were saying Naomi Klein's Doppelganger, and I was thinking of Naomi Wolf, who does kind of look like Naomi Klein, who is a psychotic conspiracy theorist.
Gatekeepers that we all got to deal with. You know who they are. And
this is so funny because, like, using satanic imagery, like people taking satanic imagery used in like Hollywood and other works of art seriously is like child brain shit. It is yet another indication that we are now in an era, or maybe not so different than serf mindset, peasant mindset, that we're just like looking at this stuff and going, ooh, this is scary. It's no different than being afraid of Halloween. Okay, looking at Halloween and being like, dude, that's so scary. People are dressing up like demons. Like, what the fuck? It's just like,
and they definitely know who they are. A lot of people would be like, what? Who? Come on, man, stop playing. So ever since I put out the contract with Black America, you know they've been fucking with me. Here and there, this and that. But it's cool, you know. I expect that. You know, I've been working with, you know, on the big three for a long time. And you know how they've been fucking with me with that. I done made it.
I think the club he's talking about is like liberalism. I suspect he's talking about his like promotion or concessions with Trump caused liberals in Hollywood to like, it's either he's saying some fucking anti-Semitic shit, which could very well be the case, or he's talking about like how people in Hollywood like got mad at him for fucking doing the contract to Black America, which was like, I think he was talking about like liberals or some shit. They saw Are We There Yet and immediately wanted him in.
You know, plain, simple, and clear what they've been doing. You know, the NBA been fucking with us. Now, a lot of people might say like, well, but kid, we want to work with the NBA. Really, I don't give a fuck about working with the NBA. What I want them to do when I say work with us is to stop working against us. Stop doing that bullshit behind the scenes that we know you're doing. Mainstream media, you know, they ain't fucking with us. And that's cool. We can do it ourselves, you know what I'm saying? We still on the rise without these motherfuckers. So we don't need them, you don't need them, you know? So what am I gonna do to deal with these motherfucking gatekeepers? Well, what I'm gonna do is go on a Fuck the Gatekeepers podcast tour. And I'm gonna go talk to everybody, you know, and get a chance to get my message out to the people.
NBA is trying to buy his league. This is a sports thing. Please look for context, like you always tell chatters.
Be able to let people hear from me, you know, and you know, you might agree, you might not, but the important thing is, you know, for me to go on these platforms, say what I feel about what I think. And, you know, some people may get pissed off because I'm going to talk to everybody. I'm not playing. And
I think he might be talking about Big Three and the NBA buying it potentially, while also simultaneously being an anti-Semite otherwise. But I think that what is going on here is that they clipped him talking about NBA buying his 3-on-3 basketball league thing that he does. And because of his history of anti-Semitism, people that see this clip go, oh, he must be talking about Jews that run everything or whatever the fuck. He has, I don't think he's being anti-Semitic here, but he has, I'm pretty sure he said some anti-Semitic stuff.
It's gonna be a crazy summer. It's gonna be fun. Appreciate y'all. Always support the big three. Hopefully I'm doing stuff that you guys dig. You know, I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this for people that's bored as fuck in the summer with summer sports and want something cool like the big three. So here we are. Appreciate you. Much love, much respect from your homeboy Ice Cube. Remember that.
What? Most troubling of all, the rapper and actor was accused in May 2015 of ordering his entourage to beat up a rabbi. Wait, what? He's an ardent supporter of Louis Farrakhan, one of the world's most prominent anti-Semites, and most troubling of all. I wouldn't say he's one of the most prominent. You're giving Louis Farrakhan a lot of hype here, okay? There's a lot of fucking anti-Semites. I mean, he definitely is one, but I wouldn't say he's that prominent. God damn. According to TMZ, Rabbi Pete Terrace was at the MGM Detroit Hotel when he says he bumped into Ice Cube outside an elevator. Terrace claims he said something like, hey, watch out. The rapper actor responded by having his boys attacked. The rabbi subsequently claimed he filed a $2 million lawsuit against the rapper for assault and battery. Daily Beast could not independently confirm TMZ's report of a suit being filed. Super rich ex-wives who hate their former spouse should should filed be listed among reasons that Western civilization died. Oh, that's awesome. Sinead O'Connor on Art and Faith is such a great interview. She talks about her view of the church and the sexual abuse within it. She has done some super interviews. Yeah, you are not qualified to talk about these topics, so anyone fed off with criminals is anti-Semite now? Wait, what? Musk is talking about Bezos' ex-wife here. All right, let's watch some fucking YouTube videos. I'm done with this fucking manic shit. Why U.S. sells weapons to 103 countries. Friend of the show, our GOAT, Donald Harris.
We've been busy mapping where weapons flow in this world, especially those that originate in the United States. And this is part 2 of a series on the arms trade. If you watched part 1, you'll already know that there's a long history of businessmen getting rich off of war. But I wanted to see what the weapons trade looks like today, using data. So after months of working on this, we finally got a map that looks nice. It looks pretty. The thicker the lines, the more weapons flow. So in this video, I want to go deep into these lines to show you what they can teach us about how the United...
If one more person sends me my friend Boy's latest video on the CIA, which is already fucking here, okay? I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Dude, I promise you. I swear to fucking Christ. Okay? I swear to Allah. I swear to Christ. I swear to the Prophet Muhammad. Okay? I know that there's a Boy CIA video. Okay? I don't know how to communicate this to you. Okay? I love you all. I know you get really excited. You're like, dude, you gotta watch this. I know. And it's sick. It's so cool that you guys see a cool video and you're like, oh God, I can't wait for Hasan to watch this. Okay? It fills my heart with joy. But you know what doesn't fill my heart with joy? When I see that same message in the chat adding me for the 7,000th time today. Okay? I promise I'm gonna react to it. Wallah, I'm gonna react to it. I promise you. Okay? Please stop posting it over and over again. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
The United States projects its power, about what happens when you sprinkle weapons all around the globe. I've been looking at every one of these countries, and with the help of my new colleague Sam, I'm hoping to bring you into a much deeper understanding of the American arms trade. I also want to let you in on some of the conversations.
I wish there was a way to key search it to see exactly how many people fucking posted that in the chat today. This is another example of something that's like otherwise positive, okay? This is another example of something that's like otherwise positive, something that's like actually good for the stream. You know what I mean? If I hadn't seen it. Versus like after the 7,000th time I've seen it, I'm like, oh my God.
I've been having with experts in this field, which for me was very helpful in decoding all of this.
Hello. I'm Jeff Abramson. I'm a senior fellow at the Center for International Policy. And I also lead something called the Forum on the Arms Trade, which is really where my passion is.
I'm Bill Hartung. I'm currently a senior research fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. I've been working on arms trade issues since the 90s.
Why do we sell weapons to other countries in the first place?
I mean, at the most basic level, it is to promote peace and security. When we talk about the currency of international relationships, sometimes weapons become that currency. And what we desperately need is alternate currencies.
Well, there's the textbook reasons and real reasons. You know, the Pentagon would tell you it promotes stability, it helps allies defend themselves. So there's this kind of strategic argument, but it's really about if you believe the U.S. should be able to go anywhere, fight any battle, beat any adversary. It's kind of premised in a fairly militarized view of foreign policy.
The United States sold weapons to 103 countries, and that's major weapons. Generally, whenever the United States provides weapons to another country, they have to agree on how to use them, and they're not supposed to use them to violate human rights. But it's hard to see the leverage that the United States can use with that government.
Chatter, I will put you in the Associated Press building. Do you understand me? That we just saw. If you fucking ask me to watch a short Sinead O'Connor interview one more fucking time, I will put you in the Associated Press building in Gaza, okay? Stop.
One last thing I want to do before we dive fully in is give you a theoretical point in IR, international relations. Understanding this will help us understand this map much better. It's this concept of balance of power. The big paradox in international relations is that countries will naturally get into conflict with each other unless they calculate that it is unwise to do so, that they actually don't have a chance of winning or gaining anything. So countries are always building up their weapons so that they have just enough so that their enemy will not attack them. but not too much to where they will provoke some kind of escalation and their enemy will start to get into a race to have more weapons. Every country is making this calculation all of the time, this balance of power with their rivals in their region. And weapons systems and capabilities tend to be...
There's only one view of international relations theory, man. What the fuck? Yeah, obviously. But he's not going to... He's not... This is why I said he's not going to do a materialist analysis here.
The ingredients that are used for that calculation, for that balance of power. When the US government approves a bunch of weapons being sent to some country, in all of their press releases, they always say the same thing, which is that this sale will not alter the balance of power in the region. An imbalance of power is what leads to escalating conflict and instability. What an irony that the promotion of peace and security is sell killing machines to other countries.
There are people who believe this creates better peace and security. At the moment of the transfer, it seems like a good idea. It feels like you've got to provide them.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. There is no fucking good reason, okay? The real reason is money. Military contractors are making money. They're making money on the front end with subsidies, okay? And then they're making money on the back end after selling those weapons. And then they go back to the government and say, well, our resources are diminished, you know? Our coffer's empty. We no longer have these weapons because we sent the refurbished ones to Ukraine. Then they turn around and they demand more money. Rinse and repeat, and the GDP grows. That's it. And one of the best parts about it is that more weapons being shipped out require even larger weapons, even bigger weapons, even more weapons. That's it. And that is a necessity. That's a necessity. Constant conflict has to occur. Constant conflict has to occur so that we can continue exploiting the global south, places where the conflict does actually occur. And sometimes that culture of war comes back and knocks on our door, okay? These violent means do sometimes have violent ends. The chickens do come home to roost, 9/11. But guess what? 9/11 also feeds into the profit margins of the military-industrial complex. Because that means we need more weapons now. Dude, they hit us home. More weapons, more weapons, more weapons. Bigger weapons, better guns. Dude, you're literally spoiling the whole video. I don't think he's going to talk about it like this because I think ultimately... I mean, I think it's ultimately silly to fucking talk about war and or weapon shipments overseas as like an objectively good thing. There's no one. I don't think a single fucking person. I don't think a single fucking person legitimately believes that.
Or like, this is the only solution, is you put these weapons in this situation because we're out of options.
The first takeaway from this is just what you can see immediately, that the United States has a massive presence all around the world. You could look at these lines as almost tentacles of US influence in almost every country on Earth, selling jets and guns and tanks and missiles and bombs and radar and helicopters in exchange for influence.
I'd say at the real global level is this idea that if we are engaging in you in the arms trade, if you are buying weapons from us, we will have some say in how you act.
But that's about all this map will show you. The US has influence all over the world. It's something we kind of know. I want to get a deeper understanding of what's going on with each of these lines, which is why I reached out to my good friend, Sam Ellis. Sam Ellis, creator of Search Party. Do you have time to help me out?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Sam specializes in taking something that's complicated and giving us a better insight into it, helping us learn from it using design and visual language. So Sam's down here and we're gonna figure out how to decode this map. What we are trying to do here is we want to understand the why, because this map doesn't say why. It doesn't say like what is the US's motive in this. It's often securing the loyalty of a regime somewhere, and weapons are the currency for securing loyalty.
The US sometimes wants stability in the region, and it achieves that sometimes by wanting stability in terms of, we picked you as a government, we would like you to stay in power.
One of the reasons we sell is so that we don't have to be the world policeman everywhere all the time, doing all the work. We can have people we basically outsource it to.
You know, what I'd like this map system to somehow convey is that what the US buys with the currency of weapons varies. And I think it would be really interesting to zoom in to some of these case studies and somehow show what the US is buying.
Yeah.
So stability, it's
It's
Allies.
an ally, stability, resources, relationship. And we put all the categories on, and then you zoom into the different combinations. Let's zoom into Saudi Arabia. They have all 4. Why do they have all 4?
This literally feels like first year IR majors discovering why we can't just bomb Iran. Yeah, I mean, in some respects, it's like fun and cool to see people who otherwise have not been educated on this matter. Not the guys in the video, just the people watching, get like basic international relations in a more digestible format with like cool maps and a bunch of like former Mormons sitting around looking like hipsters.
All 4. Let's go to Colombia. They have 2. Why 2?
So when we zoom into these cases, we should be more descriptive and less analytical.
So like, what do you think the map is going to look like? Like, do you think that the most weapons are going to go to the countries with the most number of badges?
Yes. At the end of the day, there is a deep underlying force in all of this, which is that the more weapons we sell, the more money they make. Yeah. And the people in this town want to make a shit ton of money.
Okay, so the goal here is to take this map, which shows who the US is selling weapons to, and add what they're asking for in return. But that's a lot easier said than done. Because the US doesn't say exactly what it wants back for these countries in exchange for weapons, it's hard for us to make any definitive claims. But I think if we look at these countries' locations, they're...
I think you need to look at America as like 10 companies in a fucking trench coat. And then a lot of this stuff will magically make a lot more sense, okay? Because the American government doesn't operate with a higher purpose. It operates with a very simple purpose, and that is to, 1, maintain global capitalism, and 2, do it while earning a tidy profit for our mega corporation. The weapons manufacturers and the defense industry that's it. That's like the 2 primary industries.
history and their relationship with the US, we can surmise that the US is asking for basically 5 main things: stability, alliances, friendship, help against an enemy or a rival, and vital resources. So we looked at the more than 100 countries that the US sells weapons to and tried to estimate what they could give the US in return, and then we mapped it. So now we can see not only who the US sells weapons to, but we have an idea of why. And although this is based on subjective estimations by us, it's still useful to see that American weapons come with expectations, namely that these countries will help the US project its influence and its power all over the globe. So if we think of weapons as a currency, then the most common thing it's buying is friendship. Weapons are one of the most effective ways for the US to get other governments on its side, and so it's a goal of almost every weapons deal. But some countries have more to...
Bro, there's nothing more Ameribrained, and I'm thinking about this from the framework of like domestic politics, where you talk about weapons as a commodity where you barter friendship on the other side of said commodity. Like, no wonder we're the most fucking gadded up country on the planet. Okay, that was what I was talking about the cycle of fascism overseas coming back home. The chickens coming to roost. That's another impact of that. We have a very violent culture that props up this weapons manufacturing, and then that violent culture inevitably yields domestic policy for material reasons, like the AR platform. For those of you who are not as knowledgeable, the AR-15. A lot of that shit was in surplus after Vietnam. Conveniently, around that time frame, we started selling it domestically as well. And inevitably, in the last couple of decades, that became a symbol of Americanness. Okay? Why? Well, because we kept manufacturing it more and more. Why? Because 1, it's pretty easy to shoot, much easier than like handguns and stuff. But also, it has a shit ton. AR-15 during Vietnam. No, the AR platform originated off of isn't it the M16? I think it was the M16. Yeah. So anyway, the AR platform in and of itself, however, is also a very good gun for additional parts. So it's basically a weapon that you can put a lot of parts on. It looks cool. There's a whole different cottage industry that specifically sells different parts, different kits, even more fucking money in for aftermarket shit, peripherals, different grips. Perfect.
To offer than others. If we zoom to Europe, you'll see that the US is also buying stronger allies. The US is in the NATO alliance with most of these countries, so the US sells them weapons as a way to make their defenses as strong as possible and to prepare them for the possibility that they may have to fight a war together. The US considers many countries allies, but we only included countries that the US is obligated to defend because it's signed a treaty. Ukraine is an example of a country that the US sells lots of weapons to, but isn't in the NATO alliance. Instead, the US is asking for Ukraine to counter an enemy. We've defined 4 countries as the main enemies or rivals of the US. The US often sells weapons to their neighbors as a way to fight a war against them, or...
Dog, be for real, man. North Korea is just like North Korea, really? Like that's a valid threat? North Korea, the great rival of the United States of America. Yeah, M16 is very modular and easier to take apart than Korean World War II era rifles, along with smaller rounds compared to the 30-06. You can have 4 rounds of 5.56 for the same weight. Okay, dude, gun perverts.
Deter them from starting a new one. Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014, and so the U.S. is selling Ukraine...
It's like saying one of your rivals is a fucking kid. Yeah, what are we? We are the most Israel country, bro. Israel is so us. You know, their biggest rivals are like Palestinian babies. So... very America.
And in exchange, the U.S. is stopping Russia from conquering it and other countries in the region. In the Middle East, the U.S. sells weapons to a number of countries as a way to counter its other enemy, Iran. The primary example is Israel, who gets a huge number of weapons from the U.S. But the U.S. also sells weapons to countries that control vital resources that it needs. In the case of Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states, that's oil.
The only power the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is that they don't see ads at the top of the hour, unlike you motherfuckers. But if you want to also live the glories of being a part of the Iacha Republic, you know, Cholima on the wing type shit, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Iacha! Yeah, the Jusha lives on. Here's the 3-minute break now.
But a vital resource can also mean a strategic passageway, like the Suez Canal in Egypt, where a lot of the world's shipping goes through. By selling them weapons, the U.S. is asking these countries to protect and give it access to these resources. In Africa, the U.S. sells weapons to many governments, not just to secure resources, but also to try and make them more stable. War and coups have made many regions in Africa volatile and unpredictable, and the U.S. hopes that by selling weapons to these governments, it can help them stay in power and maintain the status quo. It's important to understand that these labels often overlap, like in East Asia. China, a major U.S. rival, is pushing to assert its control over this region, and the U.S. is responding by selling weapons to countries standing in its way. Some are allies. Some control vital resources, like Taiwan's semiconductor industry. Then there are many that the U.S. feels it needs to strengthen so that China can't destabilize the region. So now we can see not only where these weapons flow, but why. The definitions are based on some subjective categories that we came up with, but even still, it's useful to see that American weapons come with expectations that these countries will help the U.S. project influence and power all over the globe.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Man, I'm glad Sam came into this story. He is the master of taking complex systems and breaking them down to get a deeper understanding of really rich data. Search Party is the channel I started with Sam last year, and it is awesome. It is similar to what we do here, but with a very different journalistic approach. You should go subscribe because it's really good stuff. So for the final chapter of this video, I'm going...
Ethical reacts aside, did bro really say we give weapons to Africa to ensure regional stability and ensure that regime change does not happen? Like, we're just going to glance over that as though historically this has been a good thing? Not just in Africa, but like, you know, my man, what you're describing, if left alone, implies that like the Iran-Contra scheme that we set up was an objective good, okay? Like how are you... I can't tell if they're trying to say this is what America claims and we don't agree with it, or if they straight up are just like lapping up the propaganda. Because the thing is, we do that and it's not a good thing. And it objectively is like stability at what cost? Stability at a very bad cost. It's also ironic because those weapons sometimes do end up in the wrong, by American standards, wrong hands. Or sometimes it ends up in the right American standard hands that then get trained on American soldiers. You know, Afghanistan comes to mind. So it's wild to make a video like this and talk about like ensuring stability by giving weapons to these governments, which literally is used on civilians. But also on top of that, he turned around and said, that's why we give all the countries around China these weapons to make sure that China doesn't destabilize the area. How do you make a map like this, talk about how America is stabilizing the world by giving them weapons, and then turn around and go, and China is destabilizing the world? It's like a child's way of approaching this subject. Now, here's the other part of this that I don't understand. And that's why, like, realpolitik can be flipped on its head, and oftentimes is, by the likes of John Mersheimer. Because on the other side, the moment that you realize that, like, the other side of the equation are also fucking human beings with wants, interests in national security, you know what I mean? Like, then yeah, you're describing a fucking arms race, and it makes it perfectly valid for those guys to do the same shit. Why wouldn't they? There's probably some fucking Chinese Johnny Harris out there on Douyin making the same video about China from the exact same fucking framework. Like, what is happening here? Like, do you not just think that, like, those, like, if you just leave it at this is ensuring regional stability for states that are aligned with the United States of America, and you don't think about, like, human beings on the other side of that equation, you know, because you talked about the four big evils, our four foreign adversaries: China, Russia, Iran, and the mighty Democratic People's Republic of Korea, of course. Who could forget? Okay, well, they got humans there too. They got a government there. That government has interests. They have the same exact principles. They want self-preservation. They want regional stability in their own direction. You know what I mean? So I guess it's fine. They're doing the same shit on their end, but might is right. We're doing it more, so we're correct. Is that what it is? You're clearly just jaded by your America bad take.
Going to address something that many of you familiar with the arms trade are maybe thinking about right now, which is, does all of this actually work? If weapons are a currency for influence, and the US is using that currency to buy stuff, to buy influence or stability around the world, does that actually work the way that the Pentagon and the United States government think it does?
No, it doesn't.
The short answer is sometimes, but...
No, it never does, man. 9/11. Remember 9/11? 9/11. 9/11. 9/11. 9/11. No.
Not really. Where weapons really do work is in keeping alliances strong.
There's no question some countries welcome it, you know, allies like Korea and Japan and so forth, Australia, and it probably does cement those relationships, make it more likely they'll support the U.S. in a crunch.
But when it comes to trying to use weapons as an incentive to get countries to behave the way you want them to, that's where it kind of starts to break down. And
if other regional actors behaved in the same way that Russia does, you would have 10,000 Ukraines, okay? That's it. The only thing keeping this shit stable right now is Chinese inaction. If we're going to be real about it for a second, that's it. America keeps pushing it. And the only reason why Taiwan doesn't resemble Ukraine is because China is not retaliating or responding in the same way that Russia did. Because it would be objectively bad for everyone. That's it, though. And this isn't even me glazing up China. Okay? I know everyone's going to be like, oh, dude, fucking dick riding China again. Like, no, dude. Look at what they're... Look, when China does the exact same thing from the same framework that they're operating off of, they're doing regional stability. It's just... It's so dumb. That's the only thing stopping. It's not like these guys are like, oh, yeah, we would absolutely be totally on board with, like, lending a hand if push came to shove on the Japanese front. And it's like, would you be better off as a consequence of that? Would you? Would Japan be better off? Would the Philippines be better off? No.
The best case for this is Saudi Arabia. You can see on this map we give a lot of weapons to Saudi Arabia. The Obama administration approved loads of weapons transfers to Saudi Arabia, and in doing so, we had some strings attached. A big one being that those weapons could not be used to violate human rights. Or from the horse's mouth, genocide, crimes against humanity, grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions, serious violations of Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions, attacks directed against civilians who are legally protected from attacks or other war crimes as defined by 18 U.S.C. 2441. Translation, Saudi Arabia is not to use these weapons against civilians in any of their conflicts. And yet, as
even in my lived up poli-sci class, the conclusion that China is a power that is beneficial for the international order, but they just literally aren't America, so it's bad. Yes.
Saudi Arabia has been waging this war against Yemen. They've done exactly that.
Wasn't a war, it was a genocide. Come on, you just said it. You said it.
Using American weapons. They've bombed hospitals, weddings, and even a school bus. And we know that this is American weapons because investigators and journalists have looked at the wreckage of these attacks.
Yeah, that it's pretty obvious whose weapon it is when you can go through the rubble and find the fucking signed and sealed shell.
And looked at the actual serial numbers, concluding that these are American weapons, that they flow through these lines.
Although Saudi Arabia was bombs, most people in Yemen viewed it as an American war.
Because it is. Because
Saudi
it is.
Arabia
Because it is.
Slaughter people.
Because
Yemen,
it is.
There was sort
because
of
it is. Because it is an American war. Because we are doing it. Because we're giving the go-ahead. We're giving the weapons. We're turning a blind eye. We're defending them politically. We are the keepers of the international rule-based order, okay? However, we make the rules and we give the orders. That's just how it works.
this notion of, well, they're an oil supplier, they're a bulwark against Iran, and those so-called larger strategic
Same with fucking Israel.
interests overrode the human rights imperative.
America's involvement in Saudi Arabia also goes beyond just like supplying them with weapons. We also engage in refueling operations for their fucking their jets, their fighter jets that are our fighter jets that we sold them. We also give them the precision guiding for their missile systems. We do everything.
Shout out to Bellingcat, the open source investigative journalism project that helped uncover a lot of this stuff. So Saudi Arabia isn't obeying the conditions that we put on these weapons. And Congress tried to pass a resolution that said,
why are the Saudis stopped it now? No, China, literally. China facilitated a cessation of hostilities between Saudi Arabia and Iran like a couple months prior to October 7. Yeah, literally. That is true. That is objectively true. Look it up. Literally look it up. I'm not dick riding China. Just look it up. The American response to that was, oh, it's their problem now.
That they were going to cut off some of this military aid that we were giving to Saudi Arabia. The problem is a lot of the power to approve these weapon sales rests with the executive, the president. So President Trump actually vetoed this resolution. And even under the Biden administration, even though there was a brief pause, the weapons have kept flowing, making it very clear that this leverage that the US thinks it has because it's the provider of all of these weapons is actually kind of reversed. Turns out Saudi Arabia has a lot more leverage than we thought.
You know, the idea is that the United States is kind of captured.
Bro, Trump said it best. Don't hate the player, hate the game, but he straight up said it. At a time when the media was significantly more contentious about arms trafficking that we were doing to Saudi Arabia, as there was a fucking genocide that Saudi Arabia was waging with our weapons in the immediate aftermath of the Jamal Khashoggi execution by the Saudi government in an Istanbul Saudi embassy. Okay, people were like, why the fuck are you still sending weapons to Saudi Arabia? Trump turned around and said, you have $10 billion? They're buying $10 billion worth of weapons. Do you got $10 billion? If they don't buy it from us, they're going to buy it from Russia. You got $10 billion, I'll give it to you right now. Are you the one buying $10 billion worth of weapons? He said it. He straight up fucking said it.
Saudi Arabia by having this weapons and defense arrangement, that the Saudis need to rely on us. They will do things that we ask them to do. Or I think the opposite is...
We have zero leverage over these countries? That's fucking not true, man. We do have leverage over these countries. It's called not giving them weapons and not giving them a political cover when they are engaging in genocide. It is ridiculous, okay? The Saudi government does not have a fucking military without us. What the fuck are we talking about?
Now happen.
If we can't do it, how the fuck did China do it? How did China do it? Easy question, chat. How the fuck did the Chinese government sit the fucking Saudi government and the Iranian government down and were like, fix it. Enough. How did they do it? Are they just magical beings? Is that what it is? Are they magical, mystical deities out there? No, through economic ties. That's it. Through trade. So it seems like even if you're not giving them a steady flow of fucking weapons, you can still make it happen. As a superpower, you can make it happen. So now tell me, if China can do it, how the fuck can't we do it? You're really going to sit here and tell me we're worse than China? That's goddamn un-American.
Happening. But Saudi Arabia has been able to turn the tides and say, hey, if you don't provide this, we'll find an alternate partner. The relationship has been perverted.
Centrist Normie, so you support Russia and China arming the world, 10 billion versus moral compass? What moral compass? No, this guy's joking, right? I assume. What do you mean? Moral compass? did you just listen to what I had to say about Donald Trump and then straight up agree with Donald Trump? Is that what's going on? Excuse me. Do you not factor in our moral compass when Saudi Arabia does genocide with our weapons versus Saudi Arabia doing genocide with Chinese weapons? Hello? We're doing a gay genocide, okay? We're doing a genocide, but the weapons have the rainbow sticker next to it instead of the Chinese flag. Have you thought about that? Also, by the way, this we're not even talking about like how $10 billion of weapons that China is selling to Saudi Arabia. I don't know where that came from, but
Okay, but Saudi Arabia is a monarchy. Maybe we have better luck influencing fellow democracies. So let's look at Israel, who receives more military aid from the United States than
democracy.
Any other country.
I think Israel's the prime example of the lack of leverage that you would think.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Ship me off in one of these fucking Mark 84s, dude. I just put me in one of them things, okay? I want to be laser guided. My man said we have no leverage with Israel. That is insane. That is insane. Okay. If we have no leverage with Israel, stop giving him weapons tomorrow. If we have no leverage with Israel, stop giving him weapons and also stop offering political cover. Why is there a multi-billion-dollar dedicated, not multi-billion, but like hundreds of millions of dollars in fucking in lobbying happening by AIPAC and Democratic Majority for Israel and many other groups, if America just simply has no leverage? Why is the Israeli government trying so fucking hard to ensure a steady flow of weapons then? If we have no leverage, just stop. I like the we are small bean narrative here when we're talking about fucking giving weapons to Israel as they continue doing genocide. We're just small bean. And you know who else is the smallest bean of all? Fucking Israel. Israel is also a small bean. They're doing small bean genocide. Come on.
A well-developed long-term weapons relationship would have.
The U.S. government has come out and said that they are not happy with the way that Israel is conducting its war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. And yet, what we see here is an effort to push more military aid to Israel without any pause or withdraw of these weapons transfers.
And that's the reality of the arms trade, is that we can hope countries will take things into mind. We can...
Fuck. No, man. No, there is no world in which this is how it works. Like, there is no... What the fuck? Hey, man, I know my bestie that I gave a lot of weapons to is like robbing banks, but I told him not to rob banks, okay? I'm still going to give him weapons, like more weapons. He said he's out of ammo. I'm going to give him some more ammo. And I'm going to defend him robbing the banks and be like, he didn't mean it. He really needs the money. But I'm still going to give him more arms, obviously. Duh. Fuck you mean? He just said he won't use it to rob the banks while he's robbing a bank. I know he called me from inside the bank, and it seemed muffled, like he had a balaclava on. You know, and it seemed like he was robbing the bank while he said he wasn't going to be robbing a bank. But I told him not to. You know, what can I do? My hands are fucking tied, dog. Also, he should be able to rob the bank. Israel has a right to rob the bank. I mean, not Israel. My friend has a right to rob the banks, but also don't kill as many civilians next time you rob the bank. And if you're going to kill those civilians, maybe they were bad and they had it coming. Did you know 98% of bank tellers are terrorists? Just an unrelated fact that I wanted to, drop in here.
Tell them we want to do things, but ultimately they end up making local decisions for their local needs.
There's a lot more cases just like this.
Like the Philippines, where the Duterte regime...
Bro, we're talking about guns. We're talking about guns. We're talking about guns. What could be a local need for weapons? We are talking about weapons. What is the local need for weapons? Hello? Excuse me. What is going on here? I am losing my fucking mind. They're literally talking about weapons like they're fucking sending grain, dude. What the fuck? There's only one purpose for weapons, you dumb Ameribrain dipshits. It's to kill, okay? What the fuck? Holy fuck. Americans are so lost, dude.
Has used American weapons to carry out a brutal war on drugs, murdering and jailing civilians in the process.
What's confusing about this is that, in some sense, the weapons are working for U.S. interests. We sell them these weapons, we give them these weapons, we buy their support in deterring our enemy. But in the process, these weapons that we use as our currency are used for other things that have nothing to do with deterring our enemy. And sometimes it gets really out of control, like we give a lot of weapons to Turkey, a NATO ally. Turkey will then transfer that to its proxies in Syria, who will use them to fight against American-backed rebels.
Now ask yourself, Johnny, ask yourself this question. If you arrived at this as a YouTuber who seemingly for the first time ever encountered International Relations 101 as a course. Do you think the American government doesn't know that? Do you think it's a major secret for them? They're like, oh, fuck, I just watched this video from my favorite YouTuber, Jonald Harris, and I realized, damn, son, we're giving weapons to the NATO ally Turkey, which then are used against American assets and also American soldiers. Dude, what? Fuck, dude. Oh, fuck. We did it again, dude. Fuck. Oh, I hate that, dude. Shit. I got to bring in Lloyd in here. Lloyd Austin, come in here, dog. I know you got ass cancer. Come in here. You got to watch this fucking video. Jonald Harris, he done did it again. He fucking found it. Oh, shit, dude. My fucking bad. I can't believe that this happened again and again. Afghanistan, and again, Iraq, and again, every Latin American country, and again, 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 and again. Oh, man. I just fucking hate this, dog. Surely it won't happen in Ukraine, so that's a different story. Anyway, let's continue.
That are also using US weapons. So American weapons are being used on both sides of a conflict. It just feels a little bit like deja vu from the book that was written 100 years ago, stating that this was a problem, and it still kind of is. The other big issue with using weapons as your main currency for influence around the world is that weapons don't just go away. Back in the 80s, the CIA transferred a bunch of weapons to rebel fighters in Afghanistan who were fighting against the Soviets. Decades later, those same weapons were being used by those fighters and their descendants to fight against Americans who were then invading Afghanistan.
Damn.
Same thing happened in Libya. We gave a bunch of weapons.
Dude, it was a big mistake. Once again, dude, you know, how do we keep doing this? Man, sure seems strange to me. Almost like it's a streamlined process.
Weapons there, and they leaked out and ended up in the hands of militants and insurgents in Syria and South Sudan. So if weapons are this currency that don't actually give us leverage and that can create more danger than stability, why do we keep making them and sending them to over 100 countries? There's a lot of answers to that question, but one of them has to do with money. There's a lot of money in making weapons. There always has been since the Industrial Revolution. Lots of these weapons are made all over our country, intentionally creating a network of jobs that no congressman ever wants to vote down. If a congressman votes to make fewer weapons, they could be voting against a factory or production facility in their district. Add to that some of our lawmakers own shares in these companies. If these companies make money, they make money. And yet they're the ones approving the money that goes to these corporations.
Bro, I'm beginning to think that this is unsustainable and pretty violent. Guys, I don't want to say it, but it kind of does feel like having your primary industry and your primary output be death dealing kind of makes you like a villain a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, not to say, because I love America. Obviously, America, not bad. America, very good, right? But like also simultaneously, I feel like what Jonald is telling me right now is not great. You know what I mean? Fuck, dude. I don't know what's happening here. I just, fuck. No, but we had to do it. You know, regional stability.
A massive conflict of interest that we've reported on before in a previous video on insider trading. What you get is this military industrial complex, a permanent economic business machine that is incentivized to make more and more weapons, both to prepare for war and provide national security, but also to keep people rich and to keep the constituents of lawmakers happy. So, in short, one of the reasons the map looks like this is to keep a bunch of private corporations nice and rich. Okay.
At the end of the journey, he's going to tie this to China. He has to. There's no way he lets it hang like this. He has to be like, and we have to do it because of China and Russia and the bad guys. There's no fucking way.
Well, that is the end of a journey for now. It started with an old book that really piqued my interest and brought me in.
Johnny Harris, this is my message to you. Read the works of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, okay? Just Just peek into it a little bit. Crack open a bad boy. I'm sure there's a dusty ass version that you can find at your local Portland bookstore. Okay, fair trade, organically grown, touched by fucking communists. I'm just saying, if you're that malleable from one book, Johnny Harris reads the Jakarta Method, everything changes. Big game changer for him. He's like, I was so wrong about all the times that I said things about NATO. Like, everything that I've been advocating for, I was in the end, I was wrong.
To a history that I didn't know about. And through this process, I feel like I've been able to draw a linkage between this history and how it works today. How for-profit...
No, Parenti doesn't fit the bill. It has to be old and dusty, okay? Like, no, I'm not suggesting Chomsky. I'm not suggesting Parenti. I'm not suggesting any of that, okay? Vladimir Lenin, very old, very dusty book, okay? Like, it will look so sick in his hands with a shit ton of Post-it notes attached to it, okay?
Corporations are still motivated to expand their business by making more and more killing machines. Now, weapons are a stabilizing force in our world. That is true, and that is an irony of stability in the world. You have to have weapons to have some kind of stability for now. Weapons also are political leverage that the US uses to keep the world somewhat stable. And yet, there's a lot to scrutinize and critique about the way that it's done. We're dealing with weapons. This is dangerous stuff. We should be able...
How can you not love him? He's so serious. He's like, we're dealing with weapons here. This is dangerous stuff. He's awesome. He's such a lib, so like deep down inside, he's like, weapons are kind of scary, but also it's a necessity for stability. It's like, do you feel stable? In America, do you feel stable and safe? Okay? I don't. I feel like there's too many goddamn weapons everywhere. Okay? Doesn't really invoke stability. You feel me? Maybe he's on his journey, dude. I don't know. That shit would be poggers if he just becomes like a fucking rugged anti-imperialist diehard.
To properly criticize it and critique it. But instead, our ability to do that is hindered by the conflict of interest and the incentives that are brought on by these for-profit corporations.
Bro, if weapons give so much regional stability, why don't we just give a shit ton of weapons to China? You know what I mean? Like, this is what I don't understand. It's like, why are we singling out 4 countries that we don't give weapons to? Here, let's give them some friendship weapons. You know what I mean? Like a bouquet. Yeah, dude. Arm China, arm Russia, arm the DPRK. Or do you need to have a villain so that the constant cycle of weapons manufacturing continues? We do to Taiwan? Yeah, that doesn't... No, that's not what I'm talking about. This is the opposite of what I'm talking about. I'm talking about mainland China. I don't understand. I am listening to Donald Harris at face value. This is my most trusted resource. This is my journalistic Joseph Smith, okay? He is my North Star. He is my beacon. He is Muad'Dib. You said, Donald, that weapons are done, they give weapons to these countries for stability and friendship. I think we should be giving China some J-damn fucking Mark 84s like pronto, some friendship weapons. That's what I want. I want friendship. Can we give friendship weapons to Russia? Maybe they'll cut it out. Maybe they'll stop bombing Ukraine if they get that friendship weapon. Also, Palestinians. So that part I do unironically agree with. We should be arming the Palestinian population. We should be doing that. They need an Iron Dome more than Israel right now, okay? We need to give Palestine an Iron Dome right now. This very moment. Tomorrow, we got to give them an Iron Dome. Both sides, baby. Fund both sides, come out on top.
And their relationship to our lawmakers. To me, this is what's wrong about the system. It perverts our ability to actually look into it, to actually scrutinize it properly, and to actually make the best decision for the safety and stability of our world. The weapons industry got out of control in the early 1900s and ended up contributing to the worst devastation the world had ever seen, which woke us up to actually being able to criticize this and trying to change it. A lot of those same conflicts of interest that keep war permanent and enriching still exist today. And my hope is that it doesn't take another devastating conflict for us to wake up. Covering war conflict is something I'm not going to stop doing.
My goat, dude. Please keep doing it. I fucking love it when you do it, dog. All right, we're skipping. All right.
So last month, we were on a flight with fellow Aussie YouTuber Friendly Geordies. Just a completely normal domestic flight, just regular old takeoff and you're the landing, nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, until we were, pulled off the plane by federal police.
If you are on board, just make your way forward to the front of the cabin.
Yeah, that's us. How many cups do you?
Yeah, fine. I just wanted to have a chat to you in relation to the incident where you guys were up at Point Gap.
At the remote Pine Gap Spy Station,
a collection of domes in the desert, a place very few Australians know much about at all.
The most powerful American intelligence facility outside of the United States.
No, close the gate, close it. No, stop.
Powerful domes!
This is by far the scariest video we've ever made.
It's so funny. These motherfuckers went to North Korea, okay? Think about that. These motherfuckers went to North Korea, dog, okay? And he's saying this is by far the scariest video they've ever filmed. He went to North Korea.
Teamed up with Friendly Geordies to sneak into Pine Gap, which is one of the CIA's most important spy bases. But before we get into that, the most obvious question is, what is this giant American base doing on the other side of the world in the middle of Australia? Well, first off, it shouldn't be controversial to say the CIA wants to control the world, right? Like, surely there's no one out there who thinks they're not doing that. They've got the most...
Excuse me, I just watched Donald Harold, and honestly, I don't think that, okay? Sorry, I'm hopped up on liberalism right now, and I don't think that they do want that. Maybe they want regional stability. Have you thought about that? No, you haven't. You don't think about anything, okay? Fucking Australians, dude. Oh, the CIA, why do they have bases in my country? Oh... Why do they look like golf balls? Why do they make golf balls in Australia? Oh, it's for regional stability. Duh.
Advanced.
Yeah, they're called friendship bases. Thank you. They're spying for friendship, dude. You don't understand.
Lights in the world, and they're sucking up everyone's information, which, it's good on you. But they've got a big problem, right? And I'll explain it to you over there. All right, so let's pretend this globe here is planet Earth, and then this can of toxic industrial lubricant is a satellite. So these satellites are flying all around Earth, just booming their signals down. But the issue with the Americans, right, is that they've got spy bases here. They can only access satellites up here. They've got no access to the ones down here. But if they were to build a satellite base in a foreign country like Australia, suddenly they've got access to all the satellite signals coming down here. Pretty clever, right? So if they wanted to, send a missile into a wedding in, let's say, in Iraq, or if they wanted to, eavesdrop on conversation, if they wanted to eavesdrop on conversations down in Madagascar, they just do it through Pine Gap. Now, thanks to some average-looking whistleblowers like Edward Snowden and much hotter ones like Christopher Boyce, we have access to all these leaked documents exposing the inner workings of Pine Gap. Now get this. The base is codenamed Rainfall, and it's part of a top-secret international spy infrastructure called Five Eyes. These CIA guys are literally out here laughing as Bond villains. It's so embarrassing to read. But thanks to these documents, we know all about Pine Gap. We know about their capabilities and how important they are to the US, but you don't...
Bro, dude. They have fucking papers they're highlighting. This is Donald Harris.
You really need to read these. Unless you're a YouTuber and you want to look smart, these leaks are redundant. See, the American government is so...
Nice. Okay, thank God he's not doing the reading. Okay, he's not like Donald.
So proud of its surveillance.
Just kidding. Oh, I don't think he reads them either. He just highlights them.
Of the whole world, that their CIA agents just brag about it at every opportunity anyway.
The Pine Gap satellites are the most sophisticated pieces of military hardware ever created by the United States government. They are very, very effective at intercepting signals, and the person on the other side, of course, can hear that person as clearly as you can hear me speaking in front of you today. So who's using that communication signal? Is it Saddam Hussein talking to his generals, or is it mom and dad talking to their kids?
Now, you may think it's weird that a CIA agent is admitting to a room full of people that he actively spies on their conversations with their kids. But rest assured, the kind of people who attend CIA lectures are the kind of people whose grandkids stopped speaking to them years ago, and will probably forget everything in this lecture in an hour once their bingo game starts.
Has anybody here been involved in weapons testing? A few hands up.
Now, just to be clear for all the nerds out there, this guy right here is technically an NSA agent, not a CIA agent. But for the rest of this video, when I say CIA, I mean CIA, DIA, NSA, NRO, and every other US intelligence institution. I feel like I'm in the laundry aisle whenever I talk about the US government's monstrous global surveillance apparatus. You know, for the rest of this video, Ultra Oxy, Free and Gentle, Original, Downey, it's all the CIA. We're talking about US spy bases here. But Pine Gap wasn't always this hub for global surveillance. For 75,000 years, this place...
Dude, I gotta say, this video is a fucking incredible 10/10 video so far. It started off so goddamn fast and so goddamn good. Straight up fucking banger. All-time great. Might be one of their best videos of all time, okay? Oh, I'm so proud of them. I get so excited when your fucking boys are popping off, you know what I mean? God damn.
This was the home of Indigenous Australians, who are planet Earth's oldest human civilization. And then white people showed up. They kind of came out of nowhere 200 years ago and genocided the original Australians, which conveniently made the outback a lot more spacious and offered some much needed privacy for civilized games of croquet or maybe a massive secret CIA base. So, with the traditional owners of the land out of the way, everything was going well for the CIA in Australia. Until the 60s, when all these people inexplicably started dyeing their clothes and doing acid and making weird noises. But the one thing these hippies did, which wasn't, super annoying, was they decided they don't really like the idea of a shadowy organisation that wants to spy on you and control the world. And in Australia, this meant there were constant protests and waves of people trying to break into this giant American spy base in the middle of the outback.
How did I meet them? Fun story. I met them because Alex, who is in the video originally, but you haven't seen him yet, wanted to fight me for Creator Clash. That's how I met them. I had watched Alexa's videos in the past and actually was a fan, but I did not know that one, they were besties. Two, that they had actually been the haircut video guys that I had watched in the past as well. And immediately I was like, wow, there's socialists in Australia. I didn't realize that was allowed. I didn't even know. I did not know that there were such things. I was genuinely shocked. Immediately, I was like, these guys are awesome.
But let's be real, no one cares what thousands of hippies have to say. Like,
I'm Aussie and hadn't heard of either of them until you mentioned Alex wanting to fight you.
The real issue for the CIA came in the 70s when we elected a new leader, a guy called Gough Whitlam. Now, he was super unique. Firstly, because his name's Gough. Like, what the fuck is that? I've never met a guy called Gough. You've definitely never met a guy called Gough. Wikipedia doesn't show any other mentions of another person with the first name Gough. It's just a crazy, made-up name that'll never, ever exist ever again. But the other thing that made him unique is that he wanted an independent Australia that wasn't going to be bullied by foreign superpowers. He pulled Australian troops out of Vietnam, and the Americans were like, what the fuck are you doing, Gough? I thought we had something special. Remember that time we got all those children and burnt them alive? Well, you're turning your back on all these fun times we had. And like a classic toxic boyfriend, the CIA started bugging Australian Parliament and surveilling Gough's party. And when Gough found out, he responded by...
Perfectly normal stuff. Also, excuse me, Richard Nixon was just a fan of that sort of thing. He bugged himself, okay? You can't get mad at the guy for doing that. He did it to himself. Literally led to him basically, you know the story. I mean, come on. That's his thing. He does it so much. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's his culture. It's his culture. People hate a consistent king, okay? People are out here hating on a consistent king. He loved it so much he did it to himself. It's like when people say, Hasan, you're not a socialist. Like, you don't live out your values. True. Richard Nixon, he did live out his values.
By threatening to close Pine Gap. And this was a step too far for the Americans. The CIA saw Gough as a serious threat, so they simply orchestrated a coup to get rid of the democratically elected leader of Australia. So how did the Americans get rid of our Prime Minister? Well, it turns out there's this completely symbolic position in Australian government called the Governor-General. It's a bullshit remnant of the English monarchy, an unelected person whose only job is to dress like a fucking idiot and rubber stamp everything that the Parliament votes on. So a guy called John Kerr was the Governor-General at the time, and coincidentally, he was also secretly working for the Americans. The CIA called him Our Man Kerr. They were paying for all his travel and generally showering him with money so he could, buy as many stupid hats as he wanted. And even more coincidentally, it turned out there was this dusty old law that said the Governor-General has the power to dismiss the Prime Minister.
It's so funny that they just took it. Or they just took that. Like, imagine being so cooked. Dude, I love how cooked the Commonwealth nations are. It's so funny. Also, America literally is at this point using England as a fuck doll. Like America using the British monarchy, the remnants of the British monarchy to their advantage. You're double cucked. Like, think about it. There's a whole day for it, man. I thought Anzacs, you know? I thought that was like the whole thing. You hated the monarchy because they forced you to go and fucking die in Gallipoli under Turkish fire. What the fuck? Now you're getting double dicked down. And it's not even the fucking British monarchy. All of a sudden, now it's America directing the British monarchy to fuck you.
And that's exactly what he did. I mean, this has never, ever happened before. The CIA essentially terminated the democratically elected leader of Australia.
The Prime Minister, Mr. Whitlam, has been sacked. The opposition leader, Mr. Fraser, is the new Prime Minister of Australia.
He was replaced with a more subservient Prime Minister who immediately renewed Pine Gap's contract, and no leader ever since.
Bitch, you guys are cucked too? You can only vote for 2 geriatric dipshits who fuck you every day? Yeah, no, everyone is cucked. It's just funny because everyone also votes for geriatric dipshits, except the one time when you vote for a guy who's like, I'm not going to be a geriatric dipshit. I don't want to be America's, like, you know, cum rag. America comes in and is like, our geriatric dipshit is going to fuck yours up.
Has dared to question all the secret CIA bases spread across our country. Now, we all know about the Americans and their little hobby of getting rid of democratically elected leaders in enemy countries in the third world. But it turns out they do this to their friends too. We accepted that our island was just a giant US military base and no form.
It's kind of fucked up. Yeah, that was a stability coup. Okay, that's called a friendship coup. Duh. Little known type of friendship and stability delivery mechanism is when you do that. Yeah, Stability Island.
Of democracy would ever get in the way of that. And by the way, calling Australia a giant US military base isn't an exaggeration. These top secret American bases are literally everywhere. Like this fucking thing. What the fuck is this? It's even more secretive than Pine Gap. They're the tallest man-made structures in the Southern Hemisphere, but we have no idea what they're doing. All we know is that every now and then when a passenger plane flies near it, it mysteriously malfunctions and suddenly plunges to the ground, prompting the International Pilots Association to say, well, we don't know what the American military is doing there, and we don't want to know, but we'd like our planes not to fly there anymore. Now look, all of you know that we're obviously—
Dude, that's awesome. Just straight up rerouting commercial air travel in a different country due to your top secret military base. That's awesome. Insane. Just... Dude, it's so funny when people are like, excuse me, Hasan, I can't believe you're saying America bad. Excuse me, Hasan, I can't believe you're saying America has so much power. Oh, that's so Western-centric of you to say. And like, we're doing shit like this that I didn't even fucking know of. Oh, that's so sick. That's
very
so
patriotic,
stupid.
true blue Australians. And unlike this like weak and cowardly and pathetic International Pilots Association who choose to just ignore the problem, we think we deserve to know what's going on in our own country, right? So, you know, obviously we don't have any experience sneaking into a CIA base, let alone the most important one. So we decided to speak to a lovely lady called Donna, a member of a group called Christians Against All Terrorism, who somehow managed to sneak into the base back in 2006.
So how did you actually get in?
Dude, this is my favorite type of person, by the way. Yo, we had so much more of this type of lady back in the day who would just like, and we still kind of do, but like the police have found new legal torture methods to like apprehend them and not kill them, but like give them permanent disabilities. But like, it's my favorite type of person, like old ladies who, I mean, she probably wasn't old back then, but old ladies who, like Greenpeace activists that will like chain themselves to a nuclear base and shit. They're the best. They're the fucking best.
Well, we weren't great. Like, we're not sleuths. I've never broken into anything before. We kind of didn't know what to do. So one of our crew went to Bunnings and bought bolt cutters. It was all on camera and everything, and later came out in court. The Bunnings guy testified that Brian went and bought these bolt cutters.
Waterboarding some poor Bunnings employee to get this information out of him. Now, Donna explained to us that one of the ways we justify having a brutal top secret CIA base in the middle of Australia is by technically calling it a US-Australian joint defense facility. So while it's run entirely by the CIA, apparently Australians are meant to have some kind of like symbolic role in it as well.
Are there any Australian staff working at Pine Gap?
Yeah, there are. Cleaners, catering. I don't think they're in charge.
Now, Donna obviously couldn't just drive through the front gate, so they set out on a 6-hour trek in the middle of the night over desert mountains.
Hello, friendship facility. Thank you very much. They're jobs providers for the Aussies. Excuse me. Seems a lot like there's a lot of friendship going on here. You're not making a good argument against Donald Harold's video.
mountains to get in this way. But the weirdest part is that they told the defence minister the exact night they were planning to sneak in. They said that they were Aussie citizens who were concerned about war crimes and they wanted to do a citizen's inspection of this foreign facility on Australian soil. But for some reason, no one took them seriously.
We fell over, we hit fences, we bumped into trees, like walking in the dark. There were cows who started mooing at us, like, shh, 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 you know. When I thought, oh, this is just ridiculous, like this is pretty crazy. And then I saw lights and it really strikes you. Then I walked closer and I could see the base and I could see little people walking around. And I thought, far.
They've hired little people.
Far out. I'm not crazy, like that's crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. I am right to be here. It's fucking 3 o'clock in the morning. There's people walking around this American spy base in the middle of the desert. What are they doing at 3 or 4 in the morning? And then we heard this, drop the bolt cutters. On both sides, there was AFP with guns. Get on the ground, get on the ground. I was like, you know what? I have been walking for 6 hours. I said, if I get on the ground, I am not getting up again. I said, I am so sore. She came behind me and kind of got the back of my head and pushed me to my knees. And I said, okay, all right, I can be on my knees. And then she got her boot and put it into my back. And I was like on the ground, like.
Dude, they're doing America shit in Australia, dog. That's crazy.
This. And I said, you don't have to.
No, AFP, I don't think it's the Australian Federal Police. I think, oh wait, it probably is. Yeah, you're right. That makes sense. I was thinking Air Force Police, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah, you're right. You're correct. It's the feds. It's the fucking feds, yeah.
You know,
even their fucking feds are doing, their feds are doing American things.
Put your boot in. You don't have to yell at me. I said, you're the ones with the guns.
Now, she may have had secret police standing on her neck, which, doesn't sound...
Yeah, actually, you know what? It's called American Friendship Police. You're wrong.
Like a lot of fun, but I'm actually incredibly jealous that she's one of the only Australians to have ever seen the Pine Gap balls with their own eyes.
This is one of my photos.
Oh, you got the balls. My dream is to see the balls.
Yeah, I really want to see them.
So why would a random Christian woman risk potential life imprisonment just to protest this base? Well, it turns out the story of Pine Gap is much more personal for Donna. She's been there on the ground when Pine Gap's missiles hit their targets. Now, some say the US directly killed about 1 million people in the war on terror. Others say the figure's closer to 5 million. We don't know the exact figure, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Right? Like the joke is no one actually cares when an Arab on the other side of the world dies. But Donna and her friends discovered a little war crime hack to make people pay attention. You see, if white people travel to the Middle East and go to these civilian areas in Iraq and just...
Yeah, by the way, this is literally Doctors Without Borders. Like that is the entire basis of Doctors Without Borders, is to, I guess, like try and exploit white supremacy while also doing like valuable medical help that is an absolute necessity in these places. But like that low-key is the whole purpose, because they're like, well, there's white people in this base or there's white people in this hospital, like they won't bomb it until Obama comes around and is like, hello, if you like your hospital, you can't keep it. Kunduz?
Hang out there. It makes it much, much harder for Western governments to bomb that exact location. This was,
let me be clear, and pussy too.
Called the Human Shield Program, and it was super effective, apart from the one day that Donna didn't arrive on time.
I went to a place called Ashwala Marketplace. There'd been a missile strike, and this had just been a civilian area. There were a few little market stores that had opened up for people to rush in and get some food and supplies during the war. And this place was blown to pieces. And I saw a sight that was something I've never seen before, just the chaos. There were pieces of human flesh around on the ground and puddles of blood. And it was chilling, it was haunting. And I was saying, why here? Why our marketplace? Why my child? What could I say?
Yeah, you don't have an answer.
No answer. The coordinates for that missile came from Pine Gap.
Now, obviously, Donna was very motivated to get people talking about Pine Gap, and lucky for her, the police brought as much attention to it as possible. They dug up this 50-year-old law from the Cold War called the Defense Special Undertakings Act that had never been used before to claim that Donna was a national security threat and throw her in jail. Long story short, they were thrown in prison until the government realised how bad it looked to throw these cute Christians in jail on behalf of the Americans, when all they essentially did was trek through the outback in their own country. So they eventually reversed the decision and let them go. But the government learnt their lesson and responded by tightening Pine Gap security and rolling out new draconian security laws that gives them the power to detain anyone without charge.
So it's gonna be different now.
So it's gonna be harder for us.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys. Good luck.
Now, because of this, no civilians have been brave enough to go in there after Donna. But we're not regular civilians, right? We're YouTubers. And YouTubers are on the front lines of content, right? We're there, boots on the ground, ready to film whenever a Japanese man commits suicide.
Bro, did we just find a dead person in the suicide forest?
We don't even flinch when the world calls upon us to film ourselves making out with our own sisters. If anyone's brave enough to sneak into the world's most significant CIA base, it's us. Now, these stories of Pine Gap guiding missiles into Iraqi weddings may sound like old news, but don't worry, Pine Gap's still as busy as ever. Right now, while Israel is on a rampant campaign to flatten Gaza so they can have more room to film their thirst traps, Pine Gap is in charge of providing targeting and analysis for their missiles, making sure that they hit the right hospitals and refugee camps and churches. Because of Pine Gap, Australia is directly responsible for the death of 28,000 Palestinian civilians so far. And we're not even at war with Palestine. I mean, like, while that's like super illegal, it does kind of make sense, right? I mean, Pine Gap is, a big military base built on stolen Indigenous land. It's only right for them to continue the proud tradition of wiping out Indigenous populations across the world.
Facts. Right at the top of the hour, wiping out those who are not subscribed. That's right. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 Australian dollars, or for free with the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Make it more bogan. I just
A very deceptive trek. Every time we got to the top of a ridge, there was another plateau and an even bigger ridge behind it. The horizon just kept moving away from us.
Another ridge?
There's another ridge, yeah. Do we want to go one more, or?
Do you reckon that could be the last one?
I don't know. Let's look on Google Maps. After the next ridge, there's a road which looks like it's a gate. This is Pine Gap.
This is a bit fun.
We are right here.
In the middle of the day, we're like 100 meters away from there.
No, it's a couple of kilometers, I think. I want to see the balls in real life, a little bit. But I know that if I see them, then someone might be looking at me.
I still want to get arrested. I feel like I'd rather get arrested.
That's gunshots. You hear it? And we find a firing
We go
range.
towards the gunshots, or we just go back home, have a nice meal, do a video comparing McDonald's and Red Rooster or something, you know, just like normal.
We decided to continue towards the base, but we were all moving inexplicably slower.
It's a lot further than it looks.
Yeah, I think we got a good like hour till we get up there.
Yeah. It's not an hour.
Isn't it amazing that our fear subsided and our laziness kicked in?
It's fucking gangster.
I'm still scared.
You're saying we have to go to that one?
The horizon.
How are you feeling?
I mean, it's your call. We came all this way, but it's also easier not to. But you know,
it's one of those things. If we get arrested, what happens to the rest of our footage and all that other shit?
True.
It's in your ass.
It's not anymore. You guys won't let me put it in there anymore. But she was saying they were hiding from the front. That's a gunshot. It's such horrible timing. I hate this.
Yeah, they're not shooting at intruders. They're just practicing their aim.
For when intruders come.
Yeah. Oh, that's the thing. If there's a firing range and you come on the back of it, just get fucking murdered. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's gunshots again.
It's not even them getting arrested. If they lose the footage and there's no video, you know what I mean? That's way more annoying.
I just don't think we should be walking that way.
What, towards
Whenever I've
the
heard a
gunshots?
gunshot, I've always thought, go the other way.
They sound like they're over there. We're walking
Yeah, I don't think they're going up the mountain.
Guns don't have such a big range. Yeah, we'll go that way. They won't get us. We're just peer pressuring each other because we get nothing from being up there.
They're so loud. It doesn't sound like a normal gun as well. It sounds like machine gun. Yeah, that's...
Wow.
Yeah, that's scary.
As if they need that much practice. When was
it's
the last time someone tried to get in? 20 years ago.
Since we didn't want to get shot by surprising a bunch of armed American soldiers in the outback, we decided to head back. Now, needless to say, I felt a bit silly. We came all this way and didn't really do much. We just showed up at the base and walked around it all day. Honestly, I was worried that we'd wasted a video here and that we didn't really do anything. But the next morning, we realized we'd actually done a lot more than we thought. So we woke up the next morning. It was our last day in Alice Springs, and I had an interview booked. We were meant to be interviewing an Indigenous elder to tell us about, the significance of the land that was stolen from them. But out of nowhere, while we're getting ready, I got this call from the police.
Hello?
Yeah, you there, mate?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, hey, just need to speak to place out of Point Creek.
Yep.
You're available to come in?
No, I've got a flight back to Sydney. Hello?
Don't give them us. You don't need to talk to them that much.
I choked. I obviously had no idea how to handle that call, but it was too late. The goddamn police were chasing us. They could rock up at any moment. It was now a race against the clock. We had to pack up the Airbnb and get on that plane out of town.
Airbnb. That's so funny. Bro, book it. Fuck you mean, dude? He literally... There's not that many flights from whatever that bumfuck area to Sydney, so they know exactly what flight it is. You should have never said that, but now that you said that, why are you cleaning?
At this point, we started losing our cool.
Fuck. So we're freaking out. I'm just saying the smarter decision.
Let's just pack up and go.
They will call the airport. Like it's
But we quickly realized if the police do catch us, we'll definitely have our footage confiscated and wiped. So we started the 2-hour-long process of backing it all up online, which gave us a bit of time to just kick back, relax, and blame each other for the horrible predicament we're in.
We're on the run now.
Do you not clean your Airbnb? First of all, I don't really Airbnb. And secondly, cleaning your Airbnb when you're leaving is very different than cleaning your Airbnb when you're evading the police. Okay? I like that you thought I was just saying, like, what the fuck are you doing? Just cleaning your Airbnb. Like, that's not what that's not, is that the takeaway that you got here? The fuck?
Yeah. I don't really like it. I don't know.
I like it because they called you.
I'm not the ringleader here, I'm just the one who booked the rental car.
This is your channel, Alexa.
I'm just the one who booked the rental car.
We're all here because of you.
I'm just the one who booked the rental car.
Did you drive the car as well?
I drove the car too.
Lives
I mean, they've probably already got all the videos. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's it. If Pine Gap's
Yeah,
as
prove
good as it is, then they would have our footage already.
Yeah, prove it, boys.
Yeah.
I've hidden an Easter egg in all of our videos.
If you're really the CIA and not just some hucksters trying to take us for fools, you'll know what we did at exactly 9:32 a.m.
Now, the one upside was that we had enough time to practice some cool lines to deliver to the cops when they catch us.
We should do this bit when we're arrested. Fools, fools, fools. I'm right where I want to be. I'm exactly where I'm...
Get your hand off my penis. I see you know your judo.
Want to be whilst you guys are busy here at the airport.
Democracy manifest. What was it? What am I being arrested for? A succulent Chinese meal?
Left woefully unguarded. I have 10 people sneaking.
Wait, they're gonna get this footage. It's gonna sound so much worse.
No,
And while our footage is uploading, we've also got enough time to tell you to join our Patreon. So, in all seriousness, we're being hunted by the federal police. There's no way we'd be brave enough to do that if it wasn't for the support of our patrons, right? Like, while it's terrifying, it's also just like really expensive. You know, it's hard to find lawyers who do like national security law, and also just like not a lot of lawyers want to take on the CIA. So, you know, with your support, we'll be able to make more videos like this. But if you join our Patreon, you also get a free video every month. You get to join our beautiful Discord community. You know, we have a live Q&A after every video. It's just a great time for everyone, right? Okay, back to the video. We were running away from the cops. Okay, with our footage finally backed up, we were ready to head to the airport in a last-ditch attempt to get out of Alice Springs.
It's fun. You're ready to get arrested, Alexa?
I don't know. They just want to talk.
Yeah.
But
about what? We didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
Watching officer.
We did nothing wrong. You know, I think the CIA is not very nice.
No. The CIA's lovely. I love the CIA.
Oh yeah.
I like the CIA. I like the AFP. I like the Northern Territory Police. I think they're all great.
Just lovely institutions.
And I think they're very good looking. The cops.
And we made it to the airport, and so far, no police officers waiting for us. But we kept watching our backs. We just needed to get on.
They defunded it, dude. That's why. They defunded the police in Australia too.
That plane before they showed up, which started feeling harder and harder since the flight kept getting delayed. Now, at this point, we started thinking the police stalled the flight until they could come and arrest us. But after another anxiety-riddled half an hour, we found ourselves on the tarmac, coming up the stairs and so close to getting back home. And it happened. The plane took off. We did it. I don't think I've ever been happier to be on a plane. We thought we were home free, but, you know, as you're aware, the federal police had a different idea.
Apollo Nova, could you please come off? Jordan Shanks and Aliska Voluko.
They can't even pronounce your name right.
That means I don't have to come off.
If you are on board, just make your way forward to the front of the cabin.
Now, we've never spoken to federal police before, and we don't know much about what you're meant to do when talking to cops, but the one thing we do know is that you don't talk to cops.
Anything that you say or do will be recorded and may later be used in evidence. Okay? Yeah.
So this federal agent turned on his little recording device and, you know, trying to get a statement from us that he could use against us in court. And we just did that thing they do in the movies where they keep saying, like, am I under arrest? Am I under arrest? And then, like, when it turned out we weren't under arrest, we just got the hell out of there.
I think we can leave then. Are we free to leave?
You're free to leave. I did want to have a quick conversation.
Not helpful to talk about it. Thanks for that.
So cucked. Dude, Australian police, so cucked. The American cops would have fucking literally put them in a chokehold, slammed their fucking bodies into the pavement and been like, nope, you're going to fucking jail right now.
The situation, if I talk, you don't have to say anything. Yeah. I'll just let you know.
I think
we're free to leave. There's an incident up there, but you don't have to answer me.
So we made it back home, but I don't really know what's meant to happen now. Like, we've been talking to our lawyer non-stop. I'm just awake. Like, I'm laying awake at night and we're just thinking the feds are going to raid the house at any minute. It's honestly the most uneasy I've ever been in my life. And all of this for just trekking through the outback in our own country. Like, look, we get a bit of criticism on our channel. While the vast majority of our fans are Americans who like our videos, you know, there's a very small group of upset American viewers who don't like what we're saying. And instead of trying to point out our mistakes,
who the fuck goes in there to be ZZZ? You guys are sure obsessed with America. It's starting to get a bit dull. Self-indulgent virtue signaling makes for dull content. And I know you boys are more creative than this. Yes, war crimes are bad and Bush is evil. You're right about everything. How entertaining is it to watch two guys be right about everything? Bringing up so many interesting new points. Oh my God, dude. Ugh. There's nothing more lame than a fucking dumbass who's just like so butthurt about someone saying that America objectively is doing bad shit. It's like, stop. You're such a pussy, dude. You're such a little bitch. You're not even the fucking American government. Why the fuck do you care?
They just say that we're obsessed with America. You know, they say we should stay out of it and focus more on our own country. But what no one understands is that this is America, right? I wish it wasn't, but it is, right? We don't have a choice. The Americans just run things here. Like, we can't vote on it. Our politicians won't even talk about it. American politicians can talk about it, though. Their congressmen are constantly invited to visit Pine Gap, but our elected officials can't go anywhere near it, even though it's meant to be our country. It's such a bizarre and pathetic relationship, and they don't pull this kind of shit with anyone else. Like Canada and Mexico are their neighbors, right? And when America starts telling them what to do or asks them to come along and blow up some random farmers in the Middle East, they tell them to fuck off. But their little Aussie lapdogs on the complete other side of the world have always done exactly what they tell us to do. And if you turn on the news in Australia, every single channel will tell you that we actually need the Americans here to defend us from China. China, our biggest trading partner, a country that not only has zero interest in invading us, but they haven't invaded anyone for the past 50 years. Like, we're meant to be scared of them, right? But meanwhile, the Americans invaded us a long time ago. Like, our country is littered with American soldiers, and if any of our politicians even questions it, they just get rid of him. And if any civilians happen to stumble upon the perimeter of a US base, literally walking through our own country, our federal police will chase us down on behalf of a foreign occupying army. We're in America, right? We're just a giant US military base just floating in Asia. And if the Americans decide they want to go to war with China, then our beautiful island home is going to be on the front lines. No one ever gave us a say in it.
Damn. Powerful message, mate. Fucking hell. Incredible. Phenomenal video. Wait, is he a tanky? Kind of a weird way for them to thank us. I know. It's like, I don't fully understand the message that he was trying to deliver at the end there. It seems like he doesn't like the friendship, right? I can't be alone in thinking that that was a little bit weird, because like at the end of that video, I was expecting him to be like, thank you so much for the friendship. Thank you so much for the stability. When are you going to Australia to collab? End of this month. I'm going to Australia to collaborate with them and a bunch of other Aussie content creators, setting it up now at the end of this month. And I will be bringing stability to Australia, and then after, I am planning on tell chat if they don't like the video pinned in chat right now, they'll be banned. Yeah, if you don't like it, you'll be banned. And then Japan. Will calls cap. I mean, I am going. You gonna go to Pine Gap? No, I'm going. I already presented to the group chat. Careful, they may want to get revenge for Gallipoli. Your post is so millennial coded. Suck my dick. I'm 32 years old. I'll link up with the friendly Geordies too. Problem is, from what I understand, everyone's in Melbourne and these guys are in Sydney. So I'm going to need to go to Melbourne and Sydney, both of the places. I'm going to need to go to Melbourne. I'm going to need to go to Sydney as well. And unfortunately, fucking far, mate. But anyway, for the time being, come to New Zealand. Okay, I wouldn't take it that far. Okay, calm down. Come to New Zealand, this guy says. What's next, bro? Link up with Max Mofo and Chad. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do all that content. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay. I have a photo shoot that I need to do for my new merch tomorrow, so I'm gonna be a little late on when I start the stream. But tomorrow we got the State of the Union, I think, right? So get excited for all of that coming out soon. All right, peace. Good all mate. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There is her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at prop. Greene take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ4. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot ID. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream.
stuck you in a line. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. Full blown mass pandemic, monsters streaming at your home. Total radicalism come. A system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find meaning. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.